what's up, everyone? Sorry, you guys can probably hear that noise right now. It's I'm in the waiting right now. One sec.
All right, Nick, are you able to come up, or do you want me to bring you up?
Yeah, my thing says the server requires members with moderation powers to have multi-factor authentication. I don't have that set up, so I can either set that up real quick. There we go. I figured it out. I'm so smart.
There you go. Here you go. All right, you want to wait a little bit until people pop on? I don't know who's gonna...
Yeah, we can wait a little bit. I just went live on YouTube.
Let's go. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Did you get everything done? Running errands?
I did get everything done. I mean, I still have other stuff to do, but it's stuff I'll just do after. Actually, it kind of works out because I'm doing this. That means I can kind of end a little earlier, obviously, than I normally go live till, and then I can finish everything tonight. I have way more energy at night than I do in the daytime.
Yeah. Hey, Global. All right, we're going to wait a little bit. I think they're all popping in now. They make an announcement, and then
I am live on YouTube also. Hey, there you are, Nikki. Let me add you as a moderator. There we go. My new moderator just spelled commenting with 3 M's. I'm cooked.
Oh my god. Hi, 9K. All right, let's see. Do we have a chat going? Let's see. I don't know if they made an announcement.
Hey, how's it going? Duchess, this event is set up on the other stage. There's other people waiting in the other stage. I don't know if there was you guys should move.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll take care of you guys. I'll move you guys over.
Over here? Are we good? Is this how it works?
No, right over here. I'm gonna move you guys over to the other stage, and I'll bring you guys up on the other stage.
Oh, all right, cool.
I think they set it up on the other stage. I don't know why they used this one, but one second. I apologize.
You're good. Take your time.
All right, now let me bring up Duchess and.
Wait.
Oh.
Hello.
Can't find Nick in the audience.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, I'm up here.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice. All right, awesome. Yeah, sorry about that. The event was set up on this stage, and there were people waiting in this audience. So.
Oh, you know what? I saw the organizing team. I saw the other link, so I clicked that link. So I just went from there.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you guys are good to go. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Have fun, guys. Bye.
Thank you. It's go time. All right, everyone. Please welcome Nick Mattel. I'm gonna so let's see. Should we wait a little bit?
We can wait a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure people
Nick,
are
thank you for accepting my invite and coming here.
Of course.
I know you have a very busy schedule.
No. This is I'm excited. This looks fun. This looks fun.
Yeah, I think it should be good. I know you're fighting all the propaganda one debate at a time, so.
Yeah, that's me.
Let's see. Get more people. Let's see if we have hands.
It's only because the Jews pay me, of course, though. I don't do it for free. I just.
Did you get that check?
Yeah, exactly. If they don't give me the check, then I quit.
Okay, let's see. It's different. I'm so used to doing this on mobile, but now I'm like on a computer. All right, people are popping in, so let's wait a little bit and then I'll do.
Yeah, while we're waiting, did you guys hear about the correspondence dinner?
No, tell me.
Yeah, it just happened. It's happening like right now. There was a shooting outside the White House Correspondence Dinner, and JD Vance and President Trump were rushed out. They're okay, it seems.
Oh wow, that's scary.
Yeah, literally, completely developing story. That's all I have. I did see the video though that the president and vice president are okay. They were, the shooting was outside of the actual dinner, or supposedly, reportedly. We don't, maybe it was just a backfire car. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So how many people we have? 29, and then we have hands. Let's see if we have hands. How do I see this? Have you done this before, Nick? Oh yeah, I see one.
What, a stage on Discord? No, but nah.
This is your first time?
Yeah, it's first time. But I've, it's, how is it it can't be that much different than bringing people up on any other platform and talking to them.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, we got 32 people. I think we'll get to 35 and then we'll just, I guess, start. I'll do a little introduction.
For sure.
I know we had, so we had his introduction in the bio. I don't know if you guys, in announcements, the main announcement. All his socials are linked. I think your invite is expired in our main announcement. So for the server, but we could try to edit it after or something. I gotta figure it out. But thank you for helping, by the way, Shen. He's been helping me in the background. Once again, thank you for joining. I know you're busy. So I think we'll start. I'm gonna give them a little bit of bio on you, so in case they didn't read it. So Nick is a content creator. He's an activist. He's a U.S. Navy veteran. Thank you for your service. Who served on fast attack nuclear-powered submarines. He focuses on cutting through misinformation and media bias surrounding Israel, Zionism, and region's complex past, as well as actively discussing historical context and promoting balanced dialogue through live debates most nights for the past 4 to 5 years. Is that correct? Did I do good?
I wasn't fully listening, but that sounded right. Sorry.
All right, so no, you're fine.
I was trying to make sure I turned on my camera right. Is it on? It's on? Is it good?
Yeah, I see you. Hello.
Mashallah.
Do we have a chat going? Let's see. Is there side chat? I can't click anything. I don't want to click anything and turn it off. I don't want to mess it up. So let's just go over some ground rules, I guess, before for the people, and then we could get into the fun stuff. So keep it clean, please, people, when you come up. No slurs. Be respectful. There's going to be a lot of you probably coming up eventually, hopefully, and we just want to get it running smoothly. When we bring you up and there's a discussion going, please keep your mic muted until we call on you. That's about it. Yeah, I think we'll get into it. So let me bring the first person up. Yeah? You ready?
Yeah, ready. Let's do it.
Okay, let's see. Do we have people? All right, guys, you got to raise your hands if you want to come up and ask questions. So we're going to do like an open debate.
For those on YouTube, real quick, asking how can you join the Discord, well, if you're in my Discord, I tagged it, but the Discord channel is called Politics. Can someone on my mod, if you guys have it, can you get the invite link and put it in the comments on YouTube? All you guys got to do is, if you're not already in that Discord channel, just join it, and from there you'll see something that says join the stage. You click on there, you'll go in the audience, and then from there, you guys will figure it out from there.
All right. I think we got the first speaker, Judah Mack. Hi, Judah.
Yep. Hey, Duchess. Nick, thank you for joining this. I love watching your stuff on YouTube. My question is, what do you think is the cause of so many people being so ragingly anti-Zionist and then that leading to anti-Semitism?
Yeah, well, I think raging anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. A lot of people listen. We've all said it and we've all heard it, and of course, I agree. This idea that criticizing the Israeli government makes you an anti-Semite. Of course not. Nobody actually thinks that. By the way, the only people that say that are anti-Semites that say Jewish people or Zionists say that. Like, I've never known any Zionist that thinks that at all. But when you're a raging anti-Zionist to the point that you have a double standard on Israel, or a lot of the times a singular standard on Israel, when you do that to any of a group of people, then you're anti that group of people. To answer your question more directly, like, what do I believe? Why does it lead to such a... I mean, look, I think there's a lot of things that go into it. I think there's a lot of propaganda that started with Operation SIG with the Soviets, and it stems all the way to this day, that it goes against the Jewish people and goes against the state of Israel. But I also think in a general sense that when you're a people, I'm talking to the Jewish people right now, when you're a people that are such a small, tiny percentage of the population, and you do so much for the world and you put yourself out there so much, you know, to the point you're 20 to 25% of Nobel Prizes are from the Jewish people, the inventions that they've done. Most people that don't know that there's only 16 million people, Jewish people in the world, they probably think there's a billion, you know, hundreds of millions. I've heard different numbers. It's because of the impact that Jewish people left. And it's very easy to scapegoat a minority when they refuse to victimize themselves. I'm not saying it's right. That's just what happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, how's this work? What do we do from there? Oh, you just let them up as they go? Okay, cool.
Oh, hello. Oh, thank you for having me. So, I mean, according to statistics, like Islam is the fastest growing religion in America. And do you think that Islam gonna take over America? And do you agree with this idea or not?
Do I think Islam is going to take over America because it's the fastest growing religion?
Yes. And do you agree with this idea? Like, do you accept this idea or not?
So I don't accept the idea that Islam is really the fastest growing religion. I think that's something that people say because it's not directly inaccurate. The thing is that it's mostly due to birth rates. If you actually were to minimize the birth rate of Islam down to the average birth rate, it's actually not the fastest growing. I think Mormonism actually is faster in terms of rate. But that being said, someone can say, well, it doesn't matter what the reason is. It's still a lot of them, even if they're being born, that's still a faster growing rate. That's also one of the fastest growing in terms of people leaving the religion. But the reason it matters is because there's a difference between influence, which is your question, right? Your question is their influence going to take over America? I don't think numbers equals influence automatically. If your numbers are so high in a very densely located population of people, and I'm speaking of the MENA region or Middle East specifically, your influence globally isn't going to necessarily be that high, but you might have a lot of kids in that region. So I don't think it'll take over America. However, I don't think that's the right question to answer, right? Because even if it's true, let's say if I can look in the future and they have taken over America and America's now, I don't know, a Sharia country, Sharia law, right? That's going to be something way in the future. What I want to do is stop Islamist influence from even affecting our politics in any major way. That's way before taking over. And so I think that is something that we should be worried about. And if we do not fix some things now, then we will very much end up in that problem before we even talk about if they're going to take over America.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Sorry, Nick. I'm trying to get people up. There's like people requesting.
You're good. I like it.
Hello.
Hello, Kitty Collins.
Yeah. So okay, so what's your whole shtick that you like to deny genocides and you think are like, I don't know, some libtard Zionist?
Well, I'm very much not liberal. I'm a conservative. I am a Zionist. Do I like to deny genocides? No, I don't like to deny genocides. It's just not a genocide.
Okay, that's all you have to say. Okay. So you're a Zionist, so you do like to deny genocides. So what makes you think that Israel has done anything besides just kill a bunch of people, rape a bunch of people, and then pretend to be like a holy land, right? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, a holy land is irrelevant of the Netanyahu government.
And why the fuck do you support it if you're a conservative? Explain that to me.
Yeah, sure. I can explain it, but you have to stop talking for a second. So anyways, the idea, right? First off, they haven't raped a bunch of people. That's just propaganda. As for kill a bunch of people,
I'm Palestinian nigger, so like fucking settle down.
Got you. Anyways, as for people, it's funny, you guys are so confident you're right, but you never like to hear any answers. People who are in the right generally want the other person to answer. When I know I'm right, I want to hear the other person answer because I know I'm in the right and I want to hear them make a fool of themselves. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is when you say like a lot of people have died, yeah, true. That's not how genocide is defined. So I'd have to ask you, why do people dying automatically equal genocide to you?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said I'd like to deny genocides, and when I refused to accept that premise, you said a lot of people have died.
No, I didn't. What? Are you retarded?
You did. So you didn't say a bunch of people died, a bunch of people were being raped. You didn't say that at all. We just heard
no,
you say
I said, yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did say that. Okay, great, perfect.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure you did say that.
I didn't say that that's equate of genocide.
So you were just completely using that as a completely different talking point? Like we're off the genocide remark then?
Oh my God, I need to get a coffee. 1 second.
I thought you were relating it to the first sentence because it was the second sentence. That's generally how conversations work.
Your voice is cracking. Your voice is cracking. Settle down. Take a drink. 1 second. I'm getting a coffee.
Okay, if this is a completely different topic, then yeah, a lot of people have died. That's what happens in densely populated warfare.
Duchess, am I able to speak on this, or do I just have to mod?
Yeah, you could ask a question. Yeah, I think the other girl is muted.
I think the only problem that I have with what you said is, although, yes, a lot of people are not considering it a genocide is literally deliberate systematic destruction, and that's essentially what is occurring in Gaza right now. As much, yes, it is. Genocide is literally the deliberate systematic destruction in whole or in part of a national,
destruction of a what?
Ethnic,
there you go.
Racial or religious group.
There you go. Not society. You can destroy a society. That's not. If you look at the Genocide Convention of 48, in the second to last page, it actually says cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does simply dispersing a group. Now, if your destruction is aimed at a protected group of people, right, then that's actually more correct.
I'm sorry. My problem now is that you didn't even let me actually finish my point, and you decided to interrupt me the same way that female was interrupting you. That was actually really rude because my point
you were already on a second question. Yeah, okay.
It wasn't a second question.
Second statement. You were already on the second statement.
Oh, but this is very disappointing. Duchess, I'm gonna go. I don't support.
Is this entire channel full of like sensitive people? I don't understand.
It's not really a matter of being sensitive. I didn't even get to finish my statement because you interrupted me. That is just plain rude. You got mad at her for doing the same thing.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I got you. Look, if you guys are too sensitive, just don't come up here. Just, I want to have a conversation. If you say something severely incorrect or cut off an entire definition in half, even if you're going to say it later, if your statement starts off with cutting it in half to try to push a narrative, of course I'm going to call it out. If this statement, right, is a destruction of a protected people, if you cut that part out and then say, oh, if you didn't interrupt me, I promise I would have added that later, that doesn't make any sense, right? You're just add it in the actual spot that it's defined in.
You don't understand the premise of what I was trying to say because I did not get to finish.
Okay, so what was the premise of what you were trying to say?
Argue against my point. You're arguing against something that you nitpicked at.
That's fine.
Because I did not.
Yes, I am going to nitpick at the definition of genocide because it's important. That is true.
I understand that, but if that is literally
okay, I'm not your therapist. If you have a point, then make the point. I'm not here to be a therapy session. Go on.
The point being is what is going on would still technically be classified as a genocide in a certain sense of it being systematic.
Correct. Can you go beyond just saying, okay, that's not a premise at all. You're just saying technically and in a certain sense. A premise would be you describing that certain sense. I can't answer what you believe is technical about it. I cannot answer what you believe that certain sense is, whether it's this or that. I can't answer that. You're just telling me a statement, and I believe you believe that statement. I can't answer that because you weren't specific in anything. So even when I let you finish, you still are not actually bringing up a premise at all.
Then how about the premise that most of the time that genocides occur, they start going after the children, despite the fact that they are technically innocent in all of this?
The children are underrepresented in the death toll, even according to Hamas's death percentage.
It's not statistics.
It's not necessarily has to be about statistics or not, but in her point, she said that they're going. Hold on one sec. She is saying, I agree with you, we can go statistics or not. However, in her statement, the last one she just made, she's talking about going after the children. Even if we believed Hamas's numbers and even some of the indirect deaths, right? The children are actually underrepresented, as in the percentage in the death toll is less than the percentage of children within the Gaza Strip, which is, according to them, about 50%, depending on how they define child, right? So if it's 50% and that percentage is actually less, that means not only have they not met just killing, if they were just to attack anything indiscriminately, then you would see closer to the average percentage. That's how math works. That's how statistics work. If there was no discrimination in killing, there was no discrimination and they were just dropping bombs regardless of what they killed, Hamas or not, then you would see closer to the representation. That's just statistics, okay? And by the way, that wouldn't even be genocide. Genocide would be beyond that and going beyond the percentage, okay? I'm telling her statement is based off a false premise because it's actually less than and it's underrepresented.
It is not based off a false premise because what I in fact said was that they are going after children, as that has happened in multiple genocides throughout history. It doesn't matter the percentage of the children. It's the fact that children are being affected in general.
Okay, well, in that case, then every war in history was a genocide. If you're saying that children are being affected in general and it's not about them actually going above and beyond to target children, right? Having an underrepresentation. If your new premise is it's just, what did you say? You said it's just that children are being affected in general. Fine, then everything in the world is a genocide.
That wasn't a new premise.
It was. Did you not just say that? Did you not just say
that was literally me reiterating my old premise because you keep
then
taking
your old
whatever
premise is
I
wrong.
say and literally just nitpicking at whatever point that you wish to argue. Because
how
in
dare
my
I nitpick
point,
your
I
words?
never brought up anything about percentages, statistics, and although I understand why you essentially brought it up, what I am trying to say is what I just reiterated from the first point that you originally
I got you. You talk really slow. I got it. So my point is that, yes, of course I'm going to nitpick the words that you say. No shit. If you think that's a problem, you should never, ever debate ever again. So yes, I'm going to nitpick the words that you said. Regardless if you're saying that's just a reiteration of your old premise, fine, then your old premise was stupid. Your old premise is saying that kids are being affected. Sure, then every war in history would be a genocide. If that's the case, fine, you can call it a genocide, and now I don't care that it's a genocide, because now you have watered down the word genocide to just effectively mean, well, every war, because every war kids are a lot of times disproportionately affected, let alone not disproportionately affected. So fine, call it a genocide. Now I don't care that it's a genocide. If we're going with your definition and not the real one, I mean.
All right, I'm going to bring somebody else up now. I think I think there was a guy in here, right? And I don't know what happened. Let's see if he's in where is he? There he is. Okay, let's move you. Okay, is he up? There you go. Welcome back.
The number are easy. Hamas members are 30,000. The number of deaths in Gaza is 600,000. So
where are you getting the number of? Oh, go ahead.
From Christina, the Commission of United Nations for Gaza.
Who? I'm sorry?
Christina, she is the commission for Gaza from United Nations. She
Are
said
you trying to say Francesca?
Francesca, yeah,
not Christina. Francesca Albanese was quoting a study that was mimicked in the Middle East Monitor, and it wasn't 600,000, it was 688,000. That same exact study said that it was 380. Hold on, almost done. That same exact study said it was 380,000 of them were under the age of 5. That study was debunked weeks after, except Francesca Albanese didn't get it. You know how it was debunked? Because according to the Palestinian Health Ministry's own records, there's only 341,000 total under the age of 5 people in Gaza. So can you explain to me in that study that she was quoting, and if you don't believe me, you can go look it up real quick and come back, but I promise you I'm telling you the truth. Can you tell me, 1 second, almost done. This is the question. Can you tell me how 40,000 extra, like I'm not talking about extra deaths, I'm talking about that even exist in Gaza, how they died? Because the only way that's possible is if Israel killed every single under the age of 5 in Gaza, every single one, left none of them alive, brought back 40,000 back to life, and then killed them again and go back to 0. And by the way, we've seen new videos out of Gaza. There's definitely people under the age of 5. So can you explain to me how this study makes sense?
Congratulations, you find some people in Gaza still under 5 years.
Yes, that wouldn't be possible if the study was correct. Did you not hear what I just said? Are you going to ignore everything that I just said?
No, I asked you a question, but you answer me with another question. I don't
No,
know.
I answered your question, and then I asked a follow-up question. Don't be disingenuous. I just answered why that study makes no sense, and then I asked you a follow-up question. Either you say, you know what, Nick, maybe you're right, maybe that study was bullshit, or you disagree with my sentiment, and then you can answer my follow-up question. So can you, without deflecting, because you keep trying to deflect away from that, can you answer that follow-up question? How is that study correct when it says that there were more under 5 dead in Gaza than even exist in Gaza by 40,000? Can you answer that, please? Because that's pretty important, right?
I didn't read this article you talk about. Maybe they are false.
It's the report. It's the study you are referencing. Well, you're referencing Francesca. No, that's the study she was referencing. So you're telling me you're bringing up a study. You're bringing up a study that you didn't even bother to read. Is that what you're saying? Just because Francesca said it, or sorry, Christina?
Yeah, I hear her in the television. She speak about this,
and you didn't think to look into it. You just thought I should just believe it because someone said it.
Should I have to look to the study when
you don't have to do anything? You don't have to do anything, but you're stupid if you don't. I look into stuff even that IDF soldiers say. I don't care who says it. You should, of course, you should look into it. Why wouldn't you? Well, I know why you don't, because you're pro-Palestinian. I also would be pro-Palestinian if I didn't look into anything. That's why I'm pro-Israel, because I looked into it.
Yeah, if you see the Gaza from the satellite, according to United Nations, it's look like a moon surface. The rubble is 20 years will take Gaza to remove the rubble. And you speak about there's no genocide.
Okay, so right now, according to the Gaza Ministry, great. I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that. So according to the Gaza Ministry of Health, there has been 10,000 from the very beginning, give or take, about 10,000 that have been missing. Even if you assumed every single one was under the rubble and dead, even if you added that 10,000 to the 72,000 that the death toll is currently at, that gets you 82,000. We can even round up. Let's call it 100,000. Either way, it is nowhere near 688,000. And by the way, that 10,000 includes people that have already been removed from the rubble. In fact, in just the 2 months after the ceasefire started, they already said that they removed 751 people from the rubble. But even if we assume that wasn't true and you added all 10,000, it still wouldn't be anywhere near 688,000. So I asked you a very real question. I asked you, where did you get the 688,000? And you admitted that you got it from someone who you didn't even know her real name. Stop talking. You didn't even know her real name. So why should I believe anything you're saying?
Okay, I accept your argument that the death is 100,000 and the Hamas members are 30,000.
I have no idea. Hamas doesn't separate between, if we're going with the Gaza Ministry of Health's numbers, which I'm not particularly saying are accurate, I'm just simply saying if we're going with that, we have no idea because Hamas refuses to separate between militant and civilian and collaborators. Can you tell me of any genocide ever in history where they refused to tell, like even in World War II where there was a genocide going on? It's not like the Nazis said, we're not going to tell you how many soldiers were killed. We're just going to give you a total number. Every single time we have always had a separation between the fighters, whether it's a militant group, military, whatever you want to call it, resistance fighters, I don't care what you want to call it, and the civilian population. How come Gaza refuses to do that? Can you answer that? Why do they refuse to separate the amount of fighters versus civilians? An estimate.
Okay. It's 360 kilometer square. It's just a district in New York.
That would actually make it even easier. You understand your point just now was like so dumb, because that would actually make it easier to separate between, like, I don't understand what your point was. I'm asking you, why do they refuse? Oh, okay, go ahead.
It's a 360 kilometer.
Okay, repeating the same stupid point isn't going to make it less stupid. That would make it easier. If it was so big that it was hard and things were collapsing, that I still wouldn't think that's a good point, but stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. I would think that would make sense, but what you're saying is because it's smaller, it's harder?
Yes, it's a most populated area in the world.
Literally no sense.
With a 2 million and 360 kilometer. Another question for you: what is the result of subtracting 100,000?
Wait, you never answered my question. I'm asking you, why does Gaza refuse to? Again, I'm not saying it's going to be exact. Obviously, it'll be an estimate. My question for you is, why does Gaza refuse to separate and give us at least an estimate of fighters versus collaborators versus civilians?
30,000.
You're not answering my question. I didn't ask you what you think it is. I didn't ask you what you think it is.
No. The member of Hamas, according to the chosen man, Netanyahu, they are 30,000 members.
Can you tell me which member of Hamas said that?
Netanyahu.
It's not a member of Hamas. That's the Prime Minister of Israel.
No.
You said a member of Hamas,
yes.
Netanyahu, and I didn't hear the third thing you said. You said they're the ones that said it. Can you tell me which Hamas member said 30,000 Hamas members were killed?
No. The total number of Hamas members are 30,000. I assume you
Oh, that's
kill
not
all
correct.
of them.
So that's actually incorrect too. So prior to the October 7th attack, there was an estimate of 35,000 to 50,000. Okay, and then on top of that, Hamas themselves. Hold on. On top of that, Hamas themselves admitted that they have recruited between 15 to 20,000 since the war had started. So altogether, that would be up to 70,000, as low as 60,000, right? And so that's actually incorrect what you're saying.
Are you trying?
Or 50,000.
Are you trying to catch 100,000 by any means?
So again, that's not at all what I'm saying. First off, I'm just telling you stop, shut up. Like, you keep asking me these things, and then you try to, like, cut in, like, 5 words in, okay? What I'm saying is your numbers were incorrect. Netanyahu never particularly said that, and you're also refusing to mention the ones that were recruited during the war. On top of that, you're also refusing to mention PIJ, PRC, Army of Islam, Mujahideen Brigades, PFLP, DFLP, Demotic Clan. I mean, there's a lot. That's just off the top of my head. I'm sure there's even more that I don't know about. You're refusing to mention all of them, and you're also refusing to mention anyone who's a collaborator of every single terrorist organization I mentioned who would be a legitimate military target. So you're kind of refusing to mention a lot of people here.
So do you believe what you say?
Did you just ask, do I believe what I say? Why would I say it?
Yeah. I assume you are having target and you are doing whatever to reach the target, not to reach the truth.
What does this have to do with what I just said? I don't understand. What does this have to do with why does Gaza refuse to separate and give us an estimate of how many fighters, not just Hamas, fighters in general and collaborators versus civilians? I don't know why you refuse. By the way, you can say, I don't know, and we can move on, but you keep refusing.
I think Nick got disconnected. Let's see. What's going on?
Okay, I'm back. I don't really know what happened there, but anyways, what I'm asking is you keep refusing to mention or answer the question of like why one, right? Why they refuse to tell us this number versus this number. If you say I don't know, that's fine too, but don't refuse to answer. Don't refuse to answer the question.
I'm telling you, the total number of Hamas members are 30,000. You have a war with Hamas.
Okay, and
so
I
you are welcome.
already explained that's not correct.
It's famous. That's your opinion.
No, it's not.
Data
it's not
saying,
famous. Just go look up. Just go look up real quick. Just do me a favor. Just go look up Hamas recruiting members during the war. I promise you, you'll find that they have recruited between 15 to 20,000 alone. Okay. Also, I already stop. I already answered that even if you were correct, which I want to make sure you understand you're very much not, you're refusing to also mention PIJ fighters, and then PRC, and Army of Islam, and Mujahideen Brigades, and PFOP, and DFOP, and everyone who is a collaborator of all these people. Again, what you're doing is you're trying to debate me. I explain why you're wrong, and instead of even just saying I disagree, Nick, and here's my evidence, you're just repeating the same thing you already said. I did. I told you exactly the numbers. These are things
your argument that they are 100,000.
All right, great. All right. I'm sorry. Can we just get somebody else? Listen, just do me a favor. You can come back later. Just do me a favor. Just go look it up real quick. I promise you'll find actual numbers that are not just 30,000 by itself. I promise you. And then come back and say, well, you should say, Nick, you were right. There is more than 30,000.
Welcome, Nangoy. Go ahead.
Yo, how's it going?
Nangoy.
How's it going, everybody? Yeah, oxymoron, huh? But so
I don't know if it's an oxymoron.
Just a question. Well, I don't believe anybody's a goy, so I'm not a goy, hence non-goy, right?
What do you think goy means?
I don't know. You tell me. I mean, that's not really the conversation I was trying to have. I mean, is this
okay,
ask
fine,
me questions or ask you?
I'll sure, we can go after. I just so you know, it's Hebrew for nation. I mean, but it's fine. Go on.
Okay. What's up with the Star of air quotes David in the back? Is that not satanic?
Why would the Star of David be satanic?
Are you familiar with the Bible or no?
I've heard of it once or twice, yeah.
Okay. So in the book of Acts, the first martyr of the Bible, Stephen, in Acts chapter, Star of Remphan, which is what's currently on your flag right now.
Perfect. So, like, do you know what it actually says is the original language of what it says star? It's also in Amos, by the way. Do you know what the original Hebrew says? And even in later books with the Koine Greek, do you know what it actually says?
Enlighten me.
Sure. So it actually uses the word that actually refers to a celestial, right? In fact, it actually mentions this exact same word when talking about Jacob in the celestial sense in the book of Genesis. And what it actually refers to is not the word that would be used for a drawing, engraving, whatever you want to say, okay? Which is what would be used if it was talking about like a star like that. What it's talking, hold on one sec. What it's talking about is a people who actually worship pagan gods. Specifically, I think it's talking about Saturn. And the star that was actually referencing of that is talking about like the body, and it's putting up statues and pagan statues and idolatry. That's what it's actually talking about. It's not talking about a written on star or engraved star or whatever you want to say. Furthermore, Christian communities use this exact star for hundreds of years. Islamic communities used it also. It's not specifically a Jewish thing. Today, yes, colloquially we refer to it as a Jewish thing, but the Star of Remphan is not that. It's also on the Seal of Solomon. So unless you think all the Christian communities got it wrong, the early Christians got it wrong.
Is there a source for that?
Is there a source for what? Which one? I said a lot of things.
I mean, you're talking about the Seal of Solomon, but there's also no mention of the Star of David anywhere in the Bible. It's all legend in the 14th century.
If there's no, okay, first off, I agree. Again, it's not something that comes specifically from the Bible, but you just debunked yourself right now because you just said that this comes from the Bible. Now you're saying it's not in the Bible.
No, I'm saying it comes from the Bible in the sense that it is talking about it, not that the Bible is promoting in any way.
Okay,
the Bible
Can you tell me what the biblical verse says?
Said action.
Sure. Can you tell me what the biblical verse actually says?
In the book of Acts?
Yeah. Can you tell me where it says that it's...
Yeah. I'll send it inside chat. So...
Promise you it's not going to say anything about
so if you read
inverse triangles.
And you took up the tent of Molech and the star of the god Remphan, the figures which you made to worship, and I will remove you from beyond Babylon.
Perfect. So how do you know it's talking about that star?
Well... Remphan is another word for Saturn.
So Remphan, just so you know.
The star, whatever. The Star of David being a six-pointed star. What is Saturn? The sixth planet in the solar system? Wow.
That's your evidence right now?
What is on the North
Wait, hold
Pole?
on. Wait a minute. Wait, stop.
What is on the North Pole?
Stop. So your evidence right now that's Acts is talking, by the way, it's wrong because again, the original, when you look at the Koine Greek and you look at the original Hebrew, again, right off the bat, you're already wrong. Your premise is wrong because again, it's not using the word for a drawn star, which would be 6 sides. It's talking about celestial.
Well, that's the way that
Hold
they
on,
would
I'm not
depict
done.
it.
I'm not done. It's literally talking about celestial body. Okay, great. It's talking about the celestial body. You don't know the original Greek. You definitely don't know the original Hebrew. That's what it's talking about. If it was talking about a drawn 6 points, it would have used a completely different word. But that being said, you're saying your evidence right now is that the star of Saturn is exactly that star right there because Saturn is the 6th planet. That's your evidence?
Yeah, and also in the North Pole, there's a perfect hexagon that's been there for very long. And what's in the middle of the star of quote-unquote David? A hexagon.
Well, yes, every 6-pointed star would have a hexagon.
It doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better than that.
So let me get this straight. If I draw a normal star...
There is a hexagon on the North Pole of Saturn.
I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, sorry for what?
Do you want to bring him down or you want somebody else?
I want to ask, one, why didn't it use the word, right? That actually would mean a drawn star, which would be a 6-pointed star or whatever. Why did they use the word that's talking about celestial body? Okay, that's my first question. And second, if your entire evidence is like, well, the North Pole has this and it's the 6th planet, so therefore that's... Like, if I were to draw a normal star, like the 5 points, does that mean I'm talking about the 5th planet?
So are you just going to miscount the Bible verse I provided you with?
Right, the Bible verse doesn't... Right, you're not answering my question. I asked you for the Bible verse. It doesn't say anything about a 6-pointed star. So I asked you, did you already forget what we just talked about? I said, where in the Bible verse does it say that? And you said, well, I think that because... Stop. And then you said, I think that because Saturn is the 6th planet. That's what you said.
Well, no, it is. I don't think Saturn is the 6th planet.
No,
it is the 6th
I didn't
planet.
say you think... Jesus fucking Christ, you're so dumb. Okay, I'm going to
make
try
up
to
your
remain
mind.
calm. Stop.
What is it?
I didn't say...
It's your word, buddy.
Shut up. I didn't say that you think it's the 6th planet. I said you think that's the reason it's talking about this star. You absolute moron. I get that you don't think it's the 6th planet. Great. Can you explain to me? You're still not answering the questions. I don't care about your gish gallop. My question is why did it use the word that actually refers to celestial body and not a star, like a drawn-on star like that? And the second question is there anywhere in the Bible, I don't care about your extra conspiracies. If I drew a 5-pointed star, that doesn't mean it's the star of the 5th planet. That's not how that works. So my question, again, one, why did they use that word in both the Greek and the Hebrew? It's not like it was a mistake. They did one, but not the other. And two, where in the Bible verse, not your extra added on commentary, does it say that this is the star of Remphan?
Okay, so if I'm going to scroll up, read the verse, give me 2 seconds. Okay. The figures which you made to worship. We
already did this. So why are you doing it again? We already did this part.
Well, okay, are you just going to interrupt me in the middle of my point? Like, I gave you the time.
What do you mean your point? We already did this part. This was... All right, go ahead. Do it again.
Okay. Nice. Okay, so the figure you need to read in context.
Nope, I don't want your context. You're not a scholar. I don't care. Just read it directly.
It's not my context.
I don't care. Just read it directly.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Are you going to interrupt?
This guy just asked me to not interrupt him while he reads, and now he's interrupting himself while he reads. Just read the thing exactly the way it says.
Make up your mind, dude. Anyway, so if you read when Stephen is confronting the Sanhedrin church, he calls them out consistently. This is after Christ had died and risen.
Are you going to read it? Are you going to read it or not?
I'm not sure.
I just want to know if you're going to read this or not. Yes, because you are gish galloping. Are you going to read what you asked me? You said you were going to read it.
Says whom? Says you? Are you the arbiter of gish galloping?
Okay, first off, it's pronounced gish galloping, you fucking idiot. Second, yes, if you... he's gone, okay. Next, I guess.
Sorry, Nick. All right, we got the next guy.
It's okay.
Big brain. All right, show us the big brain.
Hello.
Yeah,
hello, Nick. Nice to meet you. Huge fan of your content, by the way. Been following you for about a year now.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
I do apologize on behalf of the retards who spoke before me. As you may well know, Groypers and leftists are like the flat earthers of geopolitics. So exactly I largely have I have a question to ask you, largely about like intellectual, like history of like intellectual history. Why do you think, from your perspective at least, like historically have largely aligned with Islamists? And I'm specifically referring to leftists like Michel Foucault, Judith Butler, George Galloway, etc., postmodernists, and even some modernist leftists, like historically. Why do you think that is the case?
Sorry, you broke out a little bit at the beginning. I heard the second part. I didn't want to interrupt you. What was the beginning?
Yeah, I was asking, why do you think intellectual leftists historically have aligned with Islamists?
Oh, Islamists. Okay. Because they both hate the West. And to quote Charlie Kirk, that they use Islam as the sword to cut the throat of America. I absolutely 100% believe that, because they hate the West. They want to see it fall. They're mostly secular. It doesn't have to be an automatic thing for them. However, it happens a lot. So they're not going to see any threat, particularly with Islam. And so Islam will use it to invade the West.
So you think it's purely Eurocentric anti-imperialism, essentially?
Yeah, I think it's beyond just anti-imperialism, but yeah, I think, that's what they would say. So sure, yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay, that's the only question I wanted to ask. I also wanted you may know this, but I just wanted you to know there's a huge influence of leftist thought in also modern Arab intellectualism, which would also justify this alliance, so to speak.
Are you talking about like some of these Islamist Marxist parties and stuff?
Yeah, like Said Qutb, etc., like the Muslim Brotherhood, obviously. Right. Yeah, so there's massive leftist influence within these Islamist groups, which would explain why too. But that's the only thing I wanted to ask you. Thank you so much, Nick.
I appreciate it. Thanks. Yep, me
too. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Gio.
Nice to meet you. I haven't watched any of your content before, so it's like my first time seeing you. But a question I wanted to ask to kind of, cool down a bit, because you've been debating for a bit. What is like the biggest misconception about Zionism, aside from like the war in Gaza being a genocide, would you say people have?
I'd say, especially after October 7th, I've been debating this topic before October 7th, but after, I noticed that a lot of people just have this idea that all Zionists are like automatically like right-wing Zionists. That's not particularly true, at all. And when I say right-wing Zionists, I'm not even talking about like right-wing in terms of like American politics. I'm talking about like even in terms of like Israeli politics. There's a lot of left-wing Zionists, there's right-wing Zionists, there's probably center Zionists, there's religious Zionists, secular Zionists. None of them have anything to do with Palestinians. I think Palestinians have this like weird identity crisis problem within themselves, and like the other Arabs hate them, and they're seen as like low even in the Arab world. And so I think that kind of sentiment amongst Palestinians forces them to make everything about themselves, and so they include that with Zionism. And so to get to the point, I'd say that there are two-state solution Zionists, or one-state solution Zionists, or everything in between. There's probably some Zionists that have ideas that I haven't even heard of before. And so people need to stop making it about the Arabs that call themselves Palestinians but aren't. It's not about them. It has nothing to do with them. If they want to insert themselves into the story and continue to try to genocide the Jews and kill them and steal their babies and rape and burn and all of that stuff, then sure, they can be part of the story in terms of the losers of the story, but Zionism predates them by far, and it's going to be here long after them. And when I say Zionism, I mean, to me, I think Zionist is a weird term because Zionism's already complete. So I know colloquially we say Zionist to mean pro-Israel, but really, I mean, like Zionist, like what does that even mean? It's done. It's the Jewish state exists, but I know what you meant by Zionist, so I'm just answering that way.
Yeah, and then I got another question for you. So I see you had a thelema tattoo, I believe. What would you say, like what was the reason for you getting that? And if so, I'm assuming it's something related to your interest in the cult, or your interest in like esoteric things?
It's not particularly the Thelema because it doesn't have the thing in the center, but no, it actually has nothing to do with the occult. I mean, I'm sure just like all symbols, they probably use it, just like anything else, but no, that's that's not it. Do you really think I'd be in the occult?
I think there's. I mean, it's an odd tattoo to get. I mean, what was the reason for getting
So
that tattoo?
it actually it means equality. It's equally up, equally down, and so that's what it actually refers to. It's been used in TV shows. I believe you that it's been used by members of the occult. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I didn't know that, but fair enough. It's been used to mean like equally up, equally down. I've seen people. I've seen it actually used in like historical books, like for other reasons. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons. I promise you, my reasons has nothing to do with the occult.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's just an odd tattoo to get. That's why I asked. But
I
guess. Wait. It's. I mean, wait. You say you guess. I mean, it's like a very particular.
It's not that
symbol.
odd. The Thelema has the little flower in the middle. That doesn't even have that. Why would I half-ass it if I wanted to get something? Why would I stop halfway through?
You know, what's it called? It's like I don't know. It was just like I think I noticed. But also, just another thing I wanted to ask. Last thing. What do you think is like America's vested interest in supporting Israel, like specific, like they both the most like cold, hard brute fact of why they want to support Israel?
I'd say directly, if I gave like one direct answer, I think there's a lot to it. I think it's to cut off to the best of their ability Chinese and Russian control in the Middle East. Okay. Or at least at minimum control it.
Okay, that's all. That's all I was wondering about. All right.
Yeah, no question. Thank you.
Thank you, Gio.
Wait, was his name Jew, or did you just call him Jew?
No, it's Gio. Gio. Oh, it sounded like
Gio.
Jew.
I thought he said Jew. I'm just like, whoa.
Whoa.
Thanks, Jew.
No, I wouldn't. That's funny. All right, who is next? All right, there you go.
It is me. Yeah.
Back
so
let's go.
Yes, it's me. So I'm not really too familiar with you, Nick, but I have seen some of your stuff on Instagram, and I have to say that it is. I mean, I appreciate it. I think most of it makes a lot of sense. So I just had a question about what you think kind of the future of the Middle East is going to look like after. Or I don't know if you've been following kind of the war in Iran or what's been going on.
Yeah, of course.
But I was wondering, like, if we achieve like the ultimate victory, like the Iranian government's overthrown, the IRGC is gone, and all of Iran's little terror proxies are gone, what do you think is going to happen between kind of Israel and the Arab world? Do you think that someone is going to like try and pick up Iran's mantle, or do you think like there's going to be some kind of slow but gradual like detente between the two sides?
I think Islam teaches that there will always be someone to try to take up that mantle in terms of terrorism and terror into the hearts of those that are not Muslim. However, I don't think you can ever really get rid of that ideology. It's literally in the Quran. That being said, I don't believe Islam's ideology will survive even the 21st century. I'm not going to say there's not going to be Muslims, but most Muslims in the world, I don't believe to be Islamists or are going to actually put on a suicide vest. But I do believe most Muslims actually stay silent to it or sometimes support it, even though they're not going to do it themselves. I'm not saying that's a popular opinion. I'm just saying it seems to be the case. But I don't think most Muslims are actually going to do that. So when I say the ideology won't exist in the 21st century, I'm not saying that there won't be Muslims. I'm just talking about the ideology. And I hope that's true. I hope they learn to modernize and get out of the 7th century. But to answer your question, we're not talking about just like Islamist ideology. There will always be groups like that. It's about controlling that system to the point that they're not like an entire theocracy with a stronghold across the MENA region and beyond. I don't think that's going to be the case, even if somehow the IRGC figures out a way to quote unquote survive. I don't think we're ever going to see a pre-October 7th type IRGC control in the Middle East ever again. At least in our
Do you
lifetime.
think that do you think that like all these terrorist groups that Hamas or not Hamas, Iran is funding, like Hamas, like Hezbollah, do you think they will survive without the Iranians, or do you think they'll continue on in like some more limited form, or just find someone else to back them?
Well, I think they're always going to have the ideology. It's not like they're going to start like being peaceful tomorrow, but no, they cannot. Without the IRGC pipeline, they will be at very best for them, like you said, a limited form. but I don't think he'll survive. I think it just came out a few days ago or maybe a week ago that Hamas finally agreed to give up weapons possibly, or at least in a limited form, but they want to stay part of like the talks and the government and whatever is going to happen to Gaza after. That's already a huge, I'm surprised it wasn't in the news more. That's already a huge thing, because these are the same people that just months ago were like, we'll never give up our weapons. And now they're like, all right, maybe we'll give up our weapons.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, it's going to just really depend on if Hamas is going to actually follow through with those agreements, because you can obviously say one thing and do completely another. But it's entirely in the air. I don't think that Hamas is going to honestly uphold their end of the deal, but who knows? Maybe tomorrow they'll actually just come out with their waving white flags and peace in our time chamber and stuff.
Yeah, like what I hope to, I don't trust these Islamist theocracy fundamentalists, Muslims. I don't trust them at all. And I think the problem we have in the West, as an American myself, I served in the military for about 12 years. Our leaders, including President Trump, who I support a lot, I don't think they understand Islam very well. And Islam, and therefore Islamists, the ones that are fundamentalists about it, the ones that are very pious, they don't think in the terms of 10 years or even hundreds of years. They think in terms of thousands of years if they need to. And so I don't trust them at all. So the last thing, what I'm worried about is they come forth and they're like, okay, yeah, we want to, have some peace and let us be part of these talks and everything. They use that as a way to subvert and trick, especially the West. Israel gets it because they have to live next to these people, but the West doesn't. And so they will push towards diplomacy, and then sure enough, guess what? Trump one day gets out of office, some leader in the West, gets voted to be somebody else, and then they use that opportunity to rebuild and do it again. And that's like their whole strategy. In fact, Muhammad himself, their prophet, literally did exactly this with the Hudaybiyah Treaty, with the tribe in Mecca, his old tribe. And so, it's called a hudna. And in fact, Yasser Arafat himself, when he started accepting into like the Oslo Accords and signing that, he literally said at the Johannesburg address, he said to the Muslims, he said in Arabic, I want every Muslim to remember the Hudaybiyah. He said, just know, like, remember that. And what he was saying was, we accept a faux peace right now until we're strong enough to defeat our enemies, and then that's when we attack.
Yeah, and then I think that although maybe a country or like a state actor probably won't fund them, they're going to exist for a little while. It's just the nature of terrorist organizations. Right. And then in that regard, I just had one final question in regards to kind of America and Israel's relationship. Obviously, we fund them a lot. We give them a lot of weapons, stuff like that. What do you think, like, if like this kind of world peace happens in the Middle East and the Arabs and Jews stop fighting for more than 5 seconds, what do you think the relationship between Israel and America should be? Do you think we should kind of take a step back from the Middle East, or do you think we should kind of dig in more, or do you think that we should just continue as we've been doing for the last few years?
We should do whatever is most beneficial for the United States of America. If there's something we can get out of our partnership with Israel, of course we should dig deeper into that. If for whatever reason one day we stop getting whatever we need from Israel, it doesn't mean we can't be allies anymore, but we should cut out. It's all about America, whatever's beneficial for us. Right now it's very beneficial to have the partnership and the deals that we do with Israel. If that ever stops, I'd be the first to advocate that we should at least shift or pull out of it.
Okay. As in, last one I promised. I just completely forgot about this. But
you're good.
I don't know if you heard that. Like some people in the Israeli government or someone in Israel, it's been kind of floating around, but they're saying that Turkey might be the next threat. I don't really see that to be the case, but I was just wondering what you think about that.
No, I think you need to look a little deeper into it. I think that Turkey. Listen. When people heard some of the Israelis say that, they're like, look, here we go. They're trying to first off, it doesn't even make much sense because their whole premise is that Israel is attacking all these other people because they want to do greater Israel. That wouldn't even include Turkey, even if that was true. But what you need to look into is Turkey, ironically, does a lot of the same stuff that people accuse Israel of. Complete occupation. I mean, just looking at Cyprus, northern Syria, what they do to the Kurdish people. They've actually, at one point, I think they pulled back a little bit, but at one point they occupied about the equivalent of I want to say almost 100 Gaza's worth of Syria, and not like one person talked about it. It was so funny. Like, look what they're doing in Gaza. They're occupying it. They want to take it over. And it's like, Turkey's over here just like, yeah, this is our land. So the thing about Turkey, though, is they are, they have some more restrictions, right? Because of the partnership that we have with America and the West with Turkey. I don't trust them at all, but it's not that they're the same as the IRGC. I don't think they are at all. And if any Israeli says that, I'd have to disagree. But what I would say is I wouldn't undercount them because they cozy up a lot to a lot of these Islamist terrorists, and they themselves do all of these violations that people accuse Israel of that Israel doesn't even do.
Yeah, I agree. I think that at large, it would be nice if the Iranian regime falls and all this would happen, but that's like entirely up to time. Tomorrow, something could be totally different than what we're all thinking, but
right.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pax.
Super Earth is still proud. Don't forget that. Thank you, sir. You can move me now.
All right, let's go. We got patriotic conservative. Is he up? Is he up? Did he come up?
I think I can move him up here. Right? No.
Yeah. Is he one? Yeah, but he has to come up. I don't know if he's still in. He might be. Okay, we got American Patriot. There you go.
Welcome. Finally.
Hello.
I'd nearly forgotten the question I had to ask earlier. Oh my goodness. So, as the Iran war is intensifying, really, do you think that nuclear non-proliferation in Israel could happen?
Like the treaty, them sign into the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, excuse me?
Yeah, because Israel really has a leg up in the region because they have nuclear weapons.
Well, yeah, supposedly. What's the question?
Is nuclear non-proliferation really possible with Israel?
Well, they already practice non-proliferation. I'm asking you, are you asking me, do I think Israel will sign into the NPT? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah. Good.
No.
Just really the big question here.
No, I don't think, or at least I have no reason to think that. I don't know if I particularly care or don't, but I have no reason to say yes to that question. So I'm going to go ahead and just default to, well, the default. No. Do you think others like India or North Korea or anything, do you think they're going to sign the NPT?
Probably not, especially not North Korea. Probably not.
Okay. I mean, listen, I don't think the listen, I'm from in a perfect world, I would love to see non-proliferation around the entire world. In fact, I would like to see no one particularly have nukes, but because that's not a reality, I want the right people to have nukes, even if it's as a deterrent, which if Israel has had nukes since the 70s, I think is what people say, right? Well, they've very clearly shown that their intention is deterrence, and who better to have deterrence than the one state that is consistently being threatened to be wiped out? In fact, I can't think of another state that is even halfway as being told that they're going to be wiped out soon, other than Israel. Can you? Can you think of another state that gets the same threats?
United States.
People are threatening to wipe out the United States of America?
Well, Iran is. But...
Well, okay, that's one. Who else?
Oh, yeah, Iran, North Korea.
I don't think North Korea has ever threatened to wipe us out, but they have threatened to strike us. That's fair. I'll give you that. You know, it's kind of funny. All these people you've mentioned so far and others that I'm thinking in my head. Do you find it ironic that they're also the same people that hate Israel? It's almost like we have similar ideologies, us and Israel, and it's kind of funny that the same people who hate America also hate Israel. That's weird.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, this is really the only question I had to ask you, so thanks for your time.
Thank you. It's also weird how some of the worst violators in history, right, also are the ones that support Palestine. Like, if the Palestinians are on the right side of human rights, if you will, it's funny how the ones that back them are the ones that are just the absolute biggest violators of human rights.
All right, so we got the next guy. I don't even know how it's TWZZ Twazlaw.
Yeah, that's perfect. Hi, how you doing?
What's up, Twizzlaw? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so I know that the biggest topic right now is Iran and Israel. I just wanted to slow things down a bit, talk to you a little bit about what's going on in Lebanon.
Okay.
So, as you know, about 6,500 people have been killed since October 2023. And recently, it's been about 2,500 killed.
Based off of what?
Excuse me?
Based off of what? Where are you getting those numbers?
Oh, I can send you. It's Reuters. The
Reuters.
UN
It's pronounced Reuters, but I'm saying what is it based off of? Reuters is a media company. They're not a source, right?
This is based off UN statistics. Sorry.
I didn't know the UN did a count. I thought the UN said that they haven't verified and it was coming from. Okay, fine. Anyways,
yeah,
let's go with
the UN Human Rights Office said on Friday it has documented patterns of attacks on civilians. I'm just reading off the website.
Sure.
Off attacks on civilians in populated areas and residential buildings in Lebanon and Israel. Now, these numbers compared to Israel, we all know it's much lower.
Wait, where you said you were reading it? Where does it say 6,500 were civilians?
Oh, okay, hold on.
Or
oh no, Reuters is talking about the recent tragedy, but the 6,500 I got off Wikipedia. I can read that off to you.
No, okay. How many of them were Hezbollah or Hezbollah affiliated?
In terms of Lebanon or Israel?
Well, I hope there's no Hezbollah in Israel, so I assume I'm talking about Lebanon.
Oh no, what I meant you asked was how many caused by Hezbollah.
No. How many of those deaths are Hezbollah or Hezbollah affiliated?
Hold on. I can tell you right now.
You can't because they
between 4,000 and 5,000 Hezbollah operatives and commanders killed.
Okay.
400
I don't know where they would get that number, but that would mean the majority of them would be
this
Hezbollah.
This is per IDF.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that would mean the majority of them by far
Hezbollah
would be
fighters injured.
Okay, so that means by far most of them would be Hezbollah members / commanders / whatever.
Right. Now, compared to Israel, it's 87 security forces personnel killed before 2026. I can get into the 2026 numbers in a minute, but 46 civilians killed before 2026, 13 soldiers killed, 3 civilians killed.
Good job,
now,
Israel.
During this recent tragedy in Lebanon, we have about 127 confirmed civilians killed after the ceasefire, and I can give you that. That's Reuters as well.
Again, I can't imagine how they can say it's confirmed civilians, but keep going. I'm listening. What's your overall question? No, I don't. When you say I can tell you or send you the real quick, when you tell me I can send you, I don't think you're lying. You don't have to send it to me. I believe the numbers you're reading. What I'm saying is this idea to say it's confirmed civilians. I reject that premise. But again, I'm very curious on what the question is going to be. So go ahead and ask. What is your question?
My question is, don't you think Israel in this current state? Because to me, what this sounds like is just straight murder. This is just what
like straight murder.
There's a difference between self-defense, where they're in a war and people get killed from both sides. But it's so disproportionate.
That's not what defines war. That's not what defines war at all. You're just making up definitions to push a narrative. War has never been defined. One second. War has never been defined. It's not to me. I don't get to make the decision of what is the reality of war, what is defined as war. You don't get to. So this is the problem with I don't know if you're pro-Palestinian or not. So when I say pro-Palestine, I'm just generally speaking here, anti-Israel, whatever you are. Okay, perfect. Right? The problem with you guys is you guys make up definition and you say exactly, by the way, you're not the only one that says this. I've debated a lot of people. They all say the same thing. Well, what do you define it as? I don't define it as shit. I am not the arbitrator on it, okay? What it is defined is a conflict between, I'm giving a simplified definition. Obviously, we can expand if you want, but it's a conflict between either two state actors or actors within a state, right? Two or more, I should say, because sometimes, obviously, there can be more. And so war has never once ever been defined. It's a conflict between two actors unless one actor is really, really, really winning and the other one's not, and it's disproportionate. And now it doesn't become a war anymore. Now it's murder. Can you please tell me where in the definition it ever says it's a war until the numbers get too unbalanced? Where are you getting that part from?
It's not a war. But you
did say that actually. You said this doesn't seem like a war anymore. You said it looks like straight murder. You did say that actually.
It looks like straight murder, is it not?
Right, and then when I asked you, okay, you're kind of ignoring what I just asked you, but I'm gonna remind you of what you said.
Right,
you said,
I'm not saying that it's not a war. I'm saying it looks like murder.
I got you. I don't really care what something looks like. I'm not here to go off of feelings. I'm not here to debate what things look like. I'm here to debate.
It's not going off feelings. I just told you numbers.
It is. Okay. Just let me finish, okay? And then maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
So, one, you are going off feelings because you're just saying it looks like something. That's quite literally feelings. That being said, I'm not here to talk about that. What you said was it doesn't look like war. It looks like straight murder. And then when I said you said it doesn't look like war, you were like, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Second, okay, I asked you where in the definition, because I asked you why is it that it looks like straight murder and not war, and you said because it's so disproportionate. And I asked you where in the world did you get this idea that the definition of war changes once the difference in casualties becomes too unbalanced? Where does that come from? I need you to tell me where you got that from so we can move on from feelings to facts.
All right. So I'll admit my wrong in that.
Okay. So then how do I answer it?
And I'm going to go over the definition of war with you just so you can help me out. A war, this is just what I searched up. A war is a large-scale organized conflict between groups, usually countries or states, that involves the use of armed forces. It typically happens when disputes over territory, power, resources, ideology, or identity cannot be resolved peacefully.
Yeah, again, I don't know if I fully agree with that. What are you reading right now?
Oh, I just got this on ChatGPT.
Oh, well, did it give you a source?
No, it didn't.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna like crash out at the world just keeps using. Listen, I use AI at times, but I use it as a tool to actually help me find information, not just like read it directly.
Yeah, but
I don't think it was the worst definition. I just think that it's a little bit more. I would say it's a state of intense.
Well, there's more here. If you want me to read it, it's just like.
Well, what I would say is I would add in the word intense, right? A war is a state of intense armed conflict between nations, states, or again, organized groups within a nation or a state. And the reason I would add intense is because I wouldn't say every conflict where there's violence. I wouldn't say it's automatically war. So I would add in the word intense, and I would also
include that. You're right. They say they often have major consequences, including loss of life, destruction of infrastructure, and long-term political and social changes.
I think that's a fair starting point.
Okay. Now, going off this definition.
So can you tell me, going off that definition, where does it say, and then it changes if one side's winning too much?
Right. Like I said before, let's just move forward with the fact that I was wrong at that point and I used my feelings.
Okay.
Let me backtrack. Look. With the numbers being stated, being heavily disproportionate, what is the goal of Israel to continue their reign in Lebanon? What is their point? Why are they still doing this?
Yeah, completely. I mean, if you took the time to just like read one more, like just actually like last week, her and Lebanon actually for the first time had like talks in I think decades. I can't remember the exact amount of years. And they specifically said that they're going to create 3 zones, right? Israel is going to withdraw to the southern zone, zone 1, where there's going to be no civilians allowed to return as of now, right? For the indefinite future. And it's south of the Litani River. And the reason they picked that, if you didn't know, have you ever read the 2006 security resolution or know about it from the United Nations?
Yeah, resolution, I think 1701 or something like that.
I think that sounds right. So you know about it, but just for the audience, just in case, essentially, long story short, it's supposed to be demilitarized south of the Litani River to the border. So that means the IDF, that means Hezbollah. Hezbollah has violated that every single day for the past 20 years. Now, does that mean it's Israel's problem? Well, it's literally Israel's problem. But does that mean Israel should be the one to enforce that security resolution? Normally, no. But for the past 20 years, the people that were really supposed to enforce that was the Lebanese government, and I'd say even more UNIFIL, which is part of the United Nations. They have both, and no one can deny this. I don't care if you're the biggest pro-Palestinian in the world. They've failed at that. Okay. Whether you think it's malicious or not, I think it's malicious. Maybe pro-Pali thinks it's not malicious, but regardless, we can agree that they have failed at that. Hezbollah has been violating it every day for 20 years. Now Israel has come in and said, if you're not going to do it, we're doing it for you. And the Lebanese government is actually starting to understand from Israel's point of view. So the Lebanese government has allowed for that zone. Zone 2 and 3, effectively, Israel's not going to touch if this agreement can be solidified with Lebanon's government. When I say the government, I mean not Hezbollah. I mean their actual government. Hezbollah is in The Lebanese parliament, I think they are like the third most popular, maybe fourth, and they do have veto power, but I'm not talking about them. So from there, they're saying that the Lebanese government is solely responsible for dismantling Hezbollah, okay? And they're going to work with Israel. And the goal, to answer your question, is to continue until Hezbollah is completely dismantled. And once that happens, Israel is going to withdraw from the security zone of Zone 1, go back into Israel. Then the civilians can... Actually, I don't think... There's not that many civilians. It's mostly just like it was small villages and just brushes. But I don't think they're ever able to return. I think it's going to turn into a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. Or you can call it a buffer zone. But the Lebanese government so far seems to be agreeing with that. It's not solidified yet. I think they're still doing talks. But that's the goal. It's to get rid of these dirty terrorists. We talk about occupation so much in this conflict, but nobody seems to care that Iran is occupying Lebanon right now, literally, through their proxy group. Hezbollah is a Iranian proxy group.
Okay. Now, I'm going to say something.
Sure.
What you're saying about that resolution, or sorry, what was the word for it?
You're talking about the talks they're doing?
Yeah, right. No. I'm referring to the 2006 resolution that they came up with.
Security Council
That's
resolution.
100% true. Now, it is debated that there's been that each side has done something to break this resolution.
Sure. What did Israel do?
Well, hold on. I'm about to move on, make one point, and then I'm about to come back to that. My point is, right, Hezbollah. Tell me if I'm wrong here.
Sure.
Hezbollah is a non-state armed group. It's not the entire country of Lebanon.
Well, true, and Israel has not struck any areas outside of the Hezbollah-controlled areas of Lebanon. So, true, and that's why we have seen the specific strikes that we have.
Right. I just want you to answer something for me, because I said this earlier in the conversation. What is it called? It's a rule of war, so something like that. How you can't really attack certain places or attack certain people. In Lebanon,
that's not particularly correct. There's different rules.
Hold
like, for
on,
example,
I'm
hospitals
sorry.
comes
Let
from
me
article.
just,
Okay, sure. Okay, go ahead.
Let me
Just don't want you to build a question off a false
you're right.
premise.
I'm trying to find the right words.
How about this? Just say it generally, and then we'll try to see what you're saying.
All right. Okay. Cool. Again, I said this earlier on in the conversation. 127 confirmed civilians killed. This is UN verified. 1,100 plus women and children killed over the course of this conflict. There is a point in war where you just, why women and children?
So you're,
and it's not like that on the end of Israel. Israel doesn't have numbers like that.
Well, again, I do not care at all about your idea that if Israel doesn't have that actually somehow matters at all. It really doesn't.
That's not
at
my
all.
point. My point.
No, I know, but
to
even add that in, it doesn't matter at all. America lost percentage-wise compared to Russia and also Germany. I mean, they lost significantly less. That doesn't mean I think now Russia wasn't, but the Axis powers, that doesn't mean I think they're the good guys because America lost. I don't care about that at all.
No. I'm not talking about good guys or bad guys. You mentioned the 2006 resolution. It doesn't make sense to say as well that Hezbollah has been breaking this resolution. Hezbollah has been doing this, that, and other.
Well, but real quick, we're kind of this is kind of separate. Let's go back to your first thing first, right? You're talking about first off, I want to say your 1,100 women and the children, and then also earlier you said like 5,000 Hezbollah members have been killed. Overall, you said 6,000 were killed, or 6,500, 6,000, whatever you said.
Since October 2023.
Right. So your numbers already don't make sense because if you add the 5,000 Hezbollah plus 1,100 women, that's already over the total because you said it was 6,000 was the total, and you haven't even counted because you just said women. You haven't even counted how many men were killed that were not Hezbollah. So right now, your numbers, you're kind of proving how these numbers are actually not true. I don't know if you meant to do that, but you're kind of proving that they're not true because basic math, you're already over it with women. What happens when you add in how many men have died that are not Hezbollah, how many children have died that, well, obviously are not Hezbollah? Like, over the number of the total,
right? But these are civilian deaths.
Right. That's my point. If 6,500 have been killed total, that includes Hezbollah and right, and civilian, and that's 5,000. And then you said 1,100 women, right? Let's add that on. So that would be 6,100. So already 100 over the total. And then you add in however many men, that would put you so much over. And then you add however many children, although Hezbollah sometimes does recruit quote unquote minors, so therefore children, but most children are obviously not going to be. That's going to put you even more over. So what I'm saying is your numbers are already debunking the original total. That was the point I was making. Though. It does, because of basic math. You said 6,000 have been killed since October 2023. And then you said 5,000 of them are Hezbollah. And then you said 1,100 women. So correct me if I'm wrong, but 5,000 plus 1,100 is 6,100, correct?
Between 4,500 Hezbollah operatives. Okay.
Right. Do you agree 5,000 plus 1,100 is 6,100?
Okay.
I'm just going to assume you said yes. And do you agree that 6,100 is more than 6,000?
I said 6,500.
Oh, I asked you, did you say 6,000? You said yes. Okay, fine. So 6,100. So now we have 400 left. So you think only 400 men and children who would not be Hezbollah, obviously not women, but men and children. You think there's only been 400 that have been killed?
Only 400 that have been killed?
Yeah, because that would get us to the 6,500. I don't know why you're acting like this is not just basic math.
More than that.
It looks like yeah, exactly. So your numbers don't make sense. What are you confused at? This is pretty basic math right now. Look, 5,000 Hezbollah, 1,100 women. That's 6,100. Okay, that leaves us with 400 left. Do you agree? 6,500 minus. Okay, great. So that means there is only 400 left to kill all men and children. I'm saying the numbers don't make sense already.
Okay, so these are two different sources I'm using.
Okay. But what is the source? You said Reuters. Let me just look it up so I can read it with you. You said Reuters. What's the title?
Actually, I can drop the link in chat if you want me to.
I don't have the chat. Just tell me the title real quick. You're reading it. It'll take 2 seconds.
Okay. Reuters, it's Israeli. Hold on. There's a paywall. Israeli strikes have killed at least 127 civilians
that's
in
probably
Lebanon
good enough.
since
That's probably good enough. Yeah, I see it. All right. This is going to say 6,500.
Let me give you my other source.
Oh, yeah. This doesn't even say anything about 6,500. Okay, Wikipedia. What's the Wikipedia page?
Do Hezbollah-Israel conflict 2023 to present.
Wait, did you say do like DUE?
Yeah, no. Like do, like like to do something. Yeah, do Hezbollah-Israel conflict 2023 to present.
2023 to present.
That's the 6,500 I'm getting.
Why did you say do?
And the 1,100 I'm getting from.
Hold on one sec. Let me just read this all together so I just know. Okay, yeah. So right off the bat, it says right here, I'm on the same page. It says Lebanon, 4,047 killed. That's okay. So 4,047 killed since, I didn't really say October, but it says before 2026. So let's go with that. And then since the 2026 war, 2,167 kills. So that's not 6,500. I'm doing quick math. Let's just say 4,100 and 2,200 just to make it like easy math. That's 6,300. And that's me rounding up, by the way. It's probably closer to 62, 6,250. So again, the numbers just don't make sense at all. Also, on top of that, it specifically says, 4,000 to 5,000 Hezbollah operatives and commanders killed. And then it says on top of that, 400 plus militants killed, which doesn't necessarily mean Hezbollah operatives and commanders, right? It could, but I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily automatically mean that. And then 9,000 Hezbollah fighters injured. I think you said that, but we'll put injuries aside because that doesn't really particularly matter right now. And then per Hezbollah's own estimates, it also agrees with the 5,000 Hezbollah fighters killed. In fact, it's actually even more than IDF, because IDF said 4,000 to 5,000. Hezbollah actually just says 5,000. And then 557 killed in Syria. Yeah, the numbers don't make sense. Where did you get the 1,100? Is that on the Wikipedia?
No. That's Lorient. Let me give you that. Sorry.
Lorient? What is that?
Yeah. Sorry, I just had the website pulled up.
No, you're good. I just think it'd be faster if we just read it together, because I already off the bat, your Wikipedia numbers were wrong. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't know. I think you're being a little.
It is UN. The title is UN Deadly 2023 Israel attack on Reuters. AFP journalist in Lebanon.
Israel attack on Reuters, you said?
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means. Lorient today. Okay. And this one says 1,100 women?
Yes, women and children.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. So you just said women alone. Now you're saying it's women and children. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Now we're getting a little bit more to the truth here. So it says Morris Tidball Binns, UN Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial Summary or Arbitrary Executions, also told a press conference in Beirut that more than 1,100 women and children were killed in Lebanon during more than a year of hostilities. Okay, you said just during the war. This is going back. Okay, got it.
Yeah. This is going back to 2023. I wasn't.
Okay, fine. I will say, one, it's starting to make a little bit more sense because I thought you just meant women alone. It's women and children. Second, no. I don't know who Morris Tidball Binns is. I get it. He's a special rapporteur. These people, just because they work with the UN doesn't mean they don't lie. Francesca Albanese is a special rapporteur and she lies consistently. And I'm not saying like from a bias she lies because I'm pro-Israel. I mean, she's literally been called out, even by sometimes the United Nations themselves, as saying numbers that are unverified, which is their way of saying this is a lie, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say I'll look more into Morris Binns. I don't know exactly who he is, but I would like to know how he knows 1,100 have been killed. My guess is he is repeating talking points that were fed to him. But let me see if I can find more information.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to make this quick little point.
Sure.
Just going back. Oh shoot! Hold on, my bad. My phone just turned off.
You're good. We can hear you.
I know, but like I have all my talking points on my phone. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, fine, fair enough.
Oh, can we also talk about displacement too, or can I mention that real quick?
Sure, yeah, go for it, man.
111,000 Lebanese civilians displaced due to Israeli bombardment.
Yeah, and about 100,000 Israelis have been displaced due to Hezbollah bombardment. What's your point?
My point is, going back to what I was saying before, this conflict. How can you say that Hezbollah did this, Hezbollah did that since the 2006 resolution, when these numbers just compared to Israel are crazy?
Well, first off, the displacements are actually very similar, 100 to 111,000. That's almost the exact same. But once again, dude, you're doing this thing, which is complete feelings. You're saying that the numbers are not comparable. And I'm asking you, and I'm going to force you to answer this time because we keep going back to the same, no offense,
I'm
dumb
saying
talking
it
point.
as an observation.
I got you. It doesn't really matter if it... Well, first off, everything you're saying is an observation. No shit. So that doesn't make it less dumb.
No, what I mean...
Yes,
okay.
yes, it is. It's all an observation. Everything is an observation.
Just ask that question.
Okay, great. My question for you is, can you tell me why I should care about the numbers not being comparable and why it is ever been a thing worth considering in warfare?
Okay. Let me just give you a better reason.
Well, no, can you answer that? Because that's one reason you gave me, and you've given it like three times now. We keep going back to it. So can we...
There's an exact answer I have for this. Just give me a second.
Did you like memorize any of your... I know you have talking points in your phone, and that's fine. I'm not like saying you can't have talking points, but like we keep waiting for you to have
there's
like,
one thing that I was trying to bring up earlier that speaks
you can still bring it up, dude. I'm not trying to say like once you answer this, you're done. Can you answer that first?
I'm just trying to find the right words for it. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right.
International law.
Yes.
Now, what does international law dictate about like being overly aggressive or being ruthless, I guess you could say?
Yeah, again, I have no problem answering that, but can we first answer about the numbers not being comparable? Your ruthlessness is exactly the same regardless if you also have just as many people on your side die. It doesn't actually change the actions that you did.
Okay.
Are you saying it would be more just? Well, let me ask you real quick. Are you saying it would be more just? No, listen, I think it's justified what Israel is doing. You don't. Fine. From your point of view, are you saying Israel would be more justified in your eyes if they had more people die?
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
then your point. Then there's no reason to answer the question. Then there's no reason to answer the question because it doesn't actually attach to the original premise.
There is, because this is what I was trying to get to. International law, UN Charter, Article 51.
Yes,
all this,
I know.
Israel can claim self-defense, but there has to be distinction, proportionality, and necessity. I wanted to get to proportionality. That's why I keep talking about the numbers not being not being fair.
Okay, so real quick, UN Article 51, right? That's the one that says nothing in the I just want to read it exactly. Yeah, I know about it, but let me just so I get the words exactly right. Nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. Measures taken by members in the exercise of the right of self-defense shall be immediately reported to the Security Council and shall not in any way affect the authority and responsibility of the Security Council under the present charter to take at any time such action as it deems necessary in order to maintain or restore international peace and security. Do you agree that you added words to it?
Technically not.
No, technically, literally literally you did. Now you can say we can still talk about it and I have no problem talking about international humanitarian law, IHL, law of armed conflict. We can talk about that, but for Article 51, you didn't just technically, you literally added words to it.
Proportionality?
Amongst other things, but yes, true.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
When you talk about the law of armed conflict with proportionality, what's talking about is military advantage versus, in this case, what you're talking about, civilian harm. Okay, and that's fair. Right. We can talk about that. You're trying to switch it to proportionality, meaning your military actions can be more or less based off of how many you have proportionally had killed versus them. That's not what proportionality means. It doesn't mean, you have killed. Hold on. Almost there. You do not, proportionality doesn't mean, well, you've killed, let's say, 1,000 civilians, but you've only lost 10 civilians, so you're not meeting the law of proportionality. That's not what that means. Do you get that? I need you to get that. This is very important.
Okay,
cool, perfect. So can you answer my original question?
Wait, hold on. Can we just stay on this for just
holding
for 2 more minutes?
I really would love to get an answer. Fine, I'll hold on longer.
Just for 2 more minutes. Just for 2 more minutes.
Well, I don't understand why can't you just answer this question now? Why do I have to keep answering more and more questions before you answer my one question?
About numbers and why they matter, about being proportional? Because this charter specifically
doesn't say
about international law mentions it.
It does not.
And an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, which would be excessive.
Are you talking about Article 51 still?
Yeah,
Article 51 doesn't say that. You're talking about additional protocol 1. Got it.
Article 51 5B.
Yes, okay, I got you. You said the UN Charter. You're not talking about the UN Charter anymore. You're talking about additional protocol 1. That's separate.
Well, that's where it started, and I'm going from there, and then I'm just reading along. You don't got to be difficult, man. Jeez.
No, of course I do.
Let's give him a couple more minutes and bring somebody else up because
an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated, is prohibited.
I agree. That's true. Well, first off, you added the "is prohibited" part. I find it funny that you keep. Why is it that you keep adding? Why is it that you keep adding words to push your claim? You are. Okay, for everyone in the comment, I'm going to read what 5B actually says because he added words and he skipped some words. This is what the words actually say. An attack which may be expected to cause incidental... Stop talking. An attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, he said that, damage to civilian objects, he didn't say that, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated, period. He added the is prohibited. What it says after, right, attacks against the civilian population or civilians by any way of reprisals would be prohibited. That's true. Now, can you tell me, has Israel done that? If they have done that, stop. No, that's actually Section 6. You were talking about 5B.
Attacks against the civilian population.
Keep reading.
By way of reprisals are prohibited.
Thank you. Perfect. Has Israel done that?
Hold on. By way of reprisals. I don't know what that means. Sorry.
Oh my God. Well, that makes a lot more sense. So you can bring someone else up, but reprisal is when you do something like specifically a harmful action in return, like specifically as a retaliatory act, right? Like if they were saying we're so mad at Lebanon or Hezbollah or whoever attacking us that we're going to attack specifically just their civilians as a way of like revenge against you, that's what that means. But never mind. All right, whatever.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. All right, we got the next person. Patriotic conservative. Go ahead.
What's up, Nick?
Hey,
so nice to meet you. I've been following you for like months now.
Nice, thanks.
I really appreciate how you're trying to shift the online trajectory back into being pro-Israel again. I really do believe the American people need to wake up, like, on what's really happening in the Middle East. So I just have two like debate advice questions.
Sure.
What would be the counter argument to the claim that Israel funded Hamas?
Israel funded Hamas. Okay, so where this comes from generally is from some of the reports about a 2018 thing, but generally comes from a 2019 closed door meeting that the Likud party had, or people of the Likud were in. We don't actually know what the words were said, but what people said was that Netanyahu came out and said specifically that if we want to keep the Palestinian Authority and Hamas disengaged from each other, right, and therefore this would prevent a two-state solution, we need to stop the freezing of funds that go into Gaza, which is meant for humanitarian purposes. Of course, the Gazan government, whether we liked it or not, was Hamas, but it was to go to Gaza. Okay. Now, a couple things. One, excuse me, it's important to note that Netanyahu was asked about this specifically also in 2019. There's a Jerusalem Post article on it, and I'm sure other people reported on it. But they asked, hey, why are you wanting to unfreeze funds into Gaza? And Netanyahu said, well, they're supposed to go to humanitarian conditions, and if we don't, they'll find nefarious ways to get money, so we're going to ensure that we are overseeing it, so that way we know it's going towards humanitarian funds. One, you can say like, well, 1B, I should say, you can say that hindsight's 2020 and that wasn't a politically smart move. However, it's disingenuous to try to change it on what it actually was today. Two, the most important thing to notice is before that, the pro-Palestinian movement was crying their asses off and consistently saying it's not fair that Israel freezes funds. For those that don't know what I mean by that, what happens is like, let's say Qatar wants to put funding into Gaza. It goes to the Palestinian Authority. Israel decides how much and when they can release funds to Gaza, but it stays essentially in a holding, right? Netanyahu, all he said was, hey, why don't we, I'm not saying they released everything at once, but they're like, let's not hold it too long. Let's get funding going into Gaza. His thought was if we can get more funding in, then maybe they can actually build a society that they might still hate us, but maybe they'll build like humanitarian conditions. They can start building an economy, stuff like that. Now, of course, we know now that Hamas used not all of it, but a lot of it for terrorist reasons. Like, for example, a lot of these videos of these tunnels being destroyed, you can see like rebar and concrete in these tunnels. I promise you, nobody from the EU to even Arab nations were sending funding and supplies into Gaza for the purpose of putting it into their tunnels, or at least no one would be willing to admit to that. Okay, so that's important to note. Okay, it's important to note that the pro-Palestinians were begging Israel essentially to stop freezing funds. Netanyahu stops doing it, and now the same exact group, the pro-Palestinians, are now flipping it like a damned if you do, damned if you don't, and saying, oh, well, why did you release these funds? You funded Hamas. Nobody funded Hamas and asked them, hey, can you take this money so that way, 5 years later or 4 years later, you can use it to attack us? Nobody did that, right? So it's not so much about denying the full premise. Well, no, you should deny the full premise. Nobody funded Hamas. It was funding for Gaza, but it's not so much about denying that there wasn't funding that went into Gaza. It's about denying the thought that it was meant for Hamas. And more importantly, they're implying without saying that it was meant for Hamas to attack Israel, because their belief is that if Hamas attacks Israel, then Israel can just go in and, take back Gaza. As if, one, why did they even leave in the first place? They were just going to take it later. Why didn't they just take it then? Why didn't they take it in 1967 when they pushed, all the way through the Sinai, the entire Sinai? Why not just keep it then? Why even do all this just to get all this international criticism decades later? It doesn't make any sense. But that's the whole premise. It's ridiculous. Hamas was created in 1987 by Ahmed Yassin and Mossab Hassan Youssef, not the Green Prince's father, obviously. It was created as an armed section of the Muslim Brotherhood, as a terrorist organization, and anyone who thinks otherwise is ridiculous. Just look at the rest of Islam throughout pretty much the region, but really the whole world. You have so many. I mean, is Boko Haram created by Israel? Is the Taliban? Is Daesh? Is PIJ? Are they also an Israeli invention? How about PFLP or DFLP or PRC or Army of Islam or Mujahideen brigades? The militias in Nigeria that are slaughtering Christians right now, Hezbollah, Houthis, are all of these creations? The IRGC, are they also the Mossad? Like, it's insane to say, oh, it was just Hamas. Did anyone tell the IRGC? Because I'm pretty sure the IRGC is like, hey, wait a minute, we funded them and created them and, you know, weaponized them. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you on that. Like, I always knew this argument was deep down disingenuous. Like, I really don't believe that Israel funded Hamas with the intention that, like, they were going to eventually, like, attack them, and that they were going to use the attack to justify bombing Gaza. So thank you on that.
Well, it's also real quick. Sorry to interrupt, but it's also kind of funny that the pro-Palestinians are like, October 7th was an act of resistance and it's great, but also it was an act for Israel and it's all Israel's plan. It's like, wait, which one is it? Why are you celebrating it if it's secretly a plan from Israel? You know what I mean? It's a little hypocritical.
Yeah, exactly. So my last question would be, what would your response be to the I don't know if you heard about this, the rape dog allegations.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Well, first off, you literally cannot train dogs to rape people. That's not a thing. So first off, the idea actually comes from one source, from a guy from Euromed, which, don't be fooled, Euromed is not actually medical and it's not European. They named it that way definitely on purpose to try to trick people, especially in the West. And it has a lot of ties with Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, etc. But to answer your question, like, one, yeah, dogs can't be trained that way. There has been reports, like, in the past, that has nothing to do with Israel, where dogs have been mistreated so badly with the intent of trying to train them to do, if not this, something similar. And they found that dogs, like, at very most may, like, grab onto humans and, like, hump or something. But the idea that you can train, sorry to get graphic, but I kind of have to, the idea that you can train them to put their thing in a thing, like, the idea you can train them to do that is insane. You cannot. I also find it interesting that every major claim against Israel from the pro-Palestinians never has any proof. They always have some proof of some of these smaller things, and that's kind of their whole goal, is to give proof of these smaller things that removes all context. Like, of course children are dying in Gaza. Of course there's videos of it. I don't think anyone can deny that. And if you do, you're a weirdo. And so what they do is they're like, we prove this, and then we fill in the propaganda and say, trust us because we were kind of correct about this, so therefore trust us about all these other things, even though we're providing, of course, absolutely no proof of that whatsoever. It's insane.
Yeah, I knew deep down that the sources were untrustworthy. They usually always are when it comes to these allegations. Thank you very much. I really do pray that your work is successful. I really do believe that you're more America first than Nick Fuentes is.
Nick Fuentes is a moron. He has nothing to do with America first attitude. He's a plant to try to have the leftist parties speak to the far right, but they know that they can't speak to them through the mouths of people like AOC or Ilhan Omar, so they plant these people like Nick Fuentes to hijack those on the right that are so far that they are very easily swayed away from normal conservative parties.
It's the horseshoe theory in play. That's Agreed. What it is. All right, Agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra. All right, let's bring somebody else up. Let's see who's next. There you go. Deans, come up.
Hey, Nick, how's it going? Appreciate your work.
Hello, thank you.
So, Nick, I got a question for you. I mean, when you look at the PR war, the information space, it seems like the deck has always been stacked against the Israelis. There are fighting people, Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., who by virtue of the way that they fight, the intention is to maximize civilian casualties because they embed themselves within civilians and civilian infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And so my question for you is there really anything the Israelis can do better when it comes to PR, when it comes to the information space, or are they just, are they stuck between this rock and a hard place and there's not really much that they can be doing?
Yeah, I think they need to definitely do some stuff. I think Charlie Kirk's letter to Netanyahu made a lot of sense. As someone who's an American who does Hasbara, if you will, I fight disinformation. We are doing more than even sometimes the Israeli government. Now, on the flip side, you can argue that the Israeli government maybe doesn't want to have their own, people trying to debunk information because then it gives credibility to some of the dumbest shit. However, what I would say is Taiwan actually has a pretty effective anti-propaganda machine that they run because China's consistently doing propaganda against them. And what they do is they have a team that when China, lies about them, they almost immediately release a statement with correct information that they have at the time, pending a full investigation or whatever the case might be. I think Israel needs to adopt something like that. What Israel does, because they are professional military fighting against people that are not professionals, because they can just say whatever they want, and then the whole entire world hears about it, and by the time a full investigation or truth comes out, people have already moved on. You need to release. I'm not saying release something if you don't know, but there's things that right off the bat, and you just might not know everything. Release that information, make a statement, release that information pending a full investigation. That will do a world's difference. And then, in a day or two, or maybe a week, whatever, make it as short as possible. Release the full findings. Hey, we found out blah 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 blah. For example, the IDF soldier, the despicable one that destroyed the symbol of Jesus Christ and the crucifix, right, in Lebanon. Right? Israel did very well. And I'll tell you why. Because it was almost immediate. They released a statement saying, hey, we are looking into this. This picture looks real, but we just want to verify. And if there is, we are going to take action. By the next day, not even 24 hours, they came out. They didn't deny it. They said this picture is real. It is real. It's real. Somebody actually did this, and we're going to take punishment. That person and the person filming went to the military prison. I don't know what they call their military prisons. They went for an entire month. Other people that were there that weren't filming or doing the action, they are being punished, but I haven't read about exactly what's happening with them, but they're being punished simply for you should have stopped him, even if you're not the one filming or doing it. And that's the perfect way to handle it. You release a statement immediately, you do an investigation as quickly as possible within 24 hours in this case, and you release a statement and you didn't deny it. Now we can say that guy was wrong. It doesn't represent the values of the IDF, and we're taking action against it to show that. And then we replaced the crucifix. And then it actually kind of helped. You know why? Because sure, the Jew haters and the anti-Israel people, they continue to say whatever they're going to say. They're going to say it anyways. But now a lot of people who were maybe not pro-Israel, but center, or people like me who were pro-Israel, we had something that's like, hey, look, this is the case. This is what's happening. And on top of that, it ended up showing more things that nobody looked at. For example, 6 months ago, give or take, there was the exact same crucifix and Jesus Christ symbol that was destroyed in northern Lebanon by Muslims. And that was months ago. Nobody even talked about it because, of course, no Jews, no news. But now more people were talking about that because of the hypocrisy. If Israel were to have responded by not responding or not doing anything, the entire, especially X and social media, would have just been up in limbo. Now we had a clear direction forward. So I think that's what Israel needs to do. They need to start releasing things immediately and quicken their investigations so that way they can release the full statement later.
I guess even if they do everything perfectly, even if they execute, even if they, move forward on all of your suggestions, by virtue of the apparatus that have been deployed against them, right? It really does seem like there's a lot of nefarious stuff happening with the influencers, with the podcasters. It's like everybody, started a podcast and all of a sudden decided to center Israel as the main focal point of every single episode that they create, right?
That's
so
true.
even if they perfectly execute when it comes to PR, when it comes to the information space, are they still going to lose? And so is it a fight that's even worth fighting from the Israeli standpoint?
Yeah, of course, it always is worth fighting. I mean, I really admire the Jewish teaching to save a life is to save the whole world. I think that should be expanded to everything in life. If debunking one thing is like debunking all major things, if we all had that attitude, even if you're not even pro-Israel, but you're just more for just kind of the truth and you don't hate Israel, if all of us did that, or even if half of us did that, it would make a world's difference. And like you said, they're always going to have stack against us. We just don't have the numbers. Right off the bat, most Muslims, obviously there's some Muslims that are Zionists, but most of them are obviously going to be anti-Zionist, and they're going to be very anti-Zionist, right? They're actually going to care about this topic. That's already a quarter of the whole world by itself. Just before we even get into like the Marxists, the leftists, the communists, the just even people that are far right-wing, people that are center that just don't like Israel, even before we get into any of that, a quarter of the entire world, 1 in 4 people are already going to be people who are Muslim who are probably going to be anti-Zionist.
Last question, Nick, and thanks for your time. Do you think that the intention of like ratcheting up all of this rhetoric is with the long-term strategic intent? I'm talking about like a post-Trump White House of justifying some form of use of violence against the Israelis from the perspective of those that are maybe like supporting these podcasters that are trying to, win over hearts and minds to become anti-Zionist, et cetera, impacting the schools, funding all this stuff at scale. Do you think that that's the long-term strategic objective, or do you think that there's something else that's other
from them or from our side?
I think, well, I guess, I think that the question that I'm asking myself is for the people that are, motivating these podcasters, getting them to come to the GCC, the Middle East, funding some of them, like what is their end state? Is it to win hearts and minds to somehow justify violence against the Israelis at some point in the future, or what is their end objective?
It's to attack America and the West, and Israel is definitely a brick that stands in the way. And it's much easier to attack a minority of a people and Israel, especially when they already have enemies that surround their entire existence and entire land. It's much easier to attack that and weaken Western control. I'm not saying that there's not some hate towards Israel there to attack that, just because obviously Muslims have this desire to control that region, and they also have a desire to control Spain also, and Portugal. I mean, Andalus. But yeah, I just think Israel stands in that way, and it started with Operation SIG with the Soviets. I mean, it very clearly started with Operation SIG, and it's just expanded to what we see today.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Have a good night. All right, let's bring somebody else. Are you doing good, Nick?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
All right, we have also a couple of questions, written questions. We could do that in a little bit. I guess I'll bring some people up still, and then we'll go into it. Do you want to do that, or you
keep
want
going? Yeah. If there's someone waiting to come, bring them up. I'm gonna grab just a drink real quick, but I can hear. You can bring them up.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, next we got Israel Destroyer. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, finally up here, bro. Yo, I've been waiting, bro. 1 hour of boring, bro. Everybody has been so boring, bro. We about to cook. We about to cook all the Zionists today. It's gonna be a bad day for y'all. It's gonna be a bad day. Well, I think first of all, what we're gonna start with is the first topic. First of all, let's get some Z's in the chat. The first topic. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said that you were more America first than Nick. Let's put Nick to the side for a second. You have a Middle East flag behind you, an Israel flag behind you, and I suppose that's an Israel chain on your neck. Like, that's not America first.
Come on, Iran.
Nothing you're doing. No, above that.
Well, that's Israel. You said a Middle Eastern flag and Israel.
I meant Middle Eastern map. You have a map of the Middle East.
The map.
You have an Israel flag.
Yeah, I'm getting my degree in Middle Eastern history.
Yeah, but why you have an Israel flag and an Israel chain?
Because I support Israel.
But how is that? How
real
is
quick.
That making America
I'm just confused.
First?
You said you were gonna.
How is that America first?
Well, I'll get to it, but you said you were gonna destroy it. This is how you're destroying by saying I can't support other people outside of America.
No, you shouldn't glaze them and put them on your neck.
Well, I can do whatever I want. I'm an American. I serve
You can.
this
I mean,
country.
you can be a Shabbos goy,
Relax.
I'm relaxed,
say more
dude.
than 3 words. Anyways,
all right, permission granted.
A couple things. One, I I can do whatever I want. I served this country for about 12 years, and one of those things I served for was freedom. So if I want to wear this necklace or any other necklace, of course I can. I also have the American flag tattooed on my heart. I have the American flag tattooed here as well. I also have a big ass American flag. I even have a second one right there below the Declaration of Independence. So when you say I have all these things, so how do I love America? I mean, I also have all those other things. Of course I love America.
Well, you
Is
can't
this really
serve
your
two
best
masters.
argument?
No,
I'm not
it was
serving
a
any
side
master.
point, but you shouldn't have an Israel flag up in your room.
America's
No, dude,
not
you
my
said,
master
oh no,
either.
you're not gonna let me talk, dude. Not gonna let me talk. You're gonna filibuster.
Because you're misrepresenting what I said. I don't serve
Who's
any
not letting
masters
who talk, bro?
other than God.
No,
In
look, just sit down for a second.
America-
Just sit down for a second. Can I talk now? You're like 30 years old in your living room defending it.
So, anyways, listen. If you want to come up, that's fine, but you have to relax a little bit, okay? You say you're gonna cook. Cooking is not just screaming over everyone, okay? So, anyways, the point is that I don't serve any masters other than God. All right, America also. If you believe like America or the government of America or whatever, the land, I don't know what it is, but what you mean by that. If you believe that that's somehow a master over me, it's not, and I hope you agree, unless maybe you're an atheist. I don't know, maybe you're not, but yeah, I serve God even over, but I don't serve two masters. If you want to come back up, you can, but you need to calm down. I haven't even gotten into cooking you and you're already crashing out. Just relax. And do you have like an actual claim?
All right, I'm gonna chill out because I'm making you nervous, so I'm gonna
Nobody's nervous. I couldn't here, I'm the only one not screaming.
We're gonna get to a real topic. We're gonna get to a real topic.
Perfect.
So
that's great. So you agree? You weren't talking about a real topic before. I'm
no,
glad
I
you
was
admitted
just putting you on your heels for a second. So, on terms of like the war with Iran, right? Everyone's watching what's going on. Everyone has a lot of opinions about it, but I think what we all know is that the United States launched a war against Iran, which was unprovoked, and according to both Marco Rubio and President Trump, this war was launched primarily because the Israelis said they were going to attack Iran
Marco
and
Rubio
essentially
never said that.
put the United States.
Marco
Well, allow
Rubio
me to
never
finish.
said that.
Allow
Like,
me
you're
to
just
finish.
lying. It's a lie.
Allow me to finish.
Allow you to finish
My
what?
son,
You're building
allow
it
me
off
to
of a
finish.
lie.
Allow me
Okay,
to
so
finish.
Marco
my
Rubio
son.
never said primarily. He never said that. Just so everyone knows.
And this war was launched out of basically a blackmail. Not a blackmail, basically a
Never
threat.
said that either.
We're gonna
None
do
of this was
this.
said.
We're gonna do this, so you better get on board. So how do you respond to that? Permission granted to speak.
I respond that you just lied, so there's nothing to respond to. He never used the word primarily ever. In fact, 5 seconds after the thing you're quoting, if you just kept watching, they specifically said, so you're telling me that you did this because Israel was going to attack? And he said, no, of course not. They said that they moved it up, and the reason is actually because they had intel, which we know to be true because it worked, that Khamenei was in a room, it was going to be in a meeting, and so even Israel actually moved their attack up too. I would ask you, why did Israel move their attack up?
Where's your source for that? Where's your source for that?
Yeah, it's in the meeting that you're quoting, the interview with Marco Rubio. What's your source for Marco Rubio or Trump? You said both said it. Where's your source that they said it was primarily due? Right, remember, you said the word primarily. I want to make sure you don't backtrack from that. I want to know where they said...
No, yeah. Yep, let's read this. So cool. I'm going to post the article in chat. New York Times article says here, on Monday, Marco Rubio told... sorry, let me post it. Hold it.
Right.
All right. On Monday, Marco Rubio told reporters on Capitol Hill that the United States struck Iran provocatively in a defensive way under the assumption that Iran would target U.S. forces after Israel began its own attack on the country. But on Tuesday...
That's true. That's not what you said.
But on Tuesday, ahead of a pair of classified briefings, Rubio sought to play down Israel's role. So he backtracked on this, and you jumped on the backtrack and believed it.
Stop.
So what happened there?
Stop.
Go ahead.
So where's the quote where he said we did this primarily because Israel did it? Where's that?
It wasn't... What I said wasn't an exact quote. What
so
I'm
when
saying
you quote
is...
somebody... Wait, hold on, stop. So when you quote somebody, you're telling me you're going to add words to change what they actually mean?
Well, if you listen to what I said Marco Rubio was saying, and then the way I used the sentence was as a paraphrasing statement, not a literal quote, or I would have said Marco Rubio stated. So you need to learn English, dude.
Well, actually, you did say that. You said
so
Trump and Rubio said Well, yeah, your point was debunked already with your own source, right? They, of course,
How have you
when you
debunked it?
work with, when you do a cooperation with any other military, in this case Israel, of course you're going to coordinate with each other. Your statement, you said that both Trump and Marco Rubio said, was that the reason that they attacked Iran was primarily due to Israel, that we're going to attack them. Okay, that's what you
it
said.
said. That's what he said.
That's not
You want
what
me to
it
post the
says at
quote in
all.
chat? Let me post it.
We can read it
Because you're
again. I have it
lying.
up on Monday.
All right, now I got it right here.
Stop
I got it right here.
screaming. Okay. All right, I'm going to read it one more time, okay? On Monday, Mr. Rubio told reporters on Capitol Hill that the United States struck Iran proactively in a defensive way under the assumption that Iran would target U.S. forces after Israel began its own attack on the country, right? This is what New York Times says. The quote is this. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put American troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He argued that the long-planned campaign to strike Iran, an effort by Israel to lobby President Trump to join the effort, was not what influenced President Trump or Mr. Trump to decide to take military action. Instead, Mr. Rubio said it was the threats of Iran's increasing military capability and growing arsenal of weapons. Here's another quote. The president of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. Ms. Rubio said the president said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. So it's funny when you quote Rubio in this case, and then you take out the part where Rubio quoted saying that's not why, and Trump already planned to attack them. By the way, Trump has been saying this since the 1980s, okay? But he's definitely been saying it since 2011. So what the problem with your argument is that you want to quote Rubio when you selectively choose what he says is, but then you want to ignore what Rubio says right after that debunks you. You either get to quote a guy as credible or you don't, right? You don't get to say he does or doesn't. Anyways, this guy crashes out too much. So let's give him like I don't know, some time to like relax. And then maybe in 10 minutes you can come back up if you want to bring somebody else up.
Yeah. I got Spike. Hi, Spike.
Hello. How are you guys doing? I have a question, if I may. My question is, don't you think in America there's a rise of un-American, basically, ideology that basically goes against American interests from American-born citizens? And there's a rise of this basically internal enemy that is trying to destroy America from within.
Who's the internal enemy?
American-born citizens that have ideologically want basically the death of America.
Right. What is your question? Do I believe those exist? Yeah.
No, there is basically a rise, basically a huge rise of these people in the American society that basically hate America. They want only to destroy it. They are also voted and have representative in American government, Congress, Senate, and so on. Not to mention in position of power because they were basically they came here, they studied in Ivy League universities and so on. So they were basically funded basically by foreign agents that to put in places of power in American society.
Is there a question here? I'm so confused.
Okay, the question is that is there basically a rise of like huge rise in trying to politically basically put people in position of power in American society to represent not American interests, but foreign interests?
Sure. I think that the population has gone up and part of that population is going to be leftists who hate America. So I guess the answer is literally yes. I'm not really sure what your point is.
Okay. Second of all, I want you, for example, to so in the Middle East, tell me one country that has more rights for minorities than Israel does. That is a huge.
I'm not sure.
They need to answer. No, nobody has, because in the Middle East, for example, a Muslim woman cannot marry a Christian guy. It's illegal in majority of the Middle Eastern states. So individual rights are not the same in the whole Middle East, a part of Israel, basically.
Okay.
Yes. And thank you for your time. I didn't. You're doing great, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to not to ask you, but to other people in the chat, so they can basically understand the situation Israel is in.
Okay. Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
Spike. All right.
No problem.
We got Variety. Here you go. Let's bring you up. Oh, there you go. Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
So, generally speaking, when it comes to Israeli geopolitics and foreign policy in general, most of the framing by Zionists and others tends to be from the framework of, oh, hey, whatever Israel's doing needs to be within its own security interests. So because of that, I'm interested, what do you think about the fact that Israel has been complicit in the ethnic cleansing of Armenians by Azerbaijan, specifically given the fact that they are a substantial supplier of the military of Azerbaijan, roughly about 70% according to the Times of Israel,
what year was
of
that?
their weaponry, including
what year was
kamikazes, excuse me. 2020 and 2023 specifically.
Perfect. 2020 was the year that you were talking about.
And 2023 as well.
The Times of Israel
when they were
article.
Doing offensive, both of them.
The Times of Israel article.
I believe that was reported on the 2020 attack, but most independent reporting from Israel and related to Azerbaijan suggests similar figures of about 60 to 70% in terms of military supplies. Sure, 1 second.
Thank you.
Yeah, just put in the side chat. So yeah,
and you
roughly
said this
about
says 65
70%.
or 70% in here.
Yeah, they quoted nearly 70%.
70.
Yeah, based on our
yeah. What does it say? What is okay? Perfect. This is why I love bringing these up, because they're always disingenuous. Can you read the words right after 70%?
Yeah, between 2016 and 2020, which is when the studies were done.
So
but
when I
from
said
all
perfect, real quick. So when I said yes, I agree of 2020, but not 2023, and you said no, independent studies show it was 2023 and on, and I said, can you source that? You sourced something that debunked you. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but can you give me a source that says what you said this would say? Because this doesn't say that. It says between 2016 and 2020. I know you're wrong, because Israel actually walked back some military connections and contracting from Azerbaijan even before the September 2023 attack in Armenia.
Okay, when it comes to reporting on Israel's supplying of the Azerbaijan military, we don't have any more recent figures, at least publicly available.
Perfect. So why did you say it?
What
then?
we do know is that
real
during...
quick, so why did you say it then? Why did you say it? Did you think I wasn't going to question your sources, and you just thought you'd slip one past me?
I specifically mentioned the 2020 offensive, but from what we know, based on the 2023 offensive,
that didn't ethnically cleanse anyone. So I don't really care about the offensive. You're talking about. I assume you're talking about the September 19th, 2023 attack, or am I wrong?
Yes, in general, the policies that Azerbaijan has been taking since 2020, which have specifically,
the ethnically
which is specifically to remove the Armenian people from that area so they can retake it.
Yeah, so anyways, this is incorrect. So what happened was, it was a September 19, 2023, Azerbaijan did a 24-hour military offensive to reclaim, by the way, it was reclaiming, but reclaim full control of this specific territory. So nothing had that happened in 2020. Yes, there was conflicts, but not this. So again, I have to question you, because you said there's independent sourcing saying 70% of their military equipment comes from Israel in 2023 and on. And I asked you, where is that? And now you just said 5 seconds ago, well, we don't actually have any sourcing that says it, so we don't know. So my question for you is, why did you say that? Did you think I just wasn't going to ask for your sources?
No, all independent reporting that we currently have, if you want to debate that point, but only focus on 2020, or if you want to use the qualifier of based on the most recent information we know about Israeli contributions to Azerbaijan military.
Recent information we know is between 2016 and 2020.
Yes, we don't have any other like reports on it after that.
Right. So after the offensive that you're talking about in 2020, Israel started to withdraw some contracting militarily from Azerbaijan. So what you're asking me to do effectively, one sec. What you're asking me to do effectively is blame Israel for not reading the future. But what Israel did after these offensives, which by the way, I'm not here to even argue for or against. I'm just saying the facts of the matter. What they did was they actually started pulling away from more military contracting. So isn't that what you should do? Didn't Israel do the right thing?
No, that's actually incorrect. In 2023, they signed deals to supply satellites.
Agreed. Nowhere near 70%.
To Azerbaijan.
That's true. They should be allies with Azerbaijan over Armenia. You're not asking. You're not here to ask.
Okay,
why
okay,
is
including
Israel,
after the ethnic cleansing.
Stop. You're not here to ask why are they allies with Azerbaijan or Armenia. If you ask me that, I'd tell you exactly why, because Armenia sides with the IRGC. This idea that you're saying that, oh, they shouldn't side with Azerbaijan because that's bad. Dude, Armenia sides with IRGC, which is way fucking worse. So of course they should side with Azerbaijan. Your question is not why did they side with it. Your question was why did they help ethnically cleanse the Armenians? If you don't believe me, you can go on my YouTube, rewind it. That's exactly what you said.
Okay, so Nick, you believe and you support the fact that you support Israel as it supports Azerbaijan, including in the present, even if you want to have some arguments over the numbers, as they are committing an ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians. Is that correct?
Yeah, again, so this is a straw man argument what you're doing. And the numbers, you can't say regardless of the numbers are actually pretty important because the numbers is kind of what your whole entire argument was originally based off of before I called you out on your own why. Stop talking. Stop. The numbers are important because that was the entire premise you brought up. If it wasn't important, you wouldn't have brought up the numbers. So don't just because you got called out and lying, try to pretend that the numbers don't matter now. Second, I support if Israel feels the need that it is security is more better in the hands with siding with the Azerbaijani government versus Armenia, I would say that from an outside point of view, it makes sense because as you, I think, know, maybe you don't, Armenia sides with the IRGC, a genocidal, awful regime. And so it makes sense for Israel to be like, well, we're not going to ally with a people that side with the IRGC. On top of that, if you look at the borders of Azerbaijan, the land borders with Iran is significantly longer compared to Armenia, which is a very, very tiny spot, right? So it also makes sense strategically to have allyship with them over Armenia. That's what I'm saying. Don't straw man or change my quote. Don't do that. What I said is my quote.
But you would agree, despite the allegations and the strong evidence we do have of ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians, you do still continue to support the Israeli relationship as with Azerbaijan, even as Israel is continuously supporting them after even the 2023 offensive.
Yes, I do. If Armenia wants to side, by the way, notice how I don't think that Armenia should be put under a certain microscope by you just because they side with the IRGC. If you were using your own logic, if you really were against Armenia, then you should think that we shouldn't care about Armenia. Are you using that logic? Because they're siding with the IRGC. Do you think we should not care about what happens to Armenia because they're siding with the IRGC?
No, what I am saying is specifically they're committing an ethnic
it's kind of a yes or okay, great, perfect.
Armenia is
you're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. You're avoiding the question. My question for you is, do you think we should have less care or even no care for Armenia because they are siding with the IRGC? Because that's what you're saying we should do with Israel because they're siding with Azerbaijan. My question is do you hold that same standard with Armenia who is siding with the IRGC? Either the answer is yes and you're not a hypocrite, but then you're wrong, or you're going to say no and you're a hypocrite and then I don't care about your opinion. Which one is it? I need you to answer the question. Stop ignoring the question. Stop ignoring the question. Stop ignoring the question. I don't care. I don't care. Stop ignoring the question. My question is very simple. Do you hold that same standard? It's a yes, I do, Nick, or no, I don't. Which one is it?
The thing is, your framing is completely wrong.
Okay, great. I'm going to try one more time. Okay, great. Okay, fine. You guys, I am going to answer your questions. Even if I think they're dumb questions, notice I'll still answer them. You don't get to, one, cut me off while I'm answering them, but two, you also don't get to ignore my questions just because you don't have a good point. You could have just said, you know what, Nick? Yes or no. I don't know. Either way, it would have been probably a fault towards you.
Himself. It was just the same thing over and over, like just repeating.
I don't know why they don't just say, I don't know. That's
right. That would be, that would be fair. Okay, Lawrence, T.E. Lawrence, you're up. Go ahead.
Good evening, Nick.
Hello.
I'm a serviceman myself. I'm a former 11 Bravo reclass, but
nice.
I would like to discuss with you about situations in Lebanon, specifically historically behind conduct of the Israeli military. But first, in opening, I would like to dedicate everything I say to the 34 sailors killed on the USS Liberty in the 1960s, as well as give respect to every Christian martyr that served and fought against Israel and its actions in the Middle East. But now, next.
What's the name, real quick, what's the name of those sailors, or give me one of their names?
Do I have to give you every name?
No,
I'm
just
not
one.
talking about
just
that.
one. Just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Which one do you want?
Just any of them. Give me one.
I'm not talking about that. I want to talk about Kana.
You are talking about that. You said you care so much. I was a U.S. Navy sailor. I know their names, but you said you care so much about them. I'm just wondering.
I dedicated my opening statement to that. But anyway,
you just don't care about enough to know the names. Okay, got it. No, that's fine. It's fine. I got it. You don't actually care. I got it. No, it's fine. It's okay. Go on. Okay. Go on with your question. I just want to make sure everyone knows you don't actually care.
Good to go, brother. Cool. Good to go, my fellow uniformed brother. Good to go.
One that actually cares about them.
Sailor. Good to go, sailor. Anyways, I want to talk about the situation that happened in Kana in '96 when a UN compound was hit by Israeli artillery that was called on it due to the suspicion, quote unquote, of the use of that area as staging ground for hostile operations against the Israeli army, and specifically how Fijian peacekeepers fell into the situation. I'm going to walk into my room putting out this cigarette, and we're going to read the UN paper on what happened at Kana and how things took place and how this kind of correlates with the negative.
Is this going to take more than 30 seconds to get to your question?
Do what?
Is this going to take more than 30 seconds to get to the question you're going to ask?
What's the issue of it taking more than 30 seconds to get to the question?
Because there's just other people waiting.
Do you not want to discuss Kana?
No, I have no problem discussing it. I'm asking you, is it going to just take more than 30 seconds to get to it?
No, I'm pulling it up right now. I'm in my room behind my computer.
Wasn't that crazy?
So the first
question.
The April 18th, 1996 hit on the United Nations compound at Kana. And I would like to ask you what your opinion is regarding this situation, because it's quite literally in black and white, a violation of the laws of war. You understand this. Everybody else understands this. And how this correlates to perhaps a heavy-handed Israeli military response.
When was this? Can you tell me when it was?
Counterinsurgency.
When was this? You said this was in Ghana, and when was it?
In Kana, in Lebanon, in 1996, and this coincides with a trend that I've noticed of heavy-handed Israeli military responses during their stability operations, as well as in their activity in counterinsurgency. And I would like to hear your opinion of why the Israeli army does not behave heavy-handedly, in your opinion of this situation, which coincides with other situations we've seen.
What's your question? Why are they heavy-handed? Is that your question?
Why is the IDF heavy-handed, and why does the IDF consistently have a failure, that's another aspect, in positive identification of enemy targets? And there's a consistent issue with targeting and what they're targeting when it comes to indirect fires and precision fires and things of that sort, ending up targeting civilians, whether that's advertent or inadvertent.
Yeah, I would say they actually, both advertent and inadvertent, if you will, they actually usually are by far greater than the global average, especially when it comes to airstrikes. It's generally global average, and especially in the region, but not just in the region, is about 5 to 7 civilian deaths to one combatant, militant, whatever you want to call it, death. And the regional average sometimes is as high as 30 to 32 to 1. Like, for example, in 2016 Aleppo. Israel, even if you, like with Gaza, for example, it's nowhere near that. So I reject the premise. So it's kind of hard to answer your question.
You reject the premise of somewhat heavy-handed or aggressive Israeli military response. I mean, We can
Why do I
watch
care
videos
about
from Beit
aggressive
Salim.
response? Why should I care if
Well, I
a
mean,
response is
if we
aggressive or
watch
not?
videos from Beit Salim, where Israeli soldiers take part in offensive acts against unarmed civilians, and where the use of force does not coincide with a commonly understood outline of how use of force takes place, even in combat situations under rules of engagement, where you're not going to respond to a kid throwing a rock at you.
Wait, hold on. Let's go back to Kana.
Warning
You're kind
shots
of
are
all
not
over
a
the
commonly
place.
accepted method. Warning
Let's just go
shots
back
tend
to
not be
let's
a
just go back to
commonly
Kana. Let's just
accepted
I don't care about that's American. First off, that's not even true. It depends on the unit. That being said, I served in units where warning shots were authorized. Most of the time it wasn't, but it doesn't matter. That's the United States of America. They're not the United States of America.
I'm going to guess you were a CB if you were on the ground. If you were,
I was not a CB, and it also doesn't matter. My point still stands. But that being said,
you
stop
never served
interrupting
in a unit
me.
that was like that.
Okay, it doesn't matter. The point. Okay, if you just stop talking, it doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm telling you, I served in the unit where warning shots were authorized. You said it's not. Period. It's not sometimes.
They tend to not be, no.
Second, it also doesn't matter because this is not the United States of America. They're Israel. If they want to never do warning shots, that's up to them. If they want to always allow warning shots, that's up to them. It's like saying, it'd be like if we did warning shots and me saying, well, in Israel, they don't do warning shots, so why do we? You would say the same thing. You're like, why the fuck's it matter what Israel does? So it's just a stupid point. But that being said, can we go back to Kana? Do you agree that the artillery barrage was launched as a rescue fire to protect the which was the Israeli special force there, the Maglan patrol? Do you agree with that, or do you like reject?
Are
that
you
premise?
talking about? I'm not rejecting the premise because I'm reading the paper here. I'm not rejecting, as it's listed in the Israeli military account of events.
Okay, so
because here it mentions.
Okay, you're not, okay, perfect. I just want to know if you're rejecting or not. We don't have to change the subject.
I'm not disrespecting you. You can chill out. I'm not going to.
I'm not, dude. I'm not chill. It just I don't want to move on. That was like kind of a sub question to get to my next question, and you're kind of just like trying to change the subject. So you agree that or you don't reject that premise.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm talking about Kana. Anyways, we can.
I am
slow
also
down.
talking about. I'm also talking
men.
about. I'm also talking
We've
about.
both
Kana.
worn the uniform. We can talk to each other with some respect.
I'm not disrespecting you. Stop being so sensitive. It's making me think you weren't in uniform. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just asking you, do you reject the premise? You said no. Great. So my next thing is, if
according
you don't
to the Israeli
that,
account, I don't necessarily reject that premise. But
awesome,
we're getting to the details of the situation. We're getting to the details of the situation.
Okay. So
reading here, when they had counter battery,
you just like really don't want to hear any counters. Got it. Okay.
We're going into further detail on this.
No, you already went into detail already. I never even got to
ask your question back. Ask your question back, my friend. Ask it back.
Well, I haven't even gotten to the question, so I can't ask it back.
Then get to the question, bro.
I've been trying to. You won't shut up.
I'm saying go ahead. Get to the question.
Okay. Do you agree Hezbollah was launching from these areas?
Hezbollah was launching from areas within perhaps vicinity of a UN compound, perhaps.
Reports say within 200 meters. I'd say that's pretty much, especially for 1996, that's within vicinity for sure. Not perhaps, definite.
Okay. That's if you're accounting for.
I'm just asking, have you read into this? Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm reading into it. I don't necessarily believe it's 200 meters.
You're saying you're reading into it right now, as in you're bringing up a point you've never looked into other than like contemporary,
I've looked into it before.
Then you should know that they were launching from about 200 meters from a UN compound. This isn't exactly a secret. I know about the Kana attacks. I know about them. So you should know about them. But if you're reading as you go, as if like you didn't even look into this at all before, I mean, I'll still talk to you about it, but it kind of changes the whole premise.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
Okay, great. So, okay, perfect. So it was there was mortar fire that was about 200 meters from a UN compound. Okay, so one, I'd have to ask, what was Hezbollah being so close to? Even if you want to double it and say 400 meters, it wasn't that much. But even if you want to double it, what were they doing so close to? What was the UN doing about it? And do you consider this, especially in the 90s, but even today, really, as a use of human shields? Or do you think they just accidentally started firing? They didn't know the UN compound was so close.
Well, we're not even discussing the firing from the vicinity of the compound. We're going to discuss why the compound itself was hit. Why was the compound itself hit instead of the locations, the firing points in which those mortars were firing from? Because the weapon systems the Israelis were using, M109A2s and things of that sort. Are you familiar with the accuracy and the margins of accuracy with a fire mission especially when it comes to the technology they were using in counter battery radar to get around on target. And are you familiar with?
I don't know what weaponry. I don't know what weaponry. I don't know what weaponry the Israelis were using. What are you reading right now that says they were using that? So that way I can pull it up.
Well, it says here the artillery battery that
says where
the field artillery battalion
says
Israeli account of
says where.
It says right here in
where.
The Israeli
Tell
account
me what
of
you're
events,
reading so I can pull it up.
On the Israeli account of events within the UN paper.
What are you reading so I can pull it up?
Okay, letter date.
You're breaking out. Is he there or is he just like completely gone? Am I tripping? Hello? Am I just like not hearing anything anymore? Can you guys hear? You guys can hear me? Duchess, can you hear me? You guys do hear. I can't hear you guys. Hold on, let me disconnect and reconnect. I don't know why I can't hear you guys.
The first target was located 200 meters or so southwest.
Okay, real quick.
Compound.
Real quick. TE, I couldn't hear you guys at all. I don't know why I had to disconnect and come back. So can you tell me what you're reading so I can pull it up?
I'm reading letter dated 7 May 1996 from the Secretary General addressed to the President.
Okay, one sec. I can type fast, but not that fast. You said letter. This is the title of whatever you're reading. Letter dated.
Yeah, and for like a better, because this is the title of the whole thing, and then you go into the.
I'm just wondering what is it. I'm just wondering what is it that you're on right now. Is this a UN site? Is this a what is it?
Yeah, it's UN.org.
Okay, so UN, and then what is the title of the letter so I can pull it up?
So the title of letters, as I said, if you want a simpler thing, because it's not necessarily.
I don't know why you're making this so hard. I just want to know what you're reading.
I'm not making it hard. I told you.
You are. It's so easy. I'm just asking. Tell me the title. Stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second. This is not difficult. Okay, I've done it multiple times, and everyone else. Okay, I'm gonna just stop talking for a second. Okay, this is not difficult. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you soon. I just need you to tell me the title so I can pull it up. And you're just like gish galloping. You're not giving me the title. You're speaking like super fast. Just calm down. I want to pull up what you're reading. The fact that you are like so scared to have me pull it up makes me feel like you're either lying or you don't want me to see something. I don't know. Just tell me the title so that way I can see it or link it in the chat or something. Whatever is easier. Okay, go ahead. UN.
Letter dated 7 May 1996 from the Security General addressed to the President of the Security Council. Look that up.
Addressed to the President of the Security Council.
And when you open the page...
Shut up. Stop.
Don't tell me to shut up, man. I'm not disrespecting you like...
Oh my God. Just let me pull it up. This is not very difficult. It's not hard. This isn't weird. Just let me just pull it up real quick.
Israeli account of events, and this is where it mentions the weapon systems and used by the Israelis.
Stop talking. Just so you know, you were muted the whole time. So, anyways, so this is the what page would you like me to go to read what you're reading, so we can just read it together?
We go to the annex, and then at the annex, you go down past section 5 to Israeli account of events, section 6. Part the section within section 6, the subsection Bravo, and it talks about the weapon systems, as well as in section Charlie, it mentions.
Okay, perfect. At 1352 and 1358 hours, respectively, Israeli locating radar had identified 2 separate targets in Kana from where fire had originated. Okay, where does it say what kind of? I mean, do you want me to just keep reading, or can you
the battalion? I'll read it. I'll read it for you. The battalion comprises 3 batteries with 4 guns each. It is equipped with M109A2 howitzers, 155 millimeter.
Okay.
When the battalion received the data, it checked the targets on a map and it found that one of the two locations was between 200 to 300 meters from the United Nations position at Kana. Commanding officer had therefore sought instructions from Northern Command, which rechecked the data and gave permission to fire. The decision had not been taken lightly, yeah. And then you go to Section Charlie, it addresses overshooting of rounds and how many rounds were fired of high explosive. With 2/3 impact fuses, 1/3 proximity fuses. Time, I guess not time on target, but variable time. The two types of fuses have been employed in random order. Convergence fire had been used so that impacts would be concentrated in the target area. Regrettably, a few rounds.
Real quick. All right, you're gish galloping again. So now that we know it's a M109A2, I got it. Relax.
That is not what gish galloping is, partner.
You are gish galloping right now. So anyways, back to what I'm asking you. Shut up. What I'm asking you is, what is the CEP of an M109A2? What is the CEP of it?
The M109A2 CEP?
The CEP, yes. What is it? You know what this is. You know what the CEP is. If you don't, then, again, I'm going to question your service, but...
The error?
Yes, circular error precision. What is it?
Meters.
Or probable? It's not. It's actually
within
goes up to 300.
100 meters.
It goes up to 300 meters. Now, can you inform everyone what CEP is?
Circular error probability.
Probable, almost, but can you tell us what that means?
Do you know what reds are?
Great. Can you just tell? We're not changing the subject here. Can you tell us what the CEP actually is? Like, what does it mean when a CEP is 300 meters? What does that mean?
It states that when a CEP is 300 meters, rounds, though called on an area in the center, can hit within 300 meters that general area within the center.
No. 50% of them will hit within 300 meters, which means 50%.
Bro, I said rounds. Rounds could hit within an area of that circle.
Great.
I didn't give an exact percentage.
Okay,
you
perfect.
Restated what I just told you.
I did it.
You restated what I just told you. You added the percentage.
Stop. 50% will hit within whatever meters. The CEP in this case would be 300 meters. The compound was 200 meters away. So when you said earlier, and this is why I wanted to pull all this up, this is why I went through pulling all these teeth to get this up, because this is the point I'm making. When you said earlier, these are super precise weapons, why would they hit something 200 meters away, right? It could have even been less, but let's go with 200 meters. If they hit something 200 meters away with the weaponry that has a CEP of 300 meters, that actually isn't weird at all. You lied earlier and called this weaponry super precise is what you said. You said they're very precise. It's not that precise.
Is very precise. It is a very precise weapon.
300 meters is not very precise.
Especially if they had fired CLGP, but they don't use that anymore. But
right.
It tends to, with a call for fire, you call and you fire and adjust. What they did was an immediate suppression mission where they fired 36 rounds or whatever it says they had fired immediately, which that's immediate suppression. That's immediate suppression for counter battery.
You said that this says that they fired 36 rounds onto the UM compound? Is that what you're saying?
It says they fired 36 rounds onto the target that they had been given.
Right. So how many of them hit the United Nations?
It states that when it states here in the Israeli account, it only states a few.
Okay, so do you have a reason to deny that?
There's no exact number.
Okay, perfect. Do you have any reason to deny that, or is there something that does deny that?
I'm not denying that. Why would I deny rounds hit the compound? You know, that's exactly the point I'm talking about.
The fact that it was only you said a few, is that what you said?
Well, it doesn't give an exact number. This is in the first section of the whole thing.
The first section, it says, okay, so...
And then we can move to the section where
hold on. No, we can't. No, we're going to go with this, okay? So they fired, I think it says 40 rounds, right? And a few, whatever that means. I think a few means 3, but let's say plus or minus, right? Hit the UN. That actually makes a lot of sense. That means most of them did not hit the UN compound. So therefore, within the 300-meter CEP, which again means 50% will hit within 300 meters.
When you read
which
means
I'm not done.
Oh during the BDA, it states there were 13 detonations inside or above the compound and 4 very close to it.
Okay, but how many hit? Okay, great. Even if we go with 13, okay, perfect. Okay, great. Okay, great. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you keep screaming. Even if we go with 13, which I asked you earlier to give me the number, you said it didn't have it. Now you're saying it does have it. It's 13. Fine. Even if it was 13, that would be actually less than, right? Let me see. Yeah, that would be less than, because it says right here in section F, it fired 40, right? So that would still be less than the majority. So again, I'm not really particularly sure what your point is.
We go to survey of impact area within the study. It starts at section 10. Then you go to section 10 and you go to subsection Charlie within section 10. And it mentions the second concentration of impacts was centered on the middle of the United Nations compound. Given the number and state of the casualties and destruction caused by the shelling, a major cleanup operation had to be launched immediately after the end of the shelling. This resulted in the loss of important evidence. And at the end of it, it says, in sum, evidence was found of 13 detonations inside or above the compound and 4 very close to it.
Okay,
Out of that, the other major impact area, as mentioned in section Bravo, was where 17 shells hit south of the compound.
Okay, I don't care about south of the compound. I want to know what hit the compound. And if you're saying it's, let's go with all 13.
13 rounds.
13 didn't actually even hit. Yeah, nope, wrong. So 13 didn't actually even fully hit. Some were above. I don't know how many were above and how many were actually inside.
Above?
Stop.
You know what above
Stop. Just shut up. So if you just wait, I'm going to say, let's just say it's all 13. Let's just go with all 13. That's why you need to stop interrupting. All 13 would still be not the majority, right? Because it says in section F that 40 were fired, right? And I think that's in total. It might have actually been more, which would actually hurt your argument even more, but let's just go with 40. My point is that even if you go with all of it, that means the majority of them did not hit above or inside. So that's my point. My point is, what exactly are we trying to get here? The majority of them did not hit inside. This totally makes sense within the rounds of the CEP for 1996 weaponry.
Now, is 13 detonations of 155 an acceptable number on a civilian target?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is 13 detonations of 155 millimeter HE an acceptable number of detonations, acceptable number of splash onto a target? A civilian target, a civilian piece of infrastructure, is that acceptable?
Is that acceptable?
Is that acceptable?
I would like for Hezbollah to never be near a UN compound, and therefore they're never in danger. So I don't think it's acceptable
to fire 40
at all.
Rounds? Is it acceptable to fire 40 rounds, immediate suppression, right onto a mortar that's in the vicinity of a civilian target, understanding the capabilities of the weapon system as you outlined? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, again, if Israel is gaining fire from these people,
question. Is that an
I'm not going to give you a yes or no. You don't get to tell me to say just yes or no. You don't get to say yes or no, and that's all I'm allowed to answer. I'll answer how I want to answer. Okay, according to you,
the
fine.
way you want to answer is you're going to say it's acceptable.
You're not letting me answer. You're just screaming. You're just screaming. You're just screaming. You're just screaming.
That were killed by a fucked up fire.
Okay, you're just screaming, and this is how I know you're losing, because you're just screaming. You're not actually here to have a conversation. You're just screaming. So anyways, listen, this is one incident from almost 30, or no, this was 30 years ago. It's 96. You're asking for one incident from 30 years ago. And you're asking me like, hey, do you find this exact thing he ran away. Okay. You find this exact thing acceptable? First off, I don't even actually know everything about this situation. I know enough about it. I know what happened. But you're asking me to like look into specifics about this letter. I looked into the specifics of the letter, and it actually hurts your argument more. Okay? I'm not really sure what you want me to say. What, 30 years ago, do I think Israel did something possibly wrong? I don't think so. Because I gotta say, one, most of it didn't even hit anywhere near the new compound. But I find it interesting that you're more offended by Israel defending its borders than you are about Hezbollah being next to a UN compound. And I also find it interesting that the UN themselves didn't do anything by the fact that Hezbollah consistently, by the way, consistently for the past 20 years has been near UN compounds, especially UNIFIL. Weaponry has been hidden next to and around UN compounds. Launches of their rockets and missiles and drones have been near UN compounds. So if you're going to ask me to sit here and say, oh, do you have a problem with this? I have a problem with Hezbollah existing. And if Israel needs to be the one to stop them from existing, especially south of the Litani River, because the UN has done nothing about it and the Lebanese government has done nothing about it, then that's your guys' fucking problem. I don't particularly care. Either figure it out or get the fuck out of the way for Israel to do it for you. I keep getting told by Muslims that they don't represent Islamic value, but somehow they keep, justifying these people being in these Islamist countries. Yes, hello.
What's I just want to add a few things to this because it's pretty like this argument obviously goes back decades, right?
Sure.
And you have to like understand structure, right? The way they do target packages, the way they call in strikes, etc. It is confirmed by the UN that 13 did hit the compound, and the CAP was 70 to 150 meters. Right, it was a fucked up fire mission. It could have been a mistake.
I already looked it up.
Right?
It says 100 to 300 meters. Are you not? Where are you?
No,
getting
it's
that?
70 to 150.
Are you talking about the new age packages? That's probably true.
No, this
but
is with the original HE dumb shells from 96.
Where are you getting this from?
Again, from me, I could find a source for you, but
yes, I would like you to find the source.
TLDR though, like the reason why I want to bring this up, Israel's
Wait,
like
can you
not
find
new
that
to doing
source real
this.
quick?
Wait, what's your source too? Let's compare it.
Sure. Go ahead and get yours, and I will go back to where mine was. Mine is just because I've actually seen 109s before, but go ahead. What are you reading? You read something.
So the shell is an M107 shell. Is that what you're looking at?
No. Let me see. Hold on.
Because that was apparently the shell used.
I didn't even know that was the shell that was used. I'm pulling it up right now. I was looking at a field artillery doctrine from the U.S. Army, but I'm trying to find it again. I don't know what shell they were using, to be honest with you. Could have been an M107, 795. I'm not sure.
There's a Wikipedia on that. Well, yeah, I mean, allegedly, I know that some of them, unguided, from a 155 millimeter cannon specifically, yes, it could go up to 300, or no, 250. But specifically for the M107 M982 Excalibur, 150 meters at a target range of 24 kilometers. Was it 24 kilometers? Anyways, the only reason why I want to come up was because like Israel's had a history of like, I don't know if you know about the whole roof knocking thing, right? Like this is a little bit more recent, right? But they don't really publicly say what type of munitions they use for roof knocking, yet they claim they're doing it on all their sorties, especially in Gaza over the last few years. And that begs the question, like, how many do they have? Does it align with the amount of airstrikes they're doing?
You
right?
said that
That's why I brought it up.
Did you just say they claim that every airstrike does roof knocking in Gaza over the past 2 years?
At the start, yes.
So not over the past 2 years? Wait, what did you say?
They ran out. They don't have enough roof knockers.
So for 2 years before they ran out?
Well, for the last few years while they've been bombing Gaza. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say specifically 2 years. But like at the start, yeah, they were claiming they were using them to warn civilians because obviously they cut off communication and leaflets were the only way to really get notices in for people to move out before they dropped airstrikes.
That's not true either. They were sending text messages and phone calls, millions of them actually, or at least over half a million.
Was cell service like completely good in northern Gaza for everyone to receive that?
Well, actually, yes. They even just as early as last year, before the ceasefire, they were releasing phone calls that they had and text message that they sent out. But where are you getting that? Now, it could have been maybe they're using stuff that have that need internet service, and they did have internet service, and sometimes it was tricky. Sometimes they would actually be connecting to towers that technically were in southern Israel proper. But yes, they did have this, and we know that they had this. But where are you getting, I don't know, whatever it is you're saying that they didn't send in any calls, no text messages, nothing, and they were just using leaflets?
They were using leaflets because
no,
of the
I
lack
agree
of
they
power.
were using leaflets. My question is, how do you know that's all they were using?
Okay. Nick.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just where are you getting it from?
One second. Because you're in the Navy, right? So you understand like jamming and stuff, right?
Okay. Anyways,
you know they had to do jamming, right?
Okay, great. Can you just answer my question?
like there's no cell service where they were bombing.
I just want an answer to my question.
What's your question?
How do you know? Where are you getting from whatever source or something you read that says that they were only using leaflets and nothing else?
They were using leaflets and roof knocking because cellular service
Okay, I'm going to try one
available.
more time. Where are you getting
try again,
that they
man.
only
This is
use
okay.
leaflets? I get it. They ran
cellular
out of
service
roof...
was not available. in northern Gaza. Okay? That's a fact.
Okay, so northern Gaza. So now you're talking about northern Gaza.
At the start,
Got
when
it.
they were bombing the fuck
that
with
makes
2,000
a
pound
lot
JDAMs,
more sense. Got it.
They were dropping leaflets and roof knocking.
Okay.
Because everything was jammed. There was no cell service.
Okay, so when you said, okay, perfect. So when you said earlier Gaza over the past 2 years, and then you changed it to, well, not really over the past 2 years, just early, and then you changed it to all of Gaza, then you changed it to northern Gaza.
I never said all of Gaza.
Correct. You said Gaza. That would mean Gaza as a whole. Now you're saying it's just northern Gaza, which, by the way, they definitely had internet service in northern Gaza at times too. So even that's not particularly true, but that makes a lot more sense. Can you tell me where was the major humanitarian zone for Gaza?
It was when they told everyone to evacuate south.
Yeah, but what was it? Do you know what the name of it was? Where like there's hundreds of NGOs inside of, and still to this day, it's actually the major humanitarian zone.
No. What is it?
Al-Mawasi zone. There's 5 governorates of Gaza. There's North Gaza, Gaza. I know that's a little confusing because there's Gaza governorate and then there's the whole Gaza Strip, but there's Gaza, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. The Al-Mawasi zone would be the 3 southern governorates, excuse me. And that would be partially the Rafah governorate, not to get mixed up with Rafah City, and then Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah. Okay, so when you say that they were doing jamming in North Gaza, why the fuck does it matter? All the civilians shouldn't have been there anyways. The civilians would be in Al-Mawasi zone. So why would that matter?
Well, if you remember what was happening, Hamas blocked these people from leaving their homes and evacuating. Do you not remember this?
This was way early on. This has nothing to do with
Well, I'm talking about Israeli fucking up with strikes and stuff. This is why this was even brought up to begin with. I'm not just like arguing that for no point, right? Is because
so you're just saying doing early on in the war.
So
when they still had roof knocking.
Yeah, sure. We can go with that. Yes.
So at that point, you agree they had roof knocking. Okay,
yeah,
I mean,
they were claiming they were roof knocking with no evidence.
There's videos of it, but okay, fine.
Okay. Do you know what type of munition they use for roof knocking?
No.
Yeah, it's classified.
Okay, I don't really see why that matters.
So how are you gonna sit there and believe that?
Believe what? A video? Because I saw it with
a
my
video
eyes?
Of like one roof knock on one building.
Well, no, I saw more than one, but okay. You said there was none. You said they were just claiming it and there was no evidence. I'm just telling you.
No. My main argument was the amount of sorties they had. There's no way they could have done it to all the targets they were hitting, like they claimed they did.
I'm not saying that this has nothing to do with anything. I don't think they even should do roof knocking, to be honest with you. But my point is that that's something that they do. So what exactly is your point?
I'm stating they do not, compared to America at least. My main point, compared to America and the way we structure our rules of engagement and the way we conduct airstrikes.
We didn't even do roof knocking until we learned it from Israel.
No. We don't do roof knocking.
Actually, we have. Actually, no, we have done it. Yes. I'm actually looking.
Like in the past or recently?
Well, we haven't really done much recently at all in terms of military action, anyways. So, other than just what's going on right now, even though we're kind of in a pause. But other than that, we haven't done much recently anything.
Look, all I'm trying to say real quick.
Yeah, I'm actually reading right now. It's not even classified for the roof knocking. There's different actually small low yield strikes that they do. It's just a small precision guided munition that's actually even smaller than anything America even owns, I think. Designed to create a loud impact.
Yeah, wait, so real quick though, like my main point though, what I'm trying to say is like they don't like I don't think roof knocking is a effective method. Same with leaflets when you're jamming cell phone towers and doing all this stuff while people are being blocked from leaving their homes, and then you proceed to drop that 2,000 pound bomb, killing more civilians than Hamas operatives.
When did Israel drop a 2,000 pound bomb on a group of civilians?
They use JDAMs on all these houses. What do you mean?
Okay, so a JDAM, a JDAM is not a 2,000 pound bomb. What do you think a JDAM is?
The specific ones they were using.
Yes. JDAM is. I agree with you. They did use JDAMs, but JDAM is not a size of a bomb. A JDAM is a delivery system. You can use a JDAM on a lot of different things. My question for you is, when did Israel ever use a 2,000 pound bomb on just a large group of civilians? I'm not going to say no civilian has never died or Hamas soldiers never died when
I never claimed a large group of civilians. I'm saying they used it on civilian like structures. They have.
Civilian structures? Yeah, no shit. Because well, my next question. First off, you don't know what a JDAM is, so that's one. Two,
I don't know what a JDAM is.
Right, so I don't know why you even brought that up. You don't know what it is.
Attack munition. I know what a JDAM is. It's very specific. It's a series of bombs. Some go from 500 to 2,000. It depends.
So actually,
this is what the IDF uses to do airstrikes, Nick.
This is
not
retarded, a series of bombs. In fact, most of what they use is a GBU-39. It's not. Furthermore,
not,
Israel's number one. Israel mostly uses GBU 39s, just FYI. By far, that's like their most used munition.
And how heavy is it? Is it the 5? How much?
A GBU 39. There's 3 different types, but they all range from 37 to 39.
Oh, so there's multiple types of JDAMs. Thank you for thank you, dude. Anyways,
you said it was from 500 to 2,000. That's what you said.
I'm pretty sure the 500-pound one exists. It's a
no,
one.
didn't. I didn't say it doesn't exist. You said it ranges from 500 to 2,000. That's what you said.
Yes.
That's incorrect. The JDAM is not a type of poundage. A JDAM is a guidance tail kit. Do you agree with that? If you don't believe me, just Google it right now. I'll wait. Just Google JDAM or what is a JDAM. It's a guidance tail kit.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I said 2,000 pound and JDAM. No, that's what they call it, man.
Dude, no, they don't.
The blue one, the blue 104 is the main one, is 2,000 pounds. What are you talking about?
Dude, a 2,000 pound is called
it's
a GBU.
one of our most used bombs.
I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm going to tell you why you're
wrong.
Wrong
about what?
I'm gonna tell you. Just stop screaming.
You're in the fucking Navy, bro. Like what the fuck you on about?
First off, you don't have to even have been in the military to be wrong about this. So the fact that you're saying I was in the Navy,
I'm talking about them using JDAMs. You're denying
interrupting. I did not deny that. You're being disingenuous. I said a JDAM is not a pound of munition, and you keep still to this moment arguing when I'm quite.
When did I say it was a pound of munition?
Okay, I'm gonna just mute you, dude. I'm trying to get this out. I'm really trying to get this out. The 2,000 pound is not called a JDAM. Okay, the 2,000 pound is called a GBU 31. If you don't believe me, just Google GBU 31. Okay, you said a JDAM was a series of munitions that range from 500 pounds to 2,000 pounds. Do you agree that's what you said?
Yes.
And I'm telling you, you're wrong. A JDAM is a guidance tail kit. Now, you can put
which could be used on 500 to 2,000 pound bombs, you fucking retard. You are so stupid.
Oh my god, that is not what you said. Stop. You're attacking right now because you literally said something incorrect. That is not what you said. You're changing it now because you realize the stupid shit you said. A JDAM can be used for, there's laser JDAMs, which definitely can be used for smaller stuff. There's extended range JDAMs known as JDAMs ER. Those can be used for longer ranges. There's different types. No one ever denied that. Nobody denied that. What I'm denying is that you said that they were specifically bombs, because remember the original point. I said to you, what is what did I say? I said, what is the 2,000 pound bomb? You said, or I said, when did they ever use a 2,000 pound bomb specifically for a group of civilians? And then you later changed it to just like civilian infrastructure, which no shit, that's all that exists in Gaza. Regardless, I asked you that, and you said they use JDAMs all the time. That's what you said. Now, if you want to just be a man and say, you know what, I misspoke, JDAMs is just a tail kit, then we can move on. But that's not what you said originally.
Okay, here, look at side chat, man. Very simple shit. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. This is crazy.
Jesus Christ, you're really just.
Hey guys, look at the weight class. Look at the side chat. The weight class of the JDAM family. JDAM family of bombs. Series of bombs. Like I said, 5 to 2,000 pounds.
It's not a series.
You're in the Navy. I get it. You got the SM3s.
It's not a series of bombs. It's not a series of bombs. You're just wrong.
It's not a series of bombs.
It's not.
Okay.
It's a tail kit. I don't know how you're arguing this right now. I'm literally right. A JDAM is not a bomb. I don't know why you keep saying it as if it's right. It's not. You're not right.
All right. What does JDAM stand for? Joint Direct Attack Munitions.
Correct.
Yes. That's a bomb.
Okay, correct? Great. I know you think it is. It's not.
Okay, it's not a bomb. All right, dude.
It's a guidance tail kit. I don't know how many times I have to say it. It converts unguided bombs into guided bombs. That's what it is. You just Google it. Why are you arguing and embarrassing yourself? Just Google it. It's a part. It's not a bomb by itself. Why are you arguing right now? This isn't even like you're kind of right. You are 1,000% wrong right now.
Okay. Generally speaking, when
you're wrong,
do an airstrike, right? You're calling in 500 pound JDAM. Whatever fucking classification.
No, there's no 500 pound JDAM.
Yes, you do.
A 500 pound is called a GBU 38. Wrong. A GBU 38 is what you call in. A JDAM, you can launch a GBU 38 without a JDAM, because a JDAM for the 5,000th time is a tail kit. Do you agree you can launch a GBU 38 without a JDAM? Do you agree with that?
Has it been done before?
Yes,
really?
it has.
Really?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let's look this up.
Oh my god, this is insane. Just can you while you're looking stuff up, can you just Google what is a JDAM? Just Google it real quick. It's so easy. It's so easy.
The GBU 38. This is off Google, like you requested. Right?
Are you reading the AI overview right now?
No. Oh, where else? All right. Air Force.mil. JDAM is a guided air-to-surface weapon that uses either a 2,000-pound BLU-109 Mark 84, the 1,000-pound BLU-110, or the 500-pound BLU-111 warhead as the payload.
You mean the bomb?
From Air Force. From the
You
Air
mean the
Force.
bomb? You mean the bomb?
Bro.
Okay, let's read the Air Force side. What is it? What is the title of it? Let's read it. You literally just said payload debunking yourself.
Fucking
You
shit,
fucking
bro.
Yes, what is the website?
Payload.
So JDAM Air Force, what's the title? Let's go ahead and read it together. Or you can tell me what payload means. That actually helps too.
Look.
No,
Joint
tell me. No,
direct
don't.
attack
No, you're
munition.
not getting out of this.
What is a
What
munition, Nick? What is a munition, Nick?
Okay, is it
Mr. Navy? What is a munition?
the Air
Nick?
Force? So are you on airforce.mil where it says Joint Direct Attack Munition GBU 31, 32, 38? Is that what you're looking at?
I'm asking you, what is a munition?
Yeah, I know you're trying really hard to get out of this.
What is a munition, Nick?
You're not getting out of
In
this.
the word
It's not a
JDAM, what is a
bomb.
munition, Nick?
I don't care.
So
'cause
munition's
it's
not a bomb.
Oh my god. The JDAM is not a bomb. Why are you arguing this? Look, let's just Google. Is JDAM a bomb? No, it's not a weapon on its own, but rather a guidance kit manufactured by Boeing that converts conventional quote-unquote dumb bombs into all-weather GPS guided bombs.
Precision guided munitions.
Yeah.
JDAM.
Perfect. Great. So
yeah.
So you
perfect.
agree. It's a guidance
fucking
kit,
bomb.
not a bomb.
It's,
oh my
dude,
god.
it's a bomb regardless. What is wrong with
not a bomb? Let me ask you something. Okay, if you think it's a bomb regardless, let me just ask you this real quick. Can you launch a JDAM by itself and would it blow up? Yes or no? Would it blow up if you just had the JDAM?
It is a munition. It's in the name.
Great. Can you answer that
I
question?
classify it as a bomb.
Can you
okay.
answer
People
that?
classify it as bombs.
Nope.
Because
you can't.
it literally is a
No, you
munition.
can't. No, you can't.
Okay.
So I'm asking you, can a
All right, I
JDAM
can, I
be
guess.
launched by itself? Can a JDAM be launched by itself and will it explode like a bomb does?
It has a targeting system on these bombs. What do you mean?
Yes, that is the targeting. Yes,
Is
the
it not a
JDAM
kit?
is the targeting system.
Yes, but it is. It's the name of the bomb.
Can you
They
just
classify
answer
them
yes?
as a fucking
No,
munition.
no,
What is
no,
wrong
they
with you?
don't. It is not the name of the bomb.
All right,
the
so
name of
why-
the bomb.
why would-
the
why
name
would
of the
fins on a
bomb.
fucking
Stop.
bomb be
Stop.
called-
Stop. I'm muting you. Stop. The name of the bomb is called a GBU blank. GBU 38, GBU 31, GBU whatever. That's the name of the bomb. I'm asking you one more time. I'm gonna unmute you. Just one more time. Can you, if you believe JDAM is truly a bomb, just yes or no, can you launch it by itself and will it explode like a bomb?
You can't drop a JDAM. Well, that's not how that works.
Why not?
It's part of
if
the
it's a
fucking
bomb,
system.
so you agree it's not a bomb. You can drop a
In
GBU.
reference
You can drop
to
it.
what
You can
I'm
drop a
talking about,
GBU.
why I brought
Perfect.
this-
No, stop. No. You're not getting out of this, dude. You're not getting out of it. I know you keep trying to get out of it. You're not getting out of it. Because you can drop a GBU 38 by itself, and I promise you it will explode. You know why? Because it's a fucking bomb, you moron. But if you believe a JDAM is a bomb, and you finally admitted after fucking forever that a JDAM would not blow up, can you tell the class why it won't blow up? Go ahead. Tell us
The
why it
JDAM
wouldn't.
Is a system. It's a bomb. The whole thing's a system.
Can you tell us
can't
why
work
it
without
wouldn't
one
blow?
another.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. You can drop a GBU without the JDAM. It's called a
When's
dumb
the last time
bomb.
we did that?
It's done all the time. 60% of the bombs that were dropped in Gaza were
that's not
quote unquote dumb bombs. Yes, it
Dumb
is
bombs.
true. Correct. They don't have JDAMs on them. So
And what was the weight of the class of
Nope.
them?
Nope. You're not getting out of this. My question for you is
okay.
why would a
Alright, dude.
JDAM not blow up if it's a bomb? Why wouldn't it blow up if it's a bomb? Go ahead. We're all waiting.
It can't function without the other. That's not how that works.
Yes, it can. Why wouldn't it blow up if
Okay.
it's not a bomb?
Why
or
did
if
I
it is a
bring
bomb?
up? Stop, dude. Why did I bring this up?
I don't care. You're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this. You're not getting out of this. Stop, dude. I don't care. You're not getting out of this. I'm going to teach you an important lesson as a man. That if you're just wrong, it's okay to say you're wrong. I'm going to ask you once again, because I just looked it up. GBU 38s have been dropped without a JDAM. It's called a dumb bomb. Not really, but that's what they call it. It's not really dumb. You can still target, but it doesn't matter. I need you to learn this lesson, dude. Can you tell us, again, for the 1000th time, why would a JDAM not blow up if it's actually a bomb? Go ahead.
Okay. In the conflict in Gaza, the Mark 84 2,000-pound converted JDAM kit, right, was used in Gaza.
31.
These were not unguided.
It's called a GBU 31. It's called a GBU 31, and they have
GBU 31 JDAM. That's the name of it.
GBU 31 is not the
JDAM.
Oh my god. Okay.
Guess what?
So you
Nick,
just
this
don't
is where
know.
you're wrong. This is where you're wrong.
All right,
the Mark 80.
All right. This is insane.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. All right.
Anyways, I just looked it up. Yes, you can release a GBU 38 without.
Yeah, I got like a bunch of messages too. Exactly what it says. Literally what you were arguing. Let's see. All right.
Fuck.
Are you okay to go? You want to?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. That was funny.
Should I read? Have you seen the channel where they have the questions for the AMA? There's like 3 or 4 questions. Do you want to do those or no? Or you want to just?
Yeah, no, you can do that if you want to switch to that. I'm good. I normally go live for hours, so I can do this for a while.
Yeah. So there was. Let's see the questions. There was a pin Spectre, I think he was asking. Would you grant that what Israel is doing in Gaza fits the UN definition of ethnic cleansing? Quote, not genocide. And if not, will you at least acknowledge that many people in the government leadership have the intent to commit widespread ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
Yeah, so the UN definition of ethnic cleansing, which I'll pull up right now, but I've said it enough that I know what it actually says. Yeah. So ethnic cleansing, first off, isn't even by itself against international law. Certain actions of ethnic cleansing and how you do something can violate the Rome Statute, IHL, maybe parts of Geneva Conventions. However, and I'll pull it up right now. Am I allowed to share my screen? Is that a thing? Because I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, that's not true."
No, you should. I was just gonna say, I don't know if you know your camera's not working because you were on cam before. I don't know if you.
Oh, that's because I backed out and came back in. I think it automatically turned it off. Okay, let me pull up.
Yeah, somebody was asking because they're recording or something, so they were like asking to actually.
Sure. Okay, fine. I'll just read it right now. Let's see. Yeah. Ethnic cleansing. Whatever. I'll just read it. Okay, you guys can look it up. It's un.org/en/genocide-prevention/definition. And it says on the left, you can choose genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, or when to refer to a situation as genocide. So I'm clicking on ethnic cleansing, and here it is right there. Because I already see the comments. Everyone's like, oh, how can you say it's not against international law? Here it is. Ethnic cleansing has not been recognized as an independent crime under international law. It's the very first sentence. Very, very first sentence. The term surfaced in the context of the 1990s conflict in the former Yugoslavia and is considered to come from a literal translation of the Serbo-Croatian expression. This is a different language, but it looks like it says ethniko sisenje. I might have butchered that because I don't speak that language. Yeah. However, the precise roots of the term or who started it are still uncertain. Anyways, the expression has been used in resolutions of the security. Okay, let me just go to the definition. So it actually comes from an interim report, S/25274, which you guys can go look up. It's 25274. However, what it says is it's rendering an area ethnically homogenous by using force or intimidation to remove persons of given groups from the area. Ethnically homogenous. I'm sure I don't have to define homogenous for you guys. So no, I don't think what Israel is doing in Gaza is that. If what Israel did was wipe out the entire area, or sorry, force out, wipe out would, if you're killing, that would be genocide. If you're trying to force out the entire population to make it only, let's say Jewish in this case, that one ethnicity, so it's ethnically homogenous to Jewish, then yes, that would be ethnic cleansing. And then there was a final report in 1994 titled /674, and then it expanded, but it said a purposeful policy designed by one ethnic or religious group to remove by violent and terror-inspiring means civilian population of another ethnic or religious group from certain geographic means. Again, to make it ethnically homogenous, or in this case, it can go into religious group. But, you know, Jews are an ethno-religion, so I guess it kind of really wouldn't matter in that sense. Yeah. But let's say hypothetically, if Christians were like, I'm going to remove all Muslims to make it only Christian, that would also count as ethnic cleansing. So to answer your question, literally Israel is not doing that because they're definitely there's definitely still Arabs there. In fact, there's actually more Gazans in the world today than there was on October 7, 2023. The next question is, they asked, do I think there's some people in the Israeli government that want to do that? Is that the question?
Yeah, so what was it? And if you not at least acknowledge that many people in the government leadership have the intent to commit widespread ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They didn't specify.
If by intent they mean like maybe there's a desire, I'm not gonna say I know because I don't know what's in people's minds, but I think in a population of millions of people, or if we're just talking about the government, still a wide range of the spectrum from right wing to left wing and everything in between, I'll go ahead and say I'm sure maybe there's some that might have that desire. I don't know, but in terms of intent, like they're gonna actually take some kind of political action to do it, I doubt it. And if they did, I'm gonna go ahead and say that they would be stopped by the majority in the Israeli government that would say that's not a very smart idea. Even if they don't like the Palestinians or they're not particularly like pro-Palestinian or left-wing, they probably wouldn't go that far. So I don't think the question matters.
Okay, fair enough. All right, and then there's one more question that I'm going to read, and then we'll go back to pulling people up. This one. How do you cope with the fact that Palestinian Arabs have been proven to be genetically descendants of Canaanites and Israelites? Oh, I know that.
I mean, it hasn't been proven. So there's the M. Hammer study, which is like a very big one. There has been studies that shows that certain populations within the Palestinian community, more likely actually the Christian population, which is a minority of the Palestinians, but sometimes the Palestinian Arabs, if you will, that are, maybe Muslim or just maybe not religious. There are some that have shown that they have Canaanite DNA. Canaanite DNA does not make you indigenous to the area, for one, and I'll get into that in a second. But first, it also doesn't say when they would have gotten that DNA. When you come to a land and conquer an entire area by force, which the Arabs definitely did, not so much the Nabateans, but I'm talking more about the Islamic conquest and on, and even the different caliphates that held that line from Umayyad all the way to, the Mamluks and the Ottoman Empire, who weren't Arabs, but I'm going to expand to just Muslim caliphates. When you have people, like, for example, during the Ottoman time, during the Russo-Turkish Wars, many, including Arabs, but just Muslims in general, they actually were pushed out and lost a lot of region, and tens of thousands of them were migrated to Anatolia and the Levant, to include what I guess you would call Palestine. These kind of things happen, even in the League of Nations mandate and reporting around that time in the 1920 and on, they actually showed a lot of Arab migration that came into the land post 1920. And so I would have to ask you, one, why does it matter what your question? Why does it matter to answer your question? Because if you do believe that matters, then I'd have to ask you, do you think that Arabs who came in after that don't have Canaanite DNA or as much Canaanite DNA, do you think that we should kick them out simply because they don't have as much? And if your answer is no, of course not, then I don't see why it matters. And the reason it doesn't matter is because we have to go with indigeneity. Indigeneity is your ethnogenesis setup and prior cultural setup prior to colonial times. So even if, let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say hypothetically the entire population of Palestinians, 100%, obviously it's not, but let's just go liberal here. 100% of the Palestinians had Canaanite DNA, right? And they do stem from one of the Canaanite tribes. Let's just assume you gave me an answer. Every time I ask Palestinians which one, they never can tell me which one. But let's just say hypothetically you said, I don't know, Jebusites. Let's say they all descend from Jebusites. Indigeneity, one of the requirements of indigeneity is to form non-dominant groups of population. Form non-dominant groups within a dominant population. And what that means in layman's terms is, let's say hypothetically you're part of a Canaanite tribe, and then you, how do I say this? The dominant population, in this case Arabs, come in and you assimilate into their culture, and you do not form a non-dominant group, kind of like Aboriginals have, Indigenous Americans, Jews, for example, etc., Samaritans. If you decide not to do that and you assimilate, what it means is that you are you have given up your indigenous claim, right? Because indigeneity is more than just saying, oh, I took a DNA test and I got 5%, 20%, 100%, 80%, whatever the case might be of this people for example, I don't believe I'm indigenous to Italy, but I'm 30% Italian. I don't really particularly care. I actually took an ancient DNA test, and the number one thing I actually matched with was a Nabatean DNA they found in a cave in Haifa like 10 to 12,000 years ago. But I don't think I'm indigenous to Haifa or the Levant. I don't think that, because it doesn't matter. You know why? Because I don't hold to the culture and the norms of, let's say, Samaritans or Jews or other people that are indigenous to that land.
Interesting. Yeah. So I think somebody tagged me. So the questions that you answered before, they had some kind of who was it? Where is it? I don't know if I see Spectre, I think. Oh yeah, that's it. Let me tag you in it so you could see it. By the way, Spectre, if you want to come up, you could come up to talk about it. There it is. There's a link that they posted after you answered the question. He says lays out intent. That's what he said with that link. If you want to address it.
I need to see the link.
It's in a side chat. Do you see the side chat? I tagged you in it.
I didn't. Okay, I think I see it now.
You see it? He just messaged also. I just want to make sure that we touch on it since it's his.
Is it the one that he says ask about this link? And it says Times of Israel?
Yes. Yeah. Is it? Oh, let me see. Yes.
And it's PM said to tell. Okay. Prime Minister said to tell Knesset members Israel destroying homes in Gaza so Palestinians have nowhere else to go but outside the Strip. Prime Minister Netanyahu told lawmakers during closed-door testimony. Okay, well, there's the answer. I don't particularly... I'll keep reading, but like closed-door meeting, how the... Okay, one, how do I even know this is true? Who said it, actually? Let me see. Because obviously someone had to have quoted this, because if it was a closed-door meeting, then that means... Let's see, before the Knesset's Foreign Affairs Defense Committee yesterday, that Israel is destroying more and more houses in Gaza, and Palestinians accordingly have nowhere to return, according to quotes from the session leaked to the media. Okay, so it doesn't even actually give us a source. It just says people said that he said that. Look, I can't answer on it, because let's say, it could be true. I don't particularly see their actions now and trying to actually like work with the Board of Peace, which doesn't actually have a plan to like expel all Gazans. So why would they, unless he changed his mind? He said, hey, this was my original goal and I changed my mind. Listen, I can't answer on it. It's like the equivalent of people saying, oh, during a closed door meeting, Trump said that he wants to kill AOC. It's like, okay, maybe he did say that, but it could have also just been a leftist that hates Trump that's trying to make him look bad. There's a lot of people in Israel that do not like Bibi Netanyahu that are part of the left-wing coalition, if you will. So I can't answer it, because I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it is, and in that case, and it might not be. I have no idea.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm getting so many messages. Listen, your debate is popping off. Everybody's asking questions. Do people want to? You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Nick, and thank you for being patient. Okay, let's see. All right, so I have another question. Would love to hear Nick's opinion on why the same group who defends Palestine is oddly quiet when the Druze are attacked in Syria. It seems like they don't really care about quote-unquote genocide. What do you...
No, I mean, I agree. I mean, the point is that it has nothing to do with genocide or human rights. If it really did and you really cared about the lives of others, then you want to know why, other than Mariupol, where there was a lot of civilian deaths. Some estimates go as high as over 100,000, but generally we see 30 to 50,000 people that were killed in just like the first month of the siege that Russia did back in 2022 against Ukraine. But regardless of what the numbers are, other than that, the reason you start to see less civilians dying is not because Russia like decided, ooh, we were being pretty genocidal, then we should start being nicer in our war. No, it's, you know why? It's because they left. They were able to escape to a different area. And that's what we do in the world when there's a major conflict like Russia-Ukraine going on. We allow for refugees. In the case of Ukraine, they allowed them to just go to more Western Ukraine, if you will. But let's say hypothetically, right now Russia occupies, I believe, 20% of Ukraine. Let's say hypothetically Russia really pushed in. Could you imagine the world if Russia were to start pushing in to Ukraine completely and everyone's like, yeah, you can stay there. You just stay there. It's your house. Don't leave. Just stay there. Why would you leave your own house? What happened with Israel? Israel has every right and justification to fight Hamas in Gaza. But why is it that the Arabs, who seem to say they care so much about their Muslim brothers and sisters, why is it that they're not letting them, they're not accepting them in as refugees, right? And now, if your argument, which is every pro-Palestinian argument in the entire world, they'll say, because why should they leave their own house? Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good situation. The best situation is to not start a war. Maybe don't attack Israel, a sovereign country, whether you like it or not. It's a sovereign country. Don't start a war. That's the best thing. But the second best thing is when you're in a war is to actually push people out of the way and then start to attack your goals of war. But somehow they want to force and keep the Palestinians and the Gazans inside of Gaza. And even still with that, the numbers are extraordinarily low compared to conflicts where there were refugees. I mean, Syria actually had crazy amount of refugees and displacement, and there was still in some areas a higher civilian to combatant death ratio than what you've seen in Gaza. But yeah, the reason there's civilian deaths is Hamas doesn't have any military bases at all. They fight, and even pro-Pallies can't deny this, they fight from civilian areas because Gaza is a densely populated area. So that means the only thing you have left is civilian areas. How can you fight from civilian areas, hide amongst the civilian population? A lot of the times when they fight, they wear t-shirts, jeans, sneakers, right? Why would you choose to wear that when we know you have uniforms? We've seen them when you do your little propaganda stages where you're releasing Jews in exchange for terrorists from prisons. And we see you wear these uniforms, but when you fight, you wear civilian clothes. Why? Because you're blending in with civilians. Why is it that you would do that and then also force the Gazans to stay in place and then go, oh my gosh, look at how many deaths there are in Gaza? Yeah, what scenario did you set up that would suggest otherwise?
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go back. You want to get some more people up? There's a long list for you.
Yeah, that's fine. We can keep going.
Yeah, all right, Zach. We have Zach. Yeah, Zach, he wanted to come up. All right, Zach, come up. And then we got a couple of people. Hi, Zach.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Hello. I'm doing good. How about you, Nick?
Yeah, good.
That's good to hear. I just want to get my question out of the way because it is really fast. It is about domestic, so get your brain prepared for that. So, have we seen in recent years and even recent months, the pickup of anti-Semitism has been drastically high. What do you think needs to be done in order to combat something like that in today's world?
That's a good question. I do get that a lot. Like, it's tough, right? Because I think safety is like the number one thing. And so if Jews specifically, not that Jews are the only ones that need to combat anti-Semitism, but starting with Jews, if they felt comfortable like fighting back and being proud to be Jewish, even openly, I think that's great. But I'm never going to criticize a Jewish person that might feel scared to do that. I think there's two ways to kill off the Jewish people. I think one way is the obvious, like literal way, like they tried on October 7th and were successful at with 1,200. Well, some of those are non-Jews as well, but you get my point. But the other way is also to force them into such a fear that they assimilate / hide their identity, because that's also what makes a Jew a Jew. A Jew is not just somebody. I get the pro-Palestinians, like the question I got earlier. They really love blood quantum. Like, it's very weird. These people are so much on the right of history that they worship Nazi ideology like blood quantums. But it's not about blood quantums. A Jew is a Jew that goes beyond just like this idea of blood, right? So if you force them out of their own culture and tribe and who they are, that's another way to, I think, kill off the Jewish people. So to answer your question, like there's a direct way to combat anti-Semitism through information, kind of like something that I do. I also think that Jews should also get better at, take self-defense classes. Hopefully, it's kind of like having a fire extinguisher. You hope to never have to use it, but you are going to be glad that you have it if you ever do need it. Second Amendment, I'm a very, very big supporter of it. Again, God forbid you ever have to use it, but yeah. I have one in my desk right here below me. I got one in every single room in my house. I mean, I'm just very big on that. And and if you're in an open carry state or concealed carry state, you got to have a permit. I recommend that as well. I have that as well. So yeah, I mean, listen, I think anti-Semitism is always going to exist. I think anti-Semitism is a sleeping giant in the fact that it never actually goes away, but it might look like it goes away until something kind of wakes it up again. like a attempted genocide against the Jewish people and the Jewish state. So, but yeah, hey, you know, Krav Maga is great, and it's Jewish, so you know, I think that's also pretty awesome.
I mean, all right. Well, that was just my question. I appreciate you taking the time to answer that for me.
It's hard. You know what? The real answer is I think Gentiles like myself need to do a better job at not making the Jewish people feel so alone. They don't have to combat this themselves. I think it's within ourselves. Even if you're pro-Palestinian, you truly mean it when you say, hey, I'm against the Israeli government, but I'm against anti-Semitism. I don't believe you guys. But if you truly mean it, they should also be combating against anti-Semitism, but they don't.
Okay. I mean, I do agree with your answer, to be honest. That was a very good answer that you gave. I'll give you credit for that. But Duchess, you're good to pull me down now. That's all I had to ask. I appreciate your time, Nick.
Yep.
No problem.
All right, I invited the next person.
Cool.
Polio Scorpio.
What's up, Polio?
Welcome. What's up?
Hello, it's Polioscopia. I'm about a humble goy, but I have a few questions to ask.
Sure. Wait, is he speaking again? Because I don't know if the thing that happened earlier was happening.
So give me a second. I'm on push to talk, so I've got to turn that setting off.
No, you're good. I just want to make sure because earlier I couldn't hear. Yeah, earlier I couldn't hear what the guy was saying, and it's because I don't know. I had to like back out and come back in. I just want to make sure that wasn't happening again.
Yeah. If anything, we'll keep an eye on that.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. So I have like a list of questions here.
All right,
you can take as long or short as you want on these. These are kind of long.
Okay.
So to start with, who is America's greatest ally? Like, who are America's greatest allies in your eyes?
In what? Like there's a lot of
just like in general. Like, what do you think makes a good ally for America?
I mean, I think in terms of capability with intelligence, military instruction, and technology, Israel's up there along with, I'd say, South Korea. In terms of like certain trade deals and economic trades, I'd say, you know, Canada's up there. Japan's pretty far up there as well. If you're talking about like historic allyship, I would say, even though I don't agree so much as much anymore, and I hope they fix themselves, but a lot of Western European countries like the UK, for example. So I know that's not your question. I know you were asking for like one country and one country only, but it's kind of hard to just answer that directly.
Right. Which ones do you think that we should prioritize, like for the future? Which ones do you think like you brought up the UK, for example, or Canada, when they're openly hostile towards us? What countries have always had our back?
What country has always had our back?
Yeah.
Since at least like official allyship, or do you just mean since their inception?
I'd say since they began their allyship with us.
I would say Israel, South Korea, Japan. I agree with you. UK is definitely.
Right. So it seems though like East Asia and Israel appear to have our back quite a bit. It seems, right?
I actually want us to shift away from Western European allyship and start pushing more towards Southeastern Asia.
Why not Western European allies?
Until they stop become so hostile towards us, stop showing that they are taking our money and putting it into their own personal social welfare programs. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to. Let me rephrase. I'd love for us to continue to be allies of Western Europe. I think it's super important. But right now, I don't see the values of Western Europe anywhere near ours, and I don't see it getting better anytime soon. Whereas Southeastern Asia, now Israel's already there. I think Israel's a very, very capable ally, and I love that. I love capability. But I'm saying let's pull even away from Israel. If you're going towards Southeastern Asia or even Southern Asia, you know, there are people that are very much against the Chinese stronghold, and they're here like ready to increase allyship or continue with allyship with the United States of America. Even some countries, like I'm going to shout out Kenya. Right now we're working, now that's not Asia, but right now we're working to actually increase a massive amount of a trade deal with Kenya. Now I don't know what's going to happen if that's going to go through, but I'm just saying that some non-traditional allies are actually coming forth more effectively than our historic allies like the UK, France, Germany, etc.
Okay. So I guess
I have to ask, do
raise
you
another
agree or
question
do you
regarding
disagree,
that
just so
point.
I can get like an idea of your thoughts?
So I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to ask questions. I'd like to know your worldview
Okay,
before I start talking about whatever I think. But
okay.
so you said that we should be moving away from like Western allies because they take a lot from us. How
No,
much
not
do
move
our
away
Eastern
from
allies take
Western
from us?
allies. I said move more towards. It's not so much moving away. I mean, if God forbid, if it continues in the direction, I feel like that will happen. But my desire is not to move away from them. I'm just simply saying we need to start incorporating more towards pushing towards Southeastern Asian countries. There's a difference.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But what I'm trying to ask here is primarily, so like for example, I'd say generally we see that a lot of our European allies appear to be taking a lot from us. For example, Germany's taking millions of dollars, so is UK, things like that through NATO funding, and they haven't really reciprocated. How much do you believe our Eastern allies have taken?
Well, I would say that Germany has gotten better to be a little bit fair to them. Now Germany's like the one country in Western Europe that's actually at least matching percentage-wise NATO funding. Again, they needed a lot of push to the credit of what you're saying, but I got to give some credit where credit's due. The problem with the NATO funding isn't even so much. I mean, it is that as well. Their minimum, I think, what is it, 2% that they're supposed to put into their GDP, but it's not even that minimum amount. It's also the whole point of NATO is to upkeep your own military as well, because NATO's as strong as the militaries within it. And right now we found out the UK, of their 17 like major ships, in a report that they released, they said that 16 of them were under repair, and they put one out to sea and had to turn around immediately because it broke. And then they were asked if they can deploy 1,000 troops, not hundreds of thousands, not even 10,000, just 1,000. And they effectively admitted that they couldn't do that right now. And again, like you said, they're taking millions and millions of dollars, billions over the years, maybe it would add up to billions if you add it all up. But let's just stick with tens of millions for now. What are they doing with it? I'm not really sure. As for Eastern Asian countries, like I know, for example, Japan, they cover like 50% of all of our military funding inside of their country, as essentially as a like, it's your base and it's your military equipment and stuff, but because we're hosting you and therefore you're helping us, they put in that 50%. On top of that, trade deals goes into the billions of dollars over the years that adds to our economy. As for Korea, very similar in terms of trade. I'd have to look up the exact numbers, but in terms of economic benefits, technological benefits. As for what I said we should push more towards, like I'm eyeing places like Singapore, for example, because if we can have an allyship with the people that control the Straits of Singapore and the Straits of Malacca, that's, I think, far more important. In fact, Straits of Hormuz, which everyone's obviously talking about right now, isn't even the strongest choke point in the world. It's actually the Straits of Malacca. In terms of China, 80% of their foreign oil comes through those straits alone. So I think having allyship through there, from pretty much the Straits of Hormuz all the way to the Straits of Singapore and everything in between, if we can have those controls, we control energy lanes. Or if not control, have strong allyship with these energy lanes. And that's naturally going to be good for the United States of America and good for our economy.
Okay, so what you're saying, so now we've established what a good ally is, so someone who contributes more than they take, and a bad ally, which is someone who takes more than they contribute. I would like to ask another
I guess
question.
kind of depends. I wouldn't particularly keep it that simplified, but sure.
Well, yeah, I'm just simplifying for the audience at home. So the next question to ask is sort of, I guess, the inverse of it. What is America's greatest threat currently?
Leftism.
That's a great single word answer. Can't disagree with that one. And I would like to ask a question. Do you believe that America is in a spiritual deficit?
100%. Which, that's to expand on the leftism thing. I think it's kind of a spiritual deficit on not just our soul and, as you said, spiritual. It's not even just that. It's just also on the fabric of our society and what it was built upon.
What religion would be best for trying to heal that spiritual wound?
Christianity. In America, specifically, Christianity.
I agree with that, yeah. What about other worlds, though? Like other countries?
Well, I want to see less Islam. All right.
I get that. I think the other Abrahamic religions generally, they don't really they clash very heavily with Christianity. It'd be best to see more Christianity and less of them. But I get what you mean.
I don't see Judaism as necessarily crashing with Christianity. I'm not saying that they agree with the same thing as Christians. Of course they don't. But the thing that's different that I would split, maybe you agree or disagree, but the thing that I say the split between Judaism to Christianity and Islam to Christianity, obviously there are three different Abrahamic religions with three different beliefs. But the thing is that Christianity doesn't need to exist for Judaism to exist. They believe they're a continuation on, and that the Messiah had already come and there's going to be a second coming through Jesus Christ. For Islam, which came after Christianity, Islam cannot exist unless they debunk Christianity and Judaism for that matter, but that's not what we're talking about. They have to debunk it. They have to say it's wrong for it to exist. Christianity doesn't really need to debunk Judaism. Now, of course, they have a difference in opinion on what the scripture says and what it means. Fair enough, but they don't need to debunk anything. So they can coexist, and I hope that would continue on and there's not some more forms of extremism, but Islam cannot particularly coexist, especially with Western values.
So I personally believe that it's important to also clarify that Judaism can't either, primarily because the fact that Western values are built upon Christianity and Judaism directly conflicts with Christian values.
I would say Western values isn't particularly Christianity.
I would argue, for example, and I would say yes, it is, because historically Western values were forged from Christianity.
It was forged mostly from Roman, even prior to Christian Roman aspects. And
as soon as the Roman Empire fell, though, that's when true Western culture was officially founded, especially in the northern sections.
Yeah,
most of that came from Viking culture, which was then vastly changed by the church.
Do you agree that
as the church spread, it transformed everything it touched? We've seen this countless times, even in the modern day.
Do you agree?
I think to discredit that is to discredit the truth.
Right. So do you agree that one thing about Western societies and Western ideology is secularism?
I would not.
No. Okay. I mean, it is. It's literally, if you look into...
You can't really have the West without Christ.
Well, I mean, that's...
Because then it would just be a section of land.
Well, I mean, Western we're seeing Islam try to one second. Western society, one second, please. You're kind of going off a lot and only allowing me to answer one thing at a time. So, Western society definitely existed before Jesus Christ. So it's not even about agreeing or disagreeing. It's just literally not true. Of course, I see America as a Christian country, and I would like to see more, into the Christian society, and also the nuclear family is very, very big for me, and I think we're losing that. But this idea that Western society cannot exist without Christ is, again, it's not even up for argument. Of course it can. That being said, it was shaped with Christian values, not created by Christian values. That's not correct. In fact, a lot of Western values does come from Judaism before Christianity even existed. But I'm not going to deny that, especially when we talk about the United States of America, but Western society as a whole, of course there is some shaping from Christian values. And I'm not trying to deny that, but to say that it's Christian is fundamentally incorrect.
So once I could debate the positive influence of Judaism, we're not here to talk about my opinions. So I would like to.
Well, no, we're here to have a conversation.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to try and debate you about whether or not Judaism shapes.
That's fine. Western you don't have to debate it.
I believe that we both disagree entirely.
That's fine. We don't have to debate it. I have history on my side and philosophy also, but that's fine. We don't have to debate it. But don't say that I'm not allowed to respond.
I do as well, but I don't really want to debate that. I want to ask you questions instead.
Again, that's fine, but again, I'm also allowed to answer the way I do. If you want to move on, you're more than welcome to do that. You don't have to debate me.
Okay, but I'm continuing to.
Mashallah.
What do you think about those who follow, support, and celebrate other nations within America? For example, during the LA riots of the previous year, the majority of rioters were not swinging American flags. They were not flying American flags, and they did not have American flags in their bedrooms. They had Mexican ones. What do you think about that?
I think it all just depends on the intent, actually, of what you do. For example, on my father's side, my biological father's side, I should say, I was raised by a Samoan man since I was 1, so he's my father. But my biological father's side and the family that I do know, they're Mexicans. The last generation, literally from Mexico. They all came here legally. They very much love this country. In fact, just about all of the men, some of the women too, served in mostly the Marines, Navy, some in the Air Force, but mostly Marines and Navy. And they fly the American flag, but they're not anti their culture. They're still very proud to be Mexican. Some of them might even have the Mexican flag. Now, that's where the intent comes in. I'm not against people being proud of their culture or supporting another people, but if it's at the expense of being anti-American, that would be a problem I have. So the people you're speaking about, I'm from LA, I live in LA, I know what you're talking about. These people are not just doing that, they're also burning the American flag. And if you had the American flag, they would just assume you were like a Nazi, or sometimes even just like MAGA, where it's like, which is kind of telling of leftists, because it's like you see an American flag, you automatically assume they're not left wing, is kind of telling. So I see what you're saying, but I just want to say that I would answer by saying it just depends on the intent and what it means.
No offense, but just to inject some humor. I think you should really make like Snake Plissken's and escape from LA, dude. What the fuck are you doing in LA?
Yeah, no, I am. I don't I don't want to necessarily be here right now. I'm an engineer, engineering inspector. I was a nuclear engineer in the Navy for about 12 years now. I do engineering inspections to a certain mechanical standard. I'm not going to say exactly what right now, but I have to be here right now for certain reasons. Also, you know, my son's in school right now, but I do plan to leave. Trust me, I don't want to be here. I'm originally born in Los Angeles, joined the Navy, somehow ended up back in this area, but I'm with you.
So this is kind of a longer question to ask.
Sure.
But what are your opinions on anti-Semitism after the Epstein files were released? They're calling it a Jewish honeypot and using a slur called the goyim to insult the non-Jews.
Who is they? I'm sorry.
So it's getting, well, I guess like a lot more popularized on the internet to slander and make jokes at the expense of Israel after the Epstein files were released, because a common conspiracy theory is that it was a Jewish honeypot.
Oh,
what do you think?
I mean, I know what you're talking about. People who did it. I didn't see an increase per se. I'd see it as the same people that were very anti-Israel before, just adding this to their arsenal, if you will. But it's not like I saw people who weren't saying anything before against Israel / the Jews, and then all of a sudden this happened and they like completely flipped and started becoming anti-Semitic. But to answer your question, anyways, what do I think about it? I mean, I'm against anti-Semitism, regardless if it's because of the Epstein files or because of anything else. I'm against it. I don't really know how to answer it more than that. Sorry.
I see. Which are you more against? Anti-Christian sentiment or anti-Semitic sentiment?
I don't want either.
Fair enough. Okay.
Why would
3 more questions now. The gauntlet's almost over. How can we support our current allies?
Like as the American government, or as like as an individual American citizen?
As American citizens and also as a government.
As an American citizen, it's not really up to you. It's just you're an individual. You don't have to agree with the government. You can agree that like one of our allies is Israel, and if you agree with that, there's things you can do to support them, or just maybe verbally support. But you're also an American citizen, and you can say I don't like them, and I don't want to, I guess, support them. In which case you just go about your day. As for the American government, what's more we can do? I mean, I'd say for allies that are leaving our values and our ideology and pushing more into extreme secularism and therefore being subverted by Islamists like Western Europe, for example, especially France, but others, what we could do is try to get them to understand their downfall. And sometimes that comes through harsh teaching. Like, for example, Trump has made it clear that he's somewhat interested in maybe leaving NATO. And some people think, oh, that's so crazy, you shouldn't do that. Well, on the other hand, that could also teach them, you know, what their countries will be without American help. And maybe that'll force them to have an awakening. Maybe not. I don't know. What can we do to support them more? I don't think it's really like our job to do more than what we're already doing, and that's only if it benefits America. If something stops benefiting America, at least at an equal level, like we give to them as much as we get back from them, not monetary gain, but whatever we decide as valuable, then great. If we don't, then it's just about dropping them. I don't think it's our job to like increase our support.
I see. So this is a few more questions I have to ask.
All right.
So number one, this is actually a very popular asked question. This isn't exactly something that's coming from me. It's coming from the crowd. Why are so many Jews in positions of power, especially in non-Jewish countries?
Why are Jews so many Jews? I mean, when you say so many, you just mean like
considering that they make
disproportionately?
up about 2% of the ethnic population in the world, they make up
0.2%.
disproportionately an extraordinarily large amount of extraordinarily rich people. At least the majority of rich people either have ties to the Israeli government or
Sure. So
Judaism
one,
in
it's
one way or another.
I would say it's zero. Well,
Entire
first off,
thing is going at this point.
every Jew has some connection, not necessarily with like Netanyahu's government, but some connection. Sure. To answer your question, well, first it's 0.2%. It's 2% of America, but 0.2%. But that being said, is there somebody that's, let's say in America, because I'm sure you're going to know more about that. You sound like you're an American, so I assume you are. Can you tell me like of a quote unquote rich Jew who like just didn't deserve to be rich? Like he got it.
Jeffrey Epstein, the Rothschilds.
Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, right? Well, first off, I don't think anyone particularly likes that guy, whether you're Jew, Gentile, or whatever. But that being said, he was an advisor and he got paid for a lot of stuff, but I actually don't know much more than that. But I do know about the Rothschild. Why did the Rothschild not deserve to be? First off, I want to make it clear, Rothschild's actually lost a shitload of like kind of like influence and even money since the 1900s. But I'm not going to say they're not rich. They are. I want to point out that like asterisk disclaimer because a lot of people feel like they still have a crazy amount of research. The Rothschilds almost exclusively now are more advisory. But that being said, why don't they deserve to be rich? I'm confused.
I'm not saying why they don't deserve to be rich. I think you're conflating the question. I think you're being a little schizophrenic here. I never asked that. What I'm asking is why do they have so much money?
You did say that.
I'm asking that question. I'd like to see an answer to it. I'm not asking.
I'm trying to answer, but you did say that.
They shouldn't.
Okay, real
No,
quick.
I never did. I never did.
You did.
You're live streaming this.
I'll tell you
You're
right
live streaming
now.
this.
Exactly. You can
You're live
rewind.
streaming this. You can go back to it. You can see. You can see what I
great.
asked.
Just let me answer.
You know, I asked one question.
Specifically
They'll
asked
call you a liar.
I'm trying to. Okay, dude, relax. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong, but you have to relax. So I specifically said, can you tell me of a Jew who doesn't deserve to be rich? And you said, amongst Epstein, the Rothschilds. So yes, you did say they don't deserve to be rich. Maybe you didn't hear my question, and if that's the case, just say that. But trying to lie and say you never said that, of course you did.
So yeah, of course, some rich people don't deserve to be rich. What I'm trying to ask you, though,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is yes, some rich people don't deserve to be rich. No shit. But I am asking you, though.
You said that the Rothschilds were amongst the people that don't deserve to be rich, and I'm asking you, why do you think that? And then you lied and said I never said that.
Because of the fact that they used their money to fund the Stalinic revolution.
Okay,
they also use their money to generate.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you like where people spend their money. I asked you why don't they deserve to be rich? Like specifically, are you trying to say that they didn't actually do something to get rich and they just were given the money or stole it or robbed a bank? Like I'm asking that. I'm not asking.
They gained the money through clever investment and through clever investments and usage, much like Jeffrey Epstein. The problem is that, of course, the people themselves were not good enough to actually deserve having the money in the first place.
That's not what I'm asking. There's a lot of rich people, even Gentiles, Jews, whatever, that you can say are not deserving. I don't particularly care.
Why is that?
Nope, that's not the question. The question is why are Jews?
For someone that makes up 0.2% of the world ethnic population.
Stop, dude. Just stop. The question is if they deserve to be rich, not in terms of you think what they're doing is right or wrong or anything. I don't care about what you think. I don't care about what I think on that. I'm talking about how they got rich. You just said they got rich through, intelligent investments. That's not a Jewish thing. If Jews are the ones that do it, they're allowed to do that. If you think it's so weird, then you go make intelligent investments and you become rich. Just because the Jews are doing it and they do it at a better rate, that doesn't mean anything. 20 to 25% of Nobel Prize winners are also Jewish, which gives to all of mankind and humanity in terms of what they find out in terms of medical field, science in general, etc. But nobody seems to have a problem with that when it comes to using Jewish inventions at a disproportionate rate. They only cared to say, why do they have so much money? They have so much money because they have a culture that, like a lot of Asians, for example, also disproportionate, that are doing better off when it comes to education, discipline, and that goes directly into money. Jews and other cultures are better at it. That's not a weird thing. They're allowed to do that. I'm asking you, what is it that you think they're doing? You think they're just rich just because they're Jewish?
So the reason why I believe them to be rich is primarily either because of their values or because of their end goal. And that's what I'd assume. I think if we actually study the way that Jewish governments work, especially Israel, we'll oftentimes see that it's not for the betterment of anyone else but themselves. For example, Iran.
Well, I think every
What do
government
we
should
stand to
be like
gain
that.
from Iran? What do we stand to gain from any war in the Middle East?
I think every government
You yourself served in the military.
Okay, I have to answer
and
your
I'm brazen
question,
enough to
but
say that.
I have to mute you because you asked a question and you just like keep speaking. Let me answer the question. So to answer the first question before you crash out to the next question, the first one is, well, first off, I want to point out that I think every government should put their people above others, right? I don't think that's a problem, including America, including Israel. But I love how you completely avoided the question. I was asking about Jews, and I brought up examples of other things that they are also disproportionate at that somehow people don't ever bring up as a problem. And then you just shifted to like the Israeli government. Can you answer my question without just like completely ignoring what I asked?
Are you asking me why I believe them to be like more successful? I'd assume it's because of either an end goal or a sense of superiority. I'm not saying it's all Jews everywhere. What I am saying, however, is that it's not always, but it is some.
Why does it matter?
Normally is.
Why does it matter? If
Because
they're more successful than the disproportionate amount, do you have this problem with Asians who are also, or Nigerians who are also very disproportionately?
Asians make up over half of the world population. That's a big difference.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about,
they make up a very large amount of population.
I'm talking about in the United States of America. Hold on. Okay, gotta mute you again because you're crashing out every time. Relax. What I'm talking about is here in America because, for example, a lot of Asians are in China, where they don't have the ability to just like become rich through invention or hard work because it's not a capitalist society. But when they do come to an area where we have the ability, whether you're a Jew, Gentile, Asian, Black, white, whatever, we have more ability to actually do something and become more well off, even if that's at a disproportionate rate. You see that with Asians. I also love how you ignored the Nigerian one as well, and you just went straight to Asians at a very, very disingenuous way. Not just Asians, also Nigerians. When you look at unicorn companies, Indians are actually #1 in America, right? So even though, yes, you're right, Indians make up a huge percentage of the world. I think India by itself is what, 1.2 billion people, I think. I don't know, give or take. So again, without ignoring my question, can you answer it?
So your question is, what are my thoughts on the other people who are in positions of power, right?
It's not just
the other ethnic groups or whatever.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right.
No, I'm not asking you to give me an example of every single person or what your thoughts in. I'm saying, why are you focusing so much on, yes, Jews are at a disproportionate rate higher in education. They're also higher in IQ, right? In terms of the average population around the world, Ashkenazi Jews are generally ranked in the top 3, sometimes the first place in the entire world. But you're ignoring all of this in terms of also their culture. They're very good at lawyers. You know why? Because they do a lot of arguments. The Talmud is extremely complex, which is effectively very, very good for
extremely complex book
lawyers.
About why Jesus is burning in a pot of boiling excrement for all of eternity, or how they were so smart they were able to beat God in an argument about his own law.
That's actually incorrect. But
you do understand.
Okay,
I've read the fucking book, dude.
Stop. You haven't read how many books are there in the Talmud?
I'm not gonna say.
Okay, what is the difference between the Mishnah and the Gemara? What's the difference between the Mishnah and the Gemara? If you've read even the first page, you should know this.
There's no difference.
Yeah, there is actually.
There's no
difference.
Yeah. Can I just interject first? Humble, you've been asking a bunch of questions, right? I think you've had your time. You got to stop being an asshole. Like, you're literally being an asshole, and I'm witnessing it. So you have your last question, and then you're down. Okay, please.
What is the definition of an asshole?
How
would you define that?
Okay, he just doesn't know. He knows that he's wrong, and so he's just trolling.
I was like, he has so many questions that pissed me off. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, I don't mind the questions, but he just knows that he's not as smart as me, so he's trying to just troll. That's it. It's fine. It's not the first person that does that.
I'm not gonna answer. Like, shut the fuck up. Get out, please. I'm done.
He knows that he's intellectually outmatched, so he's just trolling. It's fine. It's not the first person. It's not the first person.
Annoying. Right.
But anyways, while you're bringing somebody else up, just so everyone knows, like the verse that he thinks he's talking about with like Jesus burning in hell, what it's actually talking about is there was a story about a necromancer that brought up 3 different people. And the problem is that a lot of these people go to they go to Safaria, which is honestly just a terrible translation of the Talmud. But nonetheless, it actually, people don't understand how it works. There's going to be what you see as bolded words, and then those that are not bolded. The ones that are bolded are actually from the Talmud. The non-bolded ones are just other people that put in these extra words. The original Aramaic and even the Hebrew, the original actual Talmud doesn't actually say Jesus of Nazareth. It doesn't say that anywhere. It just says Yeshua. It doesn't even say of Nazareth. And so this is the equivalent of me saying, I write a story about a guy named John, not even a last name, right? Just John from the UK. And then you say, oh, you must be talking about this John. And it's like, no, there was a lot of people that were named this at the time. And also, if you keep reading, it actually mentions a time period that would have been impossible for Jesus Christ, right? Because there's 3 different main Yeshu figures in the Talmud. 2 of them are before 133, I believe, CE, which obviously would be way before Jesus Christ. And the other one was 134 CE. I think that's the one that was a student of Ben Pandera. So that would have been over 100 years after Jesus Christ. So it doesn't even make any sense. The other Yeshu figure that's mentioned that doesn't actually have a time frame talks about how he was stoned to death, which unless you are denying Jesus Christ's being crucified, which I don't know why a Christian would do that. That's obviously not talking about Jesus Christ. So yeah, it's just dishonest, but great. Next person.
Yeah, Cloudy, hi, welcome.
Yeah, what's up? How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing all right. Yeah, so the thing I wanted to bring up is with Nick, I see a lot of content that's very anti-Islam. He argues that Islam is bad for society, it's problematic.
True.
So I just want to go there. I want you to make your case first, why you think that the more Muslim influence there is from like a value standpoint in the country, the worse it is. Why do you think that?
Well, first off, I love how you say I talked about Islam and then you immediately went to Muslim. I don't have a problem necessarily with Muslims. It's Islam. So can we like agree there's a difference between Muslims and Islam?
100%, yeah.
Okay, so do you want to ask a question again or?
Yeah. The question is, why do you think that Islam is problematic for Western countries, and why do you think it's problematic in general? So you can answer from 2 points of view: one in general, or second.
Well, I think it's the same answer regardless, because I am pro-Western ideology. Obviously, I have some differences, but for the most part, I push Western ideology. So really, the answer is going to be the same. So I've read the Quran twice. I want to read it for a 3rd time, just because. I've read all of Sahih Bukhari, all of Sahih Muslim, Abi Dawud. I mean, I've read a lot of hadith, 15 to 20,000 hadith. And I see that it's very clearly against Western ideology. So there is the push for pedophilia that's allowed in Islam. The violence, there's 164 verses of jihad, a lot of it being external jihad against unbelievers. I'll cast terror into the hearts of the unbelievers, so strike their every neck, strike their every finger until they submit, and taste the taste of fire and how God will punish them for being unbelievers. I mean, so on and so on. I mean, I can keep going, but like, what exactly is the specific of your question?
Wait, so I'm curious. So you think it's problematic for a ideology to advocate for conquest? That's what you find problematic?
That's not at all what I said. That was the biggest straw man argument.
You just said jihad. You just said that you have a problem with jihad.
Jihad does not mean conquest. Jihad does not mean conquest.
So
jihad means struggle.
Jihad, so you don't know your. So yeah, exactly. That's what jihad means.
Yeah, don't say I don't know. I know more than you.
Types of jihad.
Yes, I know. There's 4 different major types of jihad. The most important. Yeah, because you just tried to say I didn't know, and then you said I was right. So there's 4 major types of jihad. The most important one in Islam is considered internal jihad. But obviously, I'm not talking about that right now. I didn't say I hate everything about Islam. I didn't say every single word was bad. So you trying to say, oh, well, you're wrong because there's these good things too. Yeah, I never said there wasn't. You're being dishonest.
Yeah, that's great, man. That's great. You don't have to start crying. All right, so yeah, just on the jihad of like
couldn't be any less crying.
All right, great. So there's internal jihad. There's like a struggle. That's what you talked about. There's jihad when you're resisting an occupier. Yeah, correct. The one that you have a problem with, just for clarification, is when you talk about the jihad of conquest, correct? Or this like taking over other lands.
Didn't say anything about conquest. I didn't say anything about conquest.
Okay, can you answer what the jihad you have a problem with?
Yeah, sure. Again, it's against those that are unbelievers in the Islamic faith. I also said pedophilia. I also said, I didn't get into it, but also their treatment of women, the lack of individualism, the lack of humanism. Can we stick to
one issue at a time, please? No problem. We can go to that. Let's stick to jihad first. Okay, so you have the jihad of like attacking the unbelievers. So can you give me the context that's in? What's your understanding of that jihad? That like Muslims are like have a free pass to kill unbelievers wherever they find them. Like I want to see what your understanding is, just to ensure it's correct, because I don't know what your understanding is.
Yeah, according to Ibn Kathir, it's talking about during a time of war, and war is defined differently in Islam than it is how I would, and pretty much everyone in the West would actually define it. But on top of that, it even says, like the Prophet Muhammad specifically said, that you should even fight those that are oppressing others. And it says, why would you not fight? I'm sure I'm not getting it exactly right. The verse says, why would you not fight those that are oppressing others? How would you define those that are oppressing others? So if you were to kill Israelis because you believe they're oppressing Palestinians, that would be following the Quran, and that would be following the casting the terror into the hearts of the enemies or people oppressing others, and to strike their neck, strike their every finger, etc., etc.
Yeah, great. So here's the thing, right? So when you're talking about the jihad of like conquest or taking over lands, or the context you're talking about,
I never said conquest. You're the only person that said conquest. I've never said conquest.
You want to let me finish?
No, because you're attributing a quote to me. You're attributing a quote to me. I never said.
I'm not attributing a quote to you. It's a very
keep saying conquest. It never said conquest.
Taking over land.
I never said that.
Conquest.
Don't tell me what I'm talking about.
The word context.
I'm not talking about that.
Or do you just want to constantly cry, dude?
If you're going to continue to say I said something I didn't, of course I'm going to call you out for it. I never once said just conquest. I never even said conquest at all. You can kill unbelievers without conquest.
Okay, you can kill unbelievers without any context or conquest at all. That's what you're saying. You can just.
I never said context. Once again, you just added a word that I never said. I never said context.
Dude, can you answer the question? Are you, in your understanding of Islam, are you allowed to randomly, without provocation, just randomly commit a terrorist attack and kill non-believers? Yes or no?
If you can justify in the belief that you're helping the oppressed, why not?
Okay, is that the understanding of any Islamic scholar? Give me one Islamic scholar or explicit hadith or Quran verse which endorses.
Don't give a shit. I'm not here. First off, it's Ibn Kathir.
You're saying that you have a problem with the doctrine of Islam,
yes,
and you don't even understand it.
Sure. Stop talking so I can answer. Stop talking so I can answer.
Yeah, no.
So Ibn Kathir, stop talking so I can answer. Stop talking so I can answer. Ibn Kathir, shut up. Uskut. Ibn Kathir, shut up. I'm just going to mute you now. Ibn Kathir specifically says it's in the context of war. The Prophet Muhammad talks about many different times to go to war. One of them is to fight those that are oppressing others. So, I don't care about your modern age scholar bullshit, apologist, fucking bullshit. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't care. I'm talking about your prophet. I'm talking about what you believe to be the words of Allah. If you want to bring up some fucking random scholar out of Saudi Arabia that says, oh, we're not allowed to fuck little kids or something like that, I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care what your apologists have to say. I'm talking about your book.
Yeah, okay, show me where in the Quran it endorses, okay, the random killing of civilians. Tell me, where does it say that?
I never said why do you keep adding words that I never added?
What's your claim?
Why do you keep adding words that I never said?
You want me to answer? I didn't interrupt you. You had your whole tangent. I didn't interrupt you. You strawman my position.
First off, I don't care. I don't stop. First off, the irony of you saying strawman right now while you're strawmanning me. I never added these words. You're adding them because you know you can't defend what I'm actually saying, so you add in words so you can put in a defense. Stop adding in words.
So let me, okay, dude, if I'm summarizing your argument or if you have a problem with how I framed your argument, address it after. Let me speak.
No, we're not doing that. No, I don't.
Okay, there we go. So you're just scared. You're just running away. That's why.
I'm scared of you lying. I'm scared of you lying about my words.
Then address it after. Say that, hey, you lied after.
Why would we waste the time of you going off a whole tangent just to tell you you're wrong about what I said?
I'm not gonna go on a whole tangent. I'm literally gonna get out like a paragraph, less than that, just to explain to you the different types of jihad and why.
How about this? Let me just say one sentence real quick. How about to make it much more smooth than me waiting for you to be done just to have to get you to restart anyways? How about you just don't fucking add words? How about that? Wouldn't that be much quicker than me even waiting or not? Just don't add words. Just answer what I said.
You just don't want to engage in the argument? Yeah, I'm going to answer
I don't want to engage in someone else's argument. Correct. I want to engage in the argument I made. That's correct. Good job. You learned how debate works.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, so when it comes to the 4 types of jihad, which I'm assuming you have a problem with, which is the physical struggle.
Nope.
Which include. So you don't have a problem with that type of jihad?
I have a problem with what I said. It's very clear. Stop changing.
So you clearly talked about jihad being a problem. I just expressed that to you, and you're just saying that I'm strawmanning you because you don't want to engage with the argument, dude.
What's your question?
Dude, I literally just asked you before, what was your understanding of the jihad that you find problematic in Islam? How about you answer that? We can reset.
I did.
Maybe
I
you
already
can
answered
engage
it.
with the argument.
I already answered that.
Okay, you know what? Every time I speak, I clearly don't understand what you said beforehand. So please answer it again for me for clarity. What part of jihad in Islam do you have a problem with? And I'll address that and be specific so I can actually engage in the conversation.
I brought up 2 verses and what Ibn Kathir said. The first verse is to cast terror into the hearts of the enemies and to strike the necks of unbelievers and to strike their every finger. Okay, actually, you know what? How about this? I'll just read it directly so that way we know exactly what it says.
Perfect.
I mean, I got it pretty much right, but I know there's a little bit more to it. It's 34, I know that. Or no, this one's in Surah 8.
Yeah, Surah 8.
Great. Surah 8. I am with you, so grant the believers resolve. I shall cast terror into the hearts of the unbelievers, so strike above the necks and strike their every finger, for they defied God and his messenger. And whoso defies God and his messenger, God is severe in retribution. Here it is, so taste it. For the unbelievers, the torment of the fire. That's what it says.
Got it. Perfect. You want me to answer that?
Be sure if you want.
Yeah, great. Okay, amazing. Yeah, so the verse in Surah 8, for example, and Surah Al-Anfal, for example, and all of the other verses when it comes to, for example, Surah 9, verse 5, or Surah verse 9, verse 29, and Surah 8, verse 12, all of these verses, which are in the context and talking about jihad bis safe, right, are all in either 2 contexts. The first context is the one in which you're resisting an occupier or oppressor, or the second context
Where does it say that?
is in which you are conquering other land. Yeah, I'll give you, for example. I'll give it to you in just a second, right? Or the second one is when you're conquering other lands. So, for example, if you look at the verse in Surah 9, verse 5, right, which is another verse about jihad.
I don't care about that. Talk about the one that I brought up.
Yeah. So you analyze the Quran with other verses of the Quran, by the way. So you don't.
Yeah, but can you just answer the one that I brought up first?
Without the context. Yeah. So I'm giving you the context of the verse, and I'm contextualizing it with another verse from the same book. I don't know if you've heard of that concept.
I care more about you just answering what I brought up.
Yeah, so I'm answering it. Just give me some time, right? So, for example, when you talk about Surah 8, verse 12, right? Which is, remember, O Prophet, when your Lord revealed to the angels, I am with you, so make the believers stand firm. I will cast horror into the hearts of the disbelievers. So strike their necks and strike their... That's literally the verse. That's the verse you cited.
No, that's not what I said. It's cast terror into the hearts. You're reading some like new, probably the clear Quran. I don't know. Are you reading Sahih International? What are you reading?
I will cast horror. Yeah, okay. Horror and terror is like very, very similar.
No.
Like ru'ba, which is the Arabic word, right? If you say horror or terror, it's like even in English they're synonymous to that. You don't have to always get your gotcha moment. No, it's ru'ba. I don't know if you're saying Hebrew, bro. Okay.
No, it's not.
Right. So the Arabic word isn't ru'ba, excuse me?
No, I'm saying I'm not reading Hebrew.
Okay, so what did you just say? I'm sorry, I just want to get clarification. I just want to demonstrate that you know nothing. You just said random gibberish.
I'm just asking, what is it that you're reading? Are you reading Sahih International? Are you reading the Clear Quran?
Yeah, I'm reading Dr. Mustafa Khattab's translation, which is fine. I also know the Arabic, so it's okay. But yeah, horror or terror is synonymous not only in English but in the Arabic as well. Like if you say ru'ba, that's terror or horror, it doesn't matter. It's like synonymous. Okay. So you don't have to like cherry pick me for your clip that you can get on your Instagram channel or whatever. But anyways, so if you look at Surah 8 and if you look at that chapter, right, when it says it's casting terror or horror into the hearts of the disbelievers, so strike their necks and strike their fingertips, right? This verse and other verses about jihad are not talking about, they're not in a vacuum. Because if you read the verse right after, it says this is because they defied Allah and his messenger, and whoever defies Allah and his messenger, okay, great. Yeah, so that's the verse that made the audience didn't hear because you didn't cite it when you were making the argument.
I did. I just read it when I said, let me pull out my Quran and read it in full. I read all of that, dude.
You read the verse, not the verse after, dude.
I did. Okay? I read all the way to 14.
Well, I didn't hear it. I don't think anyone.
Yes, everyone heard it. And then after it says, that is yours, so taste it. And indeed for the disbelievers, the punishment of fire. Perfect. I read all this, dude.
You read all the way to 14. That's great. Amazing. So if you go to 15
how did you not hear that?
As well, okay, do you want to engage or do you just want to constantly cry, dude? You're just like weeping. Okay, when you go to verse 15, believers, when you face the disbelievers in battle, never turn your backs to them. And whoever does so on such an occasion, it doesn't say that?
It does not say in battle. It says that I know this because even like I have my personal Quran, which is from Tarif Khalidi.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I also on Quran.com, if you look in Quran.com, it actually has that in brackets, meaning it was added after.
Yeah, yeah. So you know what? So I know you got the bracket strat really good. When the word used in Arabic is zahfan or zahfa in this context, right? What's being referred to is that they're advancing. So when you see the disbelievers advancing, that's the literal Arabic.
Correct.
Never turn your backs to them, right? So the context behind that, when it says advancing, means in battle. That's literally how it's read, right? You don't just read when they're advancing. The word is used in the context of battle. It's not just randomly they're walking on the street and you just start like executing them. Yeah, just because in battle is in brackets with the English translation, the reason it's put in battle in that specific translation is because that's the context of the verse based on the Arabic. Okay. So yeah, I'm explaining that. So in that verse, for example, the Quran and Islam as a whole justifies two types of conquest or jihad. One is jihad in resistance to an oppressor in battle, and the second one is conquering or taking over other lands. That jihad, I would say, is justifiable. It's backed by the Islamic doctrine. Any verse you cite about jihad will be in those two contexts, right? When we're talking about the fourth type of jihad, and I have no problem with Islam advocating for number one, conquest in a certain context, as well as resisting an occupier. Do you have a problem with that? That's my next question.
So do you get to kill those that are not part of their necessarily part of their military? That
no,
are
you're
advancing.
You're not allowed to random.
Okay, perfect. So can you tell us about the
so
Jews
for example,
in Yathrib who specifically? Yeah, if I can just finish. Can you tell us about the Jews in Yathrib who are? Okay, great. Can you tell us about the Jews in Yathrib where they lined up the boys, dropped their pants to inspect for pubic hair, and killed the ones that had pubic hair?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the context of the Beni Qurayza. So it's a good question. But yeah, so the context of Beni Qurayza was that they were Jews who had a treaty with the Prophet, peace be upon him. They disobeyed and broke that treaty. And so what they did as a result of breaking that treaty, all of the tribe leaders, is there was another separate party who was negotiating what should be the punishment if they were to break
who
that
Muhammad
treaty.
told him to. Don't forget to add that. Muhammad asked him what should he do because this was a guy who had worked with the Jews before, and Muhammad asked it. Right? So don't forget, this was still Muhammad's decision just because somebody else did it. Okay, great. Keep going.
It was correct, but he was bound by a contract. So he was bound by a contract in which, when he was deciding the punishment of what should be done to Banu Qurayza, the mediator said the entire tribe, all of the military edge men, should be executed. And the entire tribe collectively, they broke that contract. So yeah, the tribe of Banu Qurayza in that specific instance, they were
executed. Nobody ever said that the tribe itself decided like break that contract. It would have been the leadership that broke that contract. What happened. Okay, so what did the tribe as a whole, including 11-year-old boys, give or take an age or two, right? Because that's about when you have pubic hair, 9 to 11. Tell me what these 9 to 11-year-old boys did to break this contract, even if we assume that's actually what happened, but let's go with it. What did they do? Can you be specific?
What do you mean assume? Assume what? I'm confused.
Okay, let's ask the question again. What did the 9 to 11-year-old boys in the tribe do to break this contract to the point that they deserve to die? Because earlier, the reason I asked it, right? Because earlier I asked you, do you get to kill? One second. Earlier I asked you, do you get to kill those that are not literally advancing? You said no, you're not allowed to. Now you're about to justify why you are allowed to. So can you tell us why those boys that were 9 to 11 years old were killed?
Again, I'm just answering to you because they had a treaty, they broke the treaty, and we don't say like 9 to 11 years old. You're kind of adding this age in randomly.
Well, that's when you generally hit puberty, right? I mean, maybe 12. I don't know when you hit puberty.
Here's the thing. So yeah, it's a good gotcha moment. But when you actually
fine, call them 13 years old. Dude, stop. Stop, dude.
Do you want me to answer?
I do. Don't act like I made a weird age. That's when men hit puberty. I hit puberty when I was 9 to 10 years old. I said 11 to add it.
Yeah, okay. So here's what happened. So what happened is they broke a contract that they had with the Muslims.
This isn't my question.
It was collectively I'm literally answering you, and then you're scared of the answer.
This is not what was my question? I'm giving you the context. What was my question?
I'm giving you the context. Your question was why were these men of puberty age executed if you can only fight them in battle? That's what your question was. You want me to answer?
Perfect. So why are you repeating about how they broke a treaty? Fine, I got it. They broke a treaty. How are you answering my question?
Yeah, they broke. Yeah, I'm answering the question with the justification of it. That's why I have to give the context. I'm not just going to repeat what you said in an answer, right?
What does this have to do with killing people that are not advancing on you, like you said was required?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's in the general context of battle. In the case of a tribe betraying you or breaking a contract, and somebody else is actually making the terms of that contract,
here we go.
in which you have to honor it, then you have to execute that ruling.
Gotcha.
So two things.
So you agree. So it's not always okay. Great.
So you want me to answer? Or do you want to interrupt?
Well, you just answered. You said not always.
No, I did not
answer. Said not always. It has to be advancing.
Literally did not answer.
You said sometimes. Okay, cool. You said sometimes it's not with advancing tribes.
Listen. Okay, so you're not gonna let me answer again.
You just answered. You just said okay. Go ahead and say it again.
So the Banu Qurayza, okay, which was not just the leadership, it was the entire clan of military age men, right? Okay, who had a treaty with the Muslims, and after the Battle of the Trench, they all collectively, as an army, because all the military age men were fighting,
that's not true.
Betrayed the Prophet, peace be upon him. Number one. Number two is in other cases when the Prophet, for example, would be arbitrating when it came, for example, the Quraysh when he came back to Mecca. The general policy was one of mercy, that even when, for example, he would take over land, he would forgive all of his enemies. However, the reason in this case, all of the military age men, hence the phrase of the if you see a hair of puberty on them, all of the military age men were executed because that judgment was executed by Sa'd ibn Mu'adh. Okay, he was the arbitrator who both of them accepted. So both of them by contract accepted that if we betray the Prophet, this is the punishment that will be upon us. That's what Banu Qurayza said, right?
So that's actually not what it says.
So the Prophet responded and said, "That's exactly what the tafsir
No,
says."
So in the Sahih Bukhari, it specifically says that Muhammad asked.
So you understand that answer?
Stop. So what Muhammad asked this? Great. Yeah. Well, you still never answered my question, but we'll get back to it in a second.
Yeah,
so first off, great. So first off, that's actually not what happened. What he says actually in Sahih Bukhari is he went to this advisor because he understood the Jewish tribe more because he had been working with them before. And he specifically said to him, what is the punishment according to their tribe? And he said, or sorry, what makes an adult according to their tribe? He said that it was pubic hair, which by the way is not even true, but I'm not going to attribute that to Muhammad. We'll just say that guy was wrong. And in Judaism, it's actually the age of 13. So it wasn't even like he was correct. But again, I'm not gonna blame Muhammad on that, assuming the story is true. As for what we understand about Jewish tribes, and honestly, it wasn't just Jewish tribes. We know that it's made up of a minority of elders and people in power, and it's not done by consensus. So back to my question that you still have not answered. Why? Because you said it's only done against advancing armies in battle. My question for you, because people at the age of 9, 10, 11, 12 would not be military age males in Jewish tribes, right? At very best, it'd be 13 when they're considered to be adults. Again, I'm not saying that according to Islam. Maybe in Islam, pubic hair is good enough. But in Judaism, that's not true. Okay, well, again, we'll get perfect. So it's not true in any direction. So my question for you, once again, I'm going to try one more time. If you're not allowed to kill those unless they are literally, quote unquote, advancing in battle against you, then why did they kill these young boys / men, whatever you want to call them?
Yeah, got it. Because this was not the arbitration of the Prophet himself or God in the Quran. It was the arbitration of Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, who is a separate party. And that separate entity decreed that with the agreement of Banu Qurayza before the treaty, that the punishment for breaking the treaty, again, a mutually agreed upon contract, would be that all the military age men would be executed. That's the first point.
How do you know
the second point in which you said, no, listen.
Where are you getting that the contract said that? Where are you getting that the contract said that?
Yeah, from the Islamic sources. This is an internal critique of Islam,
because I've read in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim that talk about this. It doesn't say anything about the contract said you will kill all, again, 9 to 11-year-olds generally. Go ahead.
So if you look at, so in Bukhari that you read the same hadith I'm pretty sure you're citing, when it talks about the arbitration by Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, right? That arbitration, right, that was done showed that the punishment that was decreed upon Banu Qurayza was agreed beforehand. That was the arbitration that was agreed on before the treaty. That's what the treaty stipulated.
Yeah, it doesn't say that anywhere. I'd love to get the source of that because I read in even Sunan Abu Dawud, it doesn't say that. But that being said, hey, look, I haven't read literally every single hadith. I've read a lot, so maybe there is one that exists. So please feel free to tell me. But I have a question for you. Hold on, just one more question.
Yeah, it's there.
Why did Muhammad approve it? I thought it was the religion of justice. Why would he approve something that goes against Islamic teaching?
Yeah, so two things. First of all, is that we wouldn't say it goes like it's a good question, but we'd say two things. First of all, is that you have to be bound by the contract. Number one. Number two, in this scenario as well, what happened is because they betrayed the prophet, it was collectively as an army. So all of these like men that were fighting, right? They were an army that was betraying them also during a siege time, right? So
that's
all
not
of these
how they
people
betrayed them. They didn't betray them via army. They didn't betray them via an army.
Betray them via army. I know. I never said they, again. I never said they betrayed them via army. But the tribe that betrayed them, it was all military age men who were killed. Right? It was people who were actively part of the military. That's why it specifies men who had hit puberty.
No,
right?
that's
so they're not non-combatants who were executed.
That is not how Jewish tribes make up their military. It's not people who have hit puberty.
Because you brought up that contention before. Let me answer that contention. Okay. So again, positing that Jewish theology and Jewish law during the 7th century was exactly equivalent across all Jewish tribes is the most ahistorical and stupid thing I've ever heard in my life.
Of course it is. Obviously, they're bound by the Torah.
You might have like a condensed. Yeah, you might have. Okay, dude, the Torah is not. Dude, even if you have the Torah, first of all.
They also had the Talmud at this point.
Yeah, okay, dude, you don't. Number one is that the historical evidence doesn't suggest that every single Jewish tribe, number one, had the same interpretation of the same text. Number two, we don't even know if they have all the exact manuscripts.
What do you mean interpretation? It says in the Talmudic law and halakha that specifically it's 13. It's not about interpretation. It says 13. It's not even like you can interpret it differently. It says 13. There's no interpretation of that. What are you talking about?
I love how you argue like a great Jewish boy, even though you're like, a Gentile. It's great. But first of all, it's not just interpretation, but the second thing is the manuscripts that Jewish tribes have access to. So it's not like today where you go up on the internet, you pull up like, BibleHub.com and you search up what the Torah says. A lot of tribes might not even have access to that exact manuscript. If it's not in the 10 Commandments,
the Torah?
If it's not explicitly no, yeah, of course, yeah, dude. So Jewish tribes don't have every single manuscript of the Torah in the 7th century.
What are you talking about?
Also did not follow their laws all the time. Wait, so historically, Jews always followed the laws of the Torah?
I want to know where this treaty says. Get that source before we keep going, because we keep forgetting for you to get.
Okay, so yeah, again, I'm great that you conceded that point. That's great.
I didn't concede shit. That was the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But please give me where it says.
No. Let's stick on it. What was the dumbest thing?
He really doesn't want to give his source. He's trying so hard. Yes, Torah.
Okay,
Torah is everywhere.
Good running away. I'm not gonna run away.
All right, mashallah.
We'll pick up the source. Thank you, man. Hey, man, you're a good little boy, bro.
Just so everyone knows,
dude, I love how you're
Jews did not have Torah, just so you guys know.
Yeah,
or the Talmud.
Yeah, Jews did not. That's okay. Complete straw man of what I said, but that's okay.
That's literally what you said. You said they would not have.
Yeah, not all Jews had. Not all Jews. They did not have the Torah. Period. Not all Jews had every single manuscript of the Torah. Number one. Number two is not all the Jews followed the Torah completely. So positing that the Jewish tribe must have followed Jewish law. Therefore, no way a 12-year-old would be a soldier if the Torah posits they're 13. Like that's just like assuming that the Jews followed their law perfectly. So you don't know what you're talking about. But okay, let's move on. Let's get the source.
This is so much reaching. Holy shit.
Not really a reach, bro. So Jews always follow the Torah?
It's a huge reach to say that they decided in Yathrib specifically that they were going to ignore that part, and 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds were all going to be soldiers. Anyway, source. Come on, source. Source.
Yeah, we're pulling it up. Give me a sec. I have to pull it up for a little bit.
Alhamdulillah.
Perfect. I think it's. I have to pull up my source. I'm not trying to just randomly say something. Take some time. Give me some time.
No problem.
Appreciate it, brother. Pretty sure it's in Bukhari, so I would assume you know the hadith if you've read all of Sahih al-Bukhari.
It's a big difference between reading 7,500 hadiths and having them all memorized. I do not have them memorized.
There we go. Perfect. Can you pull up Bukhari 3043?
sec.
Sahih al-Bukhari 3043. When the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to no, let me read it. Let me read it. Hey, don't be.
I just want to pull it up with you. You said 30 what?
3043. Hadith 3043 on the Book of Jihad.
3043. And 2H. Let's get down to the 3000s. All right, go ahead. Or I can read it, whichever one. I don't care.
All right, yeah. When the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Sa'd's judgment, Allah's Messenger ﷺ sent for Sa'd, who was near to him. Sa'd came riding a donkey, and when he came, Allah's Messenger ﷺ said, "Stand up for your leader." Then Sa'd came and sat beside Allah's Messenger ﷺ, who said to him, "These people are ready to accept your judgment." Sa'd said, "I give the judgment." Sa'd said, "I give the judgment that their warriors should be killed and their children and women should be taken as prisoners." The Prophet ﷺ then remarked, "O Sa'd, you have judged amongst them with similar to the judgment of the King Allah." So that's exactly what Sa'd said.
Perfect. That debunks you.
What it said. Sa'd exactly said that. This
yeah, no, that debunks you. Do you want me to explain why that debunks you and why I was right?
Yeah, so a couple things. Tell me why it debunks me.
Sure, no problem. One, first off, it doesn't even say that this was in the treaty, which is what you said it said. It just said that they're ready to accept your judgment. Who was the one that...
that's wrong, but I'll tell you why. I'll let you finish.
Okay, perfect. Stand up for your leader. Then Sa'd came and sat beside Allah's messenger, who said to him, "These people are ready to accept your judgment." How did Allah's messenger know that they were ready to accept their judgment?
How did Allah's messenger know that Sa'd was ready to accept the judgment?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because you said it was actually part of the treaty. Now it's saying that Allah's messenger, the prophet, said these people are ready to accept your judgment. So I want to know why Muhammad made that. Okay.
Yeah, because they agreed to accept the verdict of Sa'd ibn Mu'adh.
How does he know that?
Says in the beginning. The people that it's in internal. That's what it's historically documented. The people.
Okay, so it wasn't part of the verdict. Right? Okay, so it wasn't necessarily part of the treaty. It's just that that Allah's messenger said.
What do you mean it's not part of the treaty?
Right, so you said in the treaty...
Okay, dude, what a reach. So, you're making an internal critique, right? So if you make an internal critique of the Islamic sources...
Stop screaming.
Yeah, dude, no, I'm trying to educate you.
Okay, one second. I have to remind you what you said. I have to remind you what you... I have to remind... Okay, I'm going to have to mute you because I have to remind you what you said. You said that the treaty itself said specifically that if we break this treaty, then, we will... accept the judgment of killing off all of what they consider to be men. Okay? It doesn't say that in the treaty, Allah's messenger. But what I really want to say, okay, I'm going to unmute you. What I really want to say is Allah's messenger specifically said, "You have judged amongst them with the judgment of the King Allah." So not, even if you were correct about it being in the treaty, fine. Let's just say you were, even though you didn't prove that at all. But it says that this is what the judgment of Allah would be anyways. So he did a job that he says is what Allah would do. But I thought you said Allah doesn't accept this kind of judgment.
No, that's not what I said, but it's okay. Great.
So you agree? This is okay. Perfect. Okay, so you agree. This is what Allah would want it.
Are you going to let me respond? Are you going to let me respond?
Yeah. Go ahead. Perfect.
Perfect. Great. Amazing. Okay. Yeah. So two things. First of all, is the first point you made when you said it wasn't in the treaty. That's what you said, correct? I don't want you to interrupt me.
You said that it was in the treaty, and this right here doesn't say that.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So when it says in the hadith, when the tribe of... So two hadiths. Number one, the first one is the one I brought up to you. It also said that. It's more explicit, another one.
The first when the tribe of Banu Qurayza was... What was the first one you brought up? This is the first one you brought up to me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, 3043. Exactly. It says that. When the tribe of Banu Qurayza was... Treaty. Dude, you want to let me finish? I let you speak, dude.
Okay, but you're lying.
When the tribe of...
Go ahead.
Again, so you just run away, though. You just run away anytime the response is coming, though. Okay? All right. When the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Sa'd's judgment, Allah's Messenger ﷺ sent for Sa'd, who was near him. So they were ready to accept Sa'd's judgment. So if they're ready to accept Sa'd's judgment, Sa'd makes a judgment, then is that not a mutual agreement?
Yeah. So Allah's Messenger said these people are ready to...
I want a yes or no. I don't want to running away. Is that a yes? I just want a yes or no. It's a very simple question. If you have the tribe which says, I'm ready to accept Saad's judgment, and Saad makes the judgment. Is that not a mutual agreement? Yes or no?
Well, they never said I'm ready to accept Saad's judgment. Allah's messenger said that.
No. Hold on. Read the hadith again. The people of Bani Qurayza agreed to accept the verdict of Saad ibn Muad. So if you accept a verdict of Saad, Saad makes a verdict. Is that not a mutual agreement? Yes or no?
So they never said that they were ready. This is what Allah's messenger said.
Can I get a yes or no for that? Are you not answering the question?
Yeah, in this case, no. If you're gonna force me to say yes or no because you're scared of context or nuance, relax.
I'll be muted. Please elaborate.
Yeah, if you just shut up, you can just hear it. Okay, so this doesn't say anything because you said that they said I am ready. They never said that. Second off, nowhere in this entire hadith does it say anything about a treaty. Okay, which is what you said it said. Nowhere in this hadith. But that being said, if I say yes to you, will you explain that you haven't judged them the way effectively Allah would have judged them? Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'll explain it. But you concede that point then? You just conceded the point.
No, I don't.
You literally just conceded the point, dude.
I literally did not.
Oh, man,
I literally said once again that this never says the word treaty.
Yeah, let's explain it. Let's explain it for you. We'll move on to the second point. No, you just asked me a question. Let me answer.
Hurry up.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Hurry up.
Great. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay. Look, someone's impatient. Yeah. So, for example, in the first part, when it says when the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Saad's judgment, let the audience obviously understand what that means. It's a mutual agreement. The second thing you asked about, which is why does it say, for example, "O Saad, you have judged amongst them with similar to the judgment of Allah." So now you're saying that this is Allah's judgment. Yeah. So Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, you can't do anything against Allah's judgment. Obviously, Allah's judgment would have been this. But that doesn't mean when we say the punishment against Bani Qurayza was against Allah's judgment. I never said that. Again, that's a straw man.
So you agree? You're allowed to kill.
What the Islamic position is? You want me to finish instead of running away? All right. What the Islamic position is that generally you have a position of mercy and forgiveness even amongst your enemies.
I don't care. Hurry up.
Them in battle. However, in this specific instance, Allah's judgment was honoring the mutual agreement and was honoring what Saad said. That's what Allah's agreement was. And so therefore we accept it, no problem.
Where does it say that the treaty said that they would have to, if they betrayed the prophet, that they would have to be killed? All of the men that have pubic hair. Where does it say that?
Got it. You want? Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So again, you also conceded that point, but we'll answer that question as well.
I didn't concede.
It's clearly
shit.
A treaty. Again, listen. Hey, stop.
Hurry up.
Okay? A
dude,
treaty
hurry
is a
up.
mutual. Dude, you're like a 5-year-old boy, dude. All right. A treaty is a mutual agreement between two parties. The treaty was what? The tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Saad's judgment. If you can spam that in the chat as well, just so
that's not what treaty means. That's not what treaty means.
Wait, so okay, listen. It's the treaty in this context understands a mutual agreement between two parties. That's what a treaty is. They are ready to accept a judgment. So Bani Qurayza says, "I'm ready to accept Saad's judgment." Saad's judgment. If you break this treaty, then what happens is that we will kill all of the military agents.
Perfect. Where does it say that? Perfect. Where does it say that in the treaty? Because they had a treaty before this. Do you agree? Do you know what a treaty is, by the way?
A treaty.
Do you know what a treaty is?
Do you know it's a mutual agreement, bro? If
wrong.
you want to get me on semantics,
wrong.
And if you're talking about oh, look, he's spamming it. If you're talking about a written thing, like, oh yeah,
that's literally what a treaty is. That's literally what a treaty is.
Okay, in this case, it's a mutual agreement. Yeah, I can concede it's
no.
I
don't care what you think. Nope, stop. A treaty, stop. Dude, you're embarrassing yourself. A treaty is a legally binding...
Hold on a second.
A treaty is a legally binding written agreement. Do you agree that they had a treaty before this action took place in this hadith? Do you agree they had a treaty before this?
If you're defining treaty as
written agreement... Do you agree that they had a treaty before this?
Yeah, do you want me to answer then qualify?
Do you agree that they had a treaty before this?
So let me answer then qualify. So the answer would be if you're defining treaty as a written agreement specifically.
I don't define it as anything. That is the definition. There's no such thing as Nick Mattel's definition.
Okay, fine. Then even in that case, under that objectives definition that has been decreed by the world of treaty meaning written agreement and not just an agreement in general, then no. But they had an agreement, a mutual agreement about it. It doesn't change anything. I don't know why you're so
great. So do you agree they had a treaty before this, or was there no treaty before this?
Had a mutual agreement before this. Had a mutual agreement, not a treaty.
So when you said, okay, so they didn't have a treaty before this?
They had a mutual agreement.
And that mutual agreement, now that you've conceded that there was no treaty, so now you're saying that the mutual, okay, great. Now you're saying that the mutual agreement, because you're changing it now, that they said if we betray you, then you get to do whatever punishment you want. That was the treaty. And that punishment being you get to kill every single person that has, or every man that has pubic hair.
Not the punishment. They want a punishment that's agreed upon by Saad. That's exactly what it is. So Saad makes that treaty. He's the one who defers to the judgment, and he makes it.
Right. So you were saying, right, that when they entered into this, not treaty, but mutual agreement, however many years before they betrayed him, I don't know how long it was, but when they entered into it, in that agreement, the Prophet Muhammad said, if you do betray me, then this guy Saad is going to judge you for what your punishment will be. And they said, that's fine. We agree. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, great. Can you show me where it says that?
Yeah, I don't know why you keep repeating and going in circles. It literally explicitly said that in the beginning. When the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Saad's judgment.
So that's after they betrayed him, correct?
No, that's not after.
What do you mean? Why would Saad need to provide a judgment on...
Are you serious?
What? Are you serious?
Dude, it's a mutual agreement beforehand. So they're not saying that, oh yeah, right now I'm ready to just kill myself. That's what Saad said. That's not what the source is saying, dude. It's saying when the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Saad's judgment, Allah's Messenger sent for Saad, who was near to him. He came riding, and then he said, stand up for your leader, and then blah, 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 blah. You know the rest. But yeah,
and then he said, I give the judgment that their warrior... Okay, great. And then he said, I gave the judgment that their warriors should be killed and their children or women should be taken as prisoners. So this was after they betrayed him. Do you agree?
Yeah, after the betrayal. Yeah, exactly.
So why did you say no 5 seconds ago, dude? It is after the betrayal.
You didn't ask after the betrayal.
I literally asked after. I literally just said that and you said no.
He did. I heard him.
Okay, dude. Hey, man, I'm glad we got your favorite cheerleader here. But anyways, yeah. So
yeah. Anyways, well, no. Hold on. Now that you just embarrassed yourself, let's go back to it. So I did say that. Let's go. Where is it? Well, I need to re-ask the question now that you've gotten it wrong.
Yeah. So
okay. Stop.
Let's clarify.
Relax.
Let's clarify.
We don't need to clarify. We already did. Okay. I'm gonna have to mute you. Relax. So now that you embarrassed yourself and you got that wrong, my question that you ignored was you said. And you said yes to this. If you don't believe me, I have the whole thing live right now. You can go rewind after and you will hear yourself. You said that the treaty originally, because I said you agree, or sorry, not treaty, mutual agreement. The mutual agreement was in place before they betrayed him. You said yes. And my question to you was, however many years or months or whatever before they betrayed him, quote unquote, whenever they entered into that mutual agreement, was that agreement Muhammad saying to them, if you betray me, this guy Saad right here, he's going to be the one to judge you. And they agreed to that. You said yes. And I asked you, what's the source that says that's what the original treaty/mutual agreement said? Not what happened after they betrayed him. Okay, can you give me that?
Got it. Yeah, no, so here's what you're confusing and it just completely...
Can you give me that? Can you give me that source? As long as you answer that, then yes.
The question.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because you just strawman my position and you're asking for that. That's not what I said at all. The mutual agreement beforehand was to accept Saad's judgment.
Right.
Saad's
Where does it say
judgment
that?
after they broke the treaty. But again, the mutual agreement when the tribe of Bani Qurayza was ready to accept Saad's judgment, they were ready to accept it. And then in another hadith, they agreed to accept the verdict.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay, stop. I gotta mute you again, dude, because listen, you're I don't know if you're purposely doing this or if you really don't understand the question. All right, so I'm gonna ask it maybe one more time, and then if you can't answer it this time, I have one separate question about Islam for you. But I'm gonna try one more time because I have good faith that maybe you're just not smart, and so you think I'm asking a different question, and you're not being disingenuous, but you just think I'm asking a different question. So I'm going to try one more time. I asked you before any betrayal, when they first entered into an agreement, whether you want to call it treaty or mutual, whatever, it doesn't matter. When they entered into this agreement for the first time, I said, Muhammad looked at them and said, if you end up betraying me out of this agreement, then Saad gets to judge, right? And you have to accept that judgment. And that's, you said yes to. Before For the fucking 1000th time, before the betrayal, you said yes, that was the mutual agreement they came into. And then later they betray him, and so Saad judges him, okay? Where does it say that the original, prior to betrayal, treaty / agreement / whatever the fuck you want to talk about, whatever you want to call it, where does it say that that was what they agreed upon, that if Muhammad says, if you break this treaty, Saad will judge you? Can you give me that source?
Yes, it's two things. First of all, it's clear by the context in the hadith.
It's not.
Because when it's, you want me to answer it? Because you keep saying, oh, I'm going to ask you again.
Just give me the source. I don't care about what you think the hadith is saying.
I'm answering because you already have the source, and I'm telling you what the hadith is saying.
Okay, well, the source does not say this.
And get embarrassed.
It doesn't. All right, stop. Yeah, okay, stop crying, dude. I don't care. So this source, as you admitted, after you misheard me, quote unquote, you admitted that this source was everything after the betrayal. Okay? You already admitted that. No, this does not imply that the original agreement or anything said that this would happen if you betray me. Now, if you have a source that says that, I'd be more than glad to read it. I don't have everything memorized. I have read Sahih al-Bukhari. I don't have it all memorized. I'm sure you understand that. So maybe I forgot. So if you don't have that, can I ask you a separate question about Islam? If you do have it, please give that. But if you don't, then let's just move on.
I think it's clear that you've conceded. No problem. Let's move on.
That's great. Totally if that makes you feel better.
You don't want to hear the hadith and all that stuff. That's great.
Oh, you do have the hadith? Okay, fine. Give me the hadith.
I think anyone.
Okay, great. So you're saying, okay, great. Shush. Stop crashing out. Stop crashing out. So if you do have the separate hadith, then give it. That's what I've been asking for this whole time. So do you have a separate hadith?
To you. No, it's the same hadith. You want me
this hadith doesn't talk about before. No, I don't. So my next question, right? Because this hadith does not say anything before the betrayal. This does not say anything. Shut up. Stop talking. God, this is Muslim.
Let's move on to your next.
Shut up. Just shut up, dude. This is the classic Muslim crash out. Every fucking time you guys get proven wrong, you just go, oh, I won. I won because I said I won. Dude, this is why you guys lose everything. Anyways, it's very clear that this hadith, as you already admitted, you can't take it back now. This hadith is talking about after the betrayal. It's very clearly talking about after. This doesn't say shit about the original. This is just stupid. My second question about Western culture is pedophilia allowed in Islam?
No, pedophilia is not allowed in Islam.
Okay, so can you explain why the Prophet married a 6-year-old? And actually, I don't even care about the marriage contract. Why he fucked a 9-year-old?
So yeah, if you're not gonna be polite, then no problem. But yeah, I'm gonna answer.
How is that not polite? That's what he did. It's according to Aisha herself.
Okay, again. So when we talk about, so this is the fallacy of presentism. So the standard that we have in Islam is number one, physical maturity, and mental maturity, and these two things were met at the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And so, for example, so let me illustrate this. For example, if I say. So Aisha radiallahu anha herself attests that she hit puberty at the time. And the second thing I like to say is, like, let's say, for example, I need you to bear with me here, don't interrupt. If we have a society in 300 years later where the average life expectancy is like 200 or 300 years, and it's now a taboo to marry someone who's 20, for example, then what we would say, and if somebody looks in the past and says, oh my God, a 20-year-old got married, it's pedophilia, this would be the fallacy of presentism. Now, if you look at 1400 years ago...
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Okay, well, I'll just mute you. I'm just going to answer it anyways. Sure, so that would be a good point if 2 billion people didn't worship him as a prophet and say he was the most perfect man to exist and ever will exist, right? So you cannot use that. Was Muhammad the most perfect man to a standard even of today, of the future? Let's say life expectancy is 300. Was he the most perfect man and he will always be the most perfect man? Or are you saying he was the same as some average person in the 600s? Can you answer that?
You want me to answer? And you're not going to interrupt me because you interrupted me the first time.
Right. I like to go one point at a time here. It's very easy.
No, it's literally 1 point. I was on the same point, did not diverge off the topic.
No, it wasn't.
But again, it is the fallacy of presentism.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yes.
This doesn't answer my question.
No, I'm answering your question. Dude,
just get straight to the answer.
If you're going to keep on running with your script, that's great. Yeah,
just get straight to the answer.
Dude, do you want me to answer without interrupting me? Let me finish the answer, then you can
answer why the little girl that was playing with dolls.
Like the boy that you are.
Yes, great. Answer the question why the little girl that was playing with dolls.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to answer multiple things. First thing is little girl playing with dolls. Second thing is the fallacy of presentism, which I just brought up.
How about the first thing was the thing that I asked you? The first one I asked you. Was he the most perfect man to ever exist and ever will exist? And if he, or was he just a random, you know, at the standard of the 600s?
Yeah, correct. So if not the moral standard of the 600s, then you would have a point. The moral standard and the moral principle that is timeless, that was practiced by the Prophet, peace be upon him, is that you marry someone who is physically and mentally mature. That is the standard. And so Aisha radiallahu anha at that time was physically and mentally mature.
It would still be pedophilia, you know that, right?
That does not meet that same criteria. So
it would still be, just so you know, just real quick.
Under 18?
Yeah, so just so you
under
know,
18, answer my question, because you dodged, like, dude, you interrupted me in my arguments, you dodged my question.
Yeah, that's great.
Answer my question.
Yeah, that's great. Anyways, so it would still be,
again. So what is pedophilia?
Okay, shut up. So it would still be pedophilia, right? Because it's the sexual perversion in which children are the preferred sexual object. She would still be a child. Just because you guys have a disgusting separate standard, which is why I said you're incompatible with the West, then that means shut up. I'm trying to answer. Just because you guys have a separate standard, then that means it wouldn't be in your society seen as pedophilia. But remember the original claim when you came up here. I said it's incompatible with the West. I didn't say it was incompatible with your rapist, disgusting pedophilia culture. I didn't say that. I said here, where we're not barbarism. We don't practice it. That's what I said.
Okay, so with your question, with why isn't Muhammad if it's even the timeless example for all, then why are you applying the moral standards of the 600s to today? The answer to that is very simple. To him, great. The answer to that is very simple. It's that the moral standard is not an age that Islam gives, it's a criteria. And the criteria is physical and mental maturity. And Aisha radiallahu anha meets that criteria.
So you agree.
So today, if you are physically and mentally mature,
you're proving
at 16, at 17, at 18, you are able to get married.
So you would marry a 16-year-old?
A 9-year-old is not married, is not mentally or physically mature.
Okay, so just so you know, and anyone can look this up, one, he just conceded that Islam does have a separate stop. I bet you would think that, you disgusting piece of shit. Anyways, so one, he just conceded that Islam has a different standard. You just heard him. He literally proved me right. He said in Islam's standard. So already he lost the argument, because the argument was that Islam, I never denied that it was an Islam standard. In fact, I'm pretty fucking sure that's exactly what I said. Oh, he ran away. Yeah, because he knows. Okay, well, I'm going to finish anyways. No shit, it's Islam standard. That's what I said. You just proved me right. I said it's not compatible with the West. I didn't say it wasn't your disgusting pedophilia society. Okay? Second point, right? Anyone can Google this. In fact, I hope everyone Googles it. Don't even take my word for it. Go look up if puberty is hit earlier today than it was back then. Go look it up. I guarantee you will find, I've seen over a dozen studies. If you keep looking, I'm sure you'll find more. Every single one agrees that puberty is hit earlier today than it was in the 600s and even before, honestly. So his idea of, well, in Islam standards, it's puberty. First off, pretty disgusting, dude. So, like, even if a girl just hits puberty and she's quote-unquote mentally mature by, one, again, whose standard, but fine, whatever, let's go with it. Does that mean you're gonna fuck her at 54? Like, what is wrong with you people? This is exactly what I mean. And this is why he ran away, right? It's not because he was annoyed. He was annoyed with me with the last topic. It's because he knows it's not a good look. And he knows the next question I was going to ask him, and I was going to ask him, but he's not going to answer. If a girl today hit puberty and was mentally mature by whatever standard Islam says, whatever that means, right? Let's say it was at 12 years old, because he said he'd marry a 16-year-old. Again, okay. But let's say it was 15 years old. Would he marry her? The answer has to be yes. What about 12 years old? Let's just say hypothetically, a girl she hit her puberty. She's mentally mature at 12 today in 2026. Would he marry her? You know why he ran away? I'll tell you why he ran away. Because he's either forced to say yes, in which case he proves my point that it's not compatible with the West, because that's disgusting, or he says no, which means what? Oh, he updated his morality. He updated it because Islam's disgusting and he's uncomfortable answering that, which would make him, ironically, a better person, but not Muslim. Anyways.
He said he was kicked. Do you want to bring him back up?
Oh yeah, I'd love to ask this question. I feel like he's not going to answer, but yeah, I don't know who kicked him. Who kicked him?
I don't know. I don't think. All right, what is his name?
I actually don't know. It didn't show his name. I just saw his profile picture.
I think I see the profile picture. Okay, Bobby. He's Bobby. Go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, yeah, Bobby. Oh, here, let me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, again, so yeah, what I'm 16 by the way, so I don't know why you're so obsessed with this.
Oh, well, why are you up here? I don't want to talk to a fucking 16-year-old. I'm not.
Yeah, 16-year-old cooking is wild, bro. But
yeah, I'm not gonna talk to. Listen, I'm not your fucking prophet, okay? Anyways, let's just bring up somebody else. That's probably an adult.
Yeah. We have Dark Smoker. Come on up.
Yeah, no questions. I just wanted to make a point of process here. Addressing the AMA guest with as many questions as you feel is necessary to overwhelm the topic and then attempting to bounce their response and overpower the room with the sound of your voice is not a form of debate. It is a form of narcissism. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. 100% facts. 100% facts.
Yeah. All right. Baron, you're up. Hi.
How's it going, Duchess?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Can't complain. Just did some Bible study of the book of Isaiah recently, so.
Okay.
But first of all, hi Nick. I actually just recently got into your content on YouTube and such, and love what you do.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Baron, or the Baron.
Oh. Hi, this Baron's fine.
Okay.
But my questions are: I'm part of Turning Point USA, over here in Florida. How do you think we should react as Christians, as conservatives, and respond to all the attacks on Turning Point and Erica Kirk as of recently, including both by Groypers and also leftists?
Just realized my camera wasn't on. Yeah, look, it's very disgusting. I'd like to see Turning Point USA expand more their TPUSA faith. That's actually my favorite thing about TPUSA. I've been to TPUSA events. I met with, well, it was a quick thing, but met Charlie back in June. Was hoping to see him obviously again during AmFest in, what was that, December? And I really loved his big push, and I hope it continues with TPUSA faith. And the reason I say and how that will help is because I think when you have your faith, especially with Christianity, in America, I think that can lead you to a path to make you realize that these people, although very hurtful and they have a voice and they have, for whatever reason, influence, it allows you to focus on things that make you realize these people's voices don't matter. And in the end, they are a temporary thing, especially when compared to God. But on top of that, for TPUSA specifically, I think truth does always win. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I wake up and I have days where I feel like maybe that's not always true, but I try to remind myself that it's always true. And I think goodness and truth always wins. And so, obviously with my content, I will try to fight back against the disinformation, but I don't even blame people for just tuning it out. Honestly, if we all collectively tuned it out, it probably wouldn't actually have much say, but unfortunately we can't ask an entire population to tune people out. Even I catch myself watching Candace Owens. Obviously not because I agree with her, mostly because I think she's batshit insane and I want to see what she's saying. But it's hard to tune these people out. I think what we can do is just continue to be exactly what you guys are doing. I love TPUSA. I think you guys do great stuff. And keep pushing into TPUSA faith more. Keep doing what you guys are doing in the vision of, not just the vision of Charlie as he saw it, but also moving forward. Because as Charlie said, when CEOs or leaders of a organization either go away or in this case are murdered, sometimes you see organizations collapse. So what's important is actually to continue on and actually move forward to whatever the future for TPUSA holds. And I hope that's a very, very strong and brilliant future. Can I ask you, are you anywhere near Miami? You don't have to answer that if you don't want. You could send me.
Not really, sadly. But hey,
I was just wondering because I'm flying into Miami May 18th.
Oh, that's great. Miami's a great area. I'm supposed to be going to Panama City Beach in June. Beautiful area, I hear. But middle question here. Do you think there's a way I could reach out to you about you possibly coming to our chapter and yeah, maybe doing a prove me wrong event? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I'm probably not that close. I'm only going to be in Miami from the 18th to early 20th. But that being said, absolutely send me a DM. I'll look at what's your name again? The Baron. Yeah, I'll look out for you and I'll shoot you a DM after this.
I'll link you guys. I'll make sure I'll link you guys up. I think Baron, are you in Nick's server? Because Nick has his own Discord server as well.
I don't know. I know I'm in.
You know what? I'll make sure I'll invite you and I'll link you guys. You could add him and.
Oh yes, I already was.
I'll remind you if anything.
Okay, perfect. Great. Yeah, shoot me a DM or Duchess will connect us and we'll talk.
Yeah. And my second question is, what are your thoughts on the scandal with the leftist organization SPLC, which ironically have called Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk white supremacists in the past, being ironically found to be funding the KKK, Patriot Front, and all these groups that you'd think would contradict them?
Yeah, I find it very telling because I remember saying about maybe a year and a half ago, I remember saying about specifically Nick Fuentes that he is a plant to say propaganda points for the left. People were like, that's kind of crazy. And I'm like, no, I don't think it's not that he is or isn't far right. Obviously, his followers, Groypers, are far right. But you cannot get to these people to leave the Republican or conservative movement through the voice of like AOC and Ilhan Omar and people like them. So what you do is you plant yourself somebody who pushes themselves as a far right person, and whether he's being tricked into believing actually you should vote Democrat because then it can fuck the whole system and you get what you want, or he knows exactly what he's doing, regardless of the reason, he's a voice that can reach out to these white supremacists and far right idiots. And so when I saw the news about SPLC, I was like, yeah, I called that.
Yeah, I called it myself. I don't know. Why is it always that these people end up being massive like hypocrites, like, we're against racism. They turn out to be the biggest racists. Like all these anti-ICE protesters have used the N-word so much.
Yeah, the left is very, very good at like while trying to prove so much that they're not racist, they end up saying like the most racist, even like pro-Palestinians, while trying to prove that they care so much about pro-Palestinians, they end up like making them into like little infants that need to be like coddled. And it's like it's the bigotry of low expectation, right? Like when I say, well, how come you don't say this about, let's say, the Palestinian sides and their groups? Well, I don't expect that from them because they're just a bunch of dumb Palestinians or something. They're too dumb to follow things. Like it's so funny when you see stuff like this. And then as for leftists in general, I think, I don't know, I find leftism to be the most direct threat to the United States of America. Obviously, I harp a lot on Islam, but Islam is not a 100% threat right now. Leftism is a direct threat.
Islam, and by their own admittance, are using leftists as what they would label useful idiots.
Right.
And it's so crazy to see. Well, not that crazy. It's pretty much believable that they'd fall for Islam and its manipulative tactics. But yeah. Hey, real quick before I go, can we get a good old Deus Volt?
Oh, well, all right, Deus Volt.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, you're great, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hope to see you at my university sometime soon.
Love it. I'll take maybe one more person to come up, and then we can do questions, and then we'll end it.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, we had a couple of people waiting.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Oh.
How are you doing, first of all?
Oh, I'm great. How are you doing?
Thank God. So I wanted to talk to you about, you believe that it should be a Jewish state?
Yeah,
Zionist
of course.
state.
I believe there
So what
should
does it mean?
be. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
What does it mean to be Jewish?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the terms of the Jewish state as it exists right now with Israel, it is a secular state, and it forms more on the tribe itself than it is. I assume you're Orthodox. I mean, I'm just going off of your picture. Okay.
Yeah.
So it obviously doesn't go with like halachic teaching and like Jewish law, and it's not a theocracy, right? Now, me, I'm not Jewish, so that's not as important to me as it would be to someone like you. For me, I just see the anti-Semitism and the the attacks that Jewish people go through, and that is not Orthodox Jewish people. That's all Jewish people, and I want there to be a state that doesn't have to rely off the goodwill of maybe other people to come save them, God forbid, if something else ever happens again, like the Holocaust or anything for that matter, not just the Holocaust. I want the Jewish people to, at minimum, at least have a say in what they can do about problems that affects the Jewish people, not Orthodox Jewish people. That being said, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. My issue was calling it a Jewish. So a big issue was calling it a Jewish state, right? It's not Jewish religiously. The Jewish religion says we're not allowed to have a state. We're most remain in exile. God put us in exile, and He only brings us out with a redeemer, right? This was like Moses, like Ezra, and the coming of the Messiah.
Can you tell me? I think I know where you're going with, but you're a different person, so I'll give you the chance. Can you tell me? I assume where you're going with is in the Torah. It specifically talks about during the Babylonian exile that a servant of God brought the Jews back, specifically
Ezra,
Cyrus the Great.
No, he allowed it, right? So we needed permission. But the one who took us out actually was Ezra. There was like slight people, like hundreds of people maybe going back and forth, right? But it wasn't actually until Ezra the prophet came.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, obviously you're gonna know more. You're talking about Ezra the scribe.
Yeah, he was a prophet. So.
Okay, I assume that you're obviously right. You're gonna know more about it than I am. But my point is that where the concept that a Jewish state can't exist because it needs to require that a servant of God or the times of the prophets are no longer. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's why we can't have a state. We're only allowed to have one when we're not in exile. Like we have the temple or we have a prophet.
Well, okay, so the way I've read, and I've looked into this pretty heavily because I've had a lot of Orthodox Jews who are anti-Zionist, if you will, in the terms of having a Jewish state. When I've looked into it, I've seen that all Jews, now correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to know more than I do, but even looking at commentary, the Talmud, the Torah, interpretation of the Torah, it says that all Jews will not return from exile, but that's not happening right now with the state of Israel. So how do you answer that? Go ahead.
The prohibition is to go to the land en masse. So what does en masse mean? Right? That's pretty ambiguous.
But that's not happening. It's not happening.
It did happen. So it did with the second Yishuv.
So okay. So there's 4. Okay, so you're gonna have to fill in the blanks for me because again you're gonna know more. But there are 4 contractual agreements that the Jews have with the Gentiles in the diaspora. Is that correct? 4?
Two oaths. And then one the non-Jews made.
I thought it was.
So one is
because I just read this.
I can show a source. I can show a source. No problem. I don't want to say stuff like that. I'll screen share. Let me do this. Okay, it works.
Oh yeah, it does. I didn't even know you could do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you. And here we go. And then
I don't really know. Is there a way to make it bigger though? Because I can't even see it. Whatever. Just read it to me. It's not like I.
It says the Gemara asks, and how does Zero explain that repetition of this oath in the verses? The Gemara explains that the verse is necessary for that which is taught by Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Chanino, who said, "Why are there 3 oaths?" Right. So there's 3 oaths. One, so that the Jews should not ascend to the land of Israel as a wall, right? And another one that the Holy One, blessed be He, adjured the Jews that they should not rebel against the rule of the nations of the world. And the one for the non-Jews is that they shouldn't subjugate the Jews.
Okay, so that is what I'm talking about. I thought it was 4, but okay, fair enough. So that's what I'm talking about. Do you agree that the Gentiles did not honor that agreement?
Yes, but the oaths aren't dependent on each other. Right?
Yes, you need to honor all 3. Okay, go ahead.
So it's a good point if it said that the Jews made an oath to the non-Jews, but it says the Holy One, blessed be He, made us swear these oaths to Him. So it's just like if a father tells his son, don't take the. Sorry.
You're good. It's true. You're right about that. It's not like the Jews and Gentiles came together in some kind of like secret meeting or something like that. No, that's fair. But the point is that it wasn't done. So therefore it voids the agreements.
No, so they're not dependent on each other. And
where does it say that?
They were well, I'll give you an example. If they were dependent on each other, we would see that even after the Spanish Inquisition or the destruction of the temple, any of these things, the rabbis wouldn't be saying that these are still around, right?
Well, okay, but a couple things. One, that was an now, of course, it was very, very bad, but I'm saying isolated in terms of locations, where subjugation of the Jews happened pretty much worldwide. So I would say that's not a good example because that's an isolated location. And two, even if you wanted to use isolated locations as a reason, that doesn't mean just because they didn't go back to the land of Israel en masse, if you will, which we need to get into a definition of that in a second. But just because they didn't do that doesn't mean that should be the standard practice.
Well, it's not just that. It's not that just they didn't do it. It's they say that it's better to get scraped and tortured to death rather than do it.
Okay, what does en masse? What does en masse mean? One question, and two questions. One, what does en masse, and two, do you believe that the mitzvah to live in the land is still in effect? / I know I've read in the Talmud, I can't remember exactly where, but I'm sure you know, that it talks about that even if you take one step into the land of Israel and you have to turn around, that it's still better to do that than it is to not go.
So there's a difference of opinion on this. Some say that in exile there's no commandment whatsoever. This is the position I would hold by, according to the Minchas Elazar. There's another position that says it's a good thing to, but it's not a requirement to. Right?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's okay, go ahead, yeah.
So it's not really a mitzvah, but it's an extra good thing.
Right, but why would it be an extra good? I'm not saying it's a requirement like all Jews need to do this like right now. No, that would be en masse. What I'm saying is that if why would it be a good thing if you shouldn't do it?
It's just en masse you shouldn't do it. But
okay, what does an individual can? Let's do that.
En masse means so. Reish Lakish says in the Midrash that en masse is the amount that fills a marketplace. So we can know how big the markets were roughly. Okay. Right? They couldn't fit more than 300 people.
So hypothetically, that's fair. I didn't know he said that. Now I have to ask because I'm not trying to like disrespect this guy. I don't know who he is, but how do we know he's right exactly? Does he?
Well, there's no difference of opinion. So yeah, he quotes. He gives sources. There's also no difference of opinion, so we would.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure if he uses sources, he uses sources. I was just asking. So fair enough. My question for you is hypothetically then, if Jews, let's say 300 was the number hypothetically, if Jews kept going to Israel in waves of 299 and less, would it be okay then?
Yes, but it's not recommended, and we can see that from like the first issue. The first issue was 2-3 families going at a time, right? But even then, there was great rabbis that spoke against this. That said, it's not a sustainable thing. Someone shouldn't do this. Technically it's allowed, but it's not it's letter of the law thing.
So for me, as a Noahide, the Torah and the Tanakh is what's important. I'm obviously not Jewish, so I get you respect, the Talmud more and rabbinical, commentary. For me, I go more with just like what the Torah says. I can't see anywhere in the Torah. I can understand the idea of all Jews coming back. Maybe that's not the right time until the Mashiach comes. However, I don't see anywhere in the Torah, unless you can point to me that it says that Jews cannot be in the land of Israel, even if it's a lot of them, which is about half the world's population right now.
I can give you.
Go ahead.
I'll go from oral Torah because obviously we believe that an oral Torah is equal to the written that was given on Mount Sinai. One of the 13 principles, the 12th principle, is to believe in the coming of the Messiah. You agree to this?
Sorry, you cut out at the beginning, or maybe I didn't hear.
You believe that in the coming of the Messiah, correct?
Yes, I do, of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying there's the 13 principles that everyone must believe, right? The 12th is coming of the Messiah, and with this, and the Rambam says in Hilchos Malachim, Laws of Kings and Wars, it's not in the Bible. It's not in the written Bible. You can look it up online.
I'm looking up something else right now, but I am looking up.
He says the difference between the age of exile and the Messianic age is that the Jews will have sovereignty, right?
Okay.
And so obviously it's forbidden before, and
well, I don't see that as necessarily obvious. That's this is commentary from somebody, right?
It's binding. The 13 principles are binding. Everyone agrees by this.
So, I only follow the 7 laws. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but
So a non-Jew has to believe in the Torah, right?
The 13 principles are from the Rambam, yes?
Yeah, but a non-Jew has to believe in the Torah, right?
A non-Jew has to believe in the Torah. I agree that
I
agree that the Noahide laws would definitely imply that the Torah should be believed by Gentiles. That's true.
Here, look, I'll just show for everyone to see. Everyone's looking. I don't know. I can't see who's looking. Tell me, are you looking or no?
Yeah. I can see it. I'm just waiting for you to. Okay.
Anyone who accepts upon himself the fulfillment of these 7 mitzvahs and is precise in their observance is considered one of the pious among the Gentiles and will merit a share in the world to come. This applies only when he accepts them and fulfills them, because the Holy One, blessed be He, commanded them in the Torah and informed us through Moses, our teacher, that Noach's descendants had been commanded to fulfill them previously. All right?
Right, but what does that have to do with the 13 principles of Rambam?
So I'm saying he has to believe in the Torah. So that's right.
Well, it says this. Okay, it says this applies only when he accepts them and fulfills them, because the Holy One, blessed be He, commanded them in the Torah. So they have to. I agree. You should believe in the Torah. I'm not saying they're not, but that has nothing to do with the 13 principles of the Rambam.
Well, all of them are in the Torah. All we can find.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and believe that you're correct, because I don't have any reason to think that.
Yeah, it's fine.
So what I want to say, right, is, let me ask you, how do we know? Because Jeremiah specifically says, "Blessed is he who trusts in the Lord, whose trust is the Lord alone." Right. My question for you is, how do we know, or how would you know, or how would you answer that the actions of the Jews coming back to Israel aren't from the Lord?
So there's a few ways. First, God says how it will. We know how certain things will happen, right? And miracles, according to the Rashba says that miracles don't happen through the hands of heretics in this way, right? What will happen is, and it's detailed pretty clearly
in the Torah,
that in like oral Torah. I can give sources if you want later.
Okay, but again, I'll take it for the sake of learning more. But the oral Torah is, I understand why you believe in that. For me, and I could be ignorant on this, but for me, I have a bit of an issue understanding if something was so important, why wouldn't it have just been put in the Torah? But I understand you as a Jew, you're definitely going to believe in the Mishnah.
Well, yeah, no, it still has to be, and I still has to believe it because it was transmitted by the Jewish people. Right? All non-Jews were given the Torah by, in a sense, they were taught certain things by Abraham, right? And then this tradition was later corrupted, and so, but it all comes down to the tradition of the Jews. And right, we see in the Gemara that a non-Jew had to come to Hillel, and he said, "Teach me on one foot." Right? So it is necessary that a non-Jew would come to the Jews and ask because of this tradition. I did add you, by the way. So if you want, I can send you the sources later.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't have all of them off the top of my head.
No. Just tell me what it says. I believe you. It's not. I mean, you can send it to me later for my own knowledge, but I don't think you're like wrong or you're lying or you're trying to like sneak one in. You can just tell me.
Yeah, it's just basically you have to. One who doesn't believe in the orals, it's not right. It's like he's not believing in the written. There's no difference really, because how can you know something without the context, without the application?
I think that's a fair argument. I think I can't argue against that.
But the main issue would be that and someone isn't allowed to place a stumbling block before another person, right? It's called lifnei ever.
I just think, like, somebody said in my chat, and I think it's right. I think oral law in questions of ideology is open to debate, whereas the Torah, the written Torah, is not particularly. Now, you can maybe debate, like, hey, what does this specific, like, context mean? But, like, in terms of the oral Torah, I think it is open for debate. I'm not trying to disrespect people like Rashi, Rambam, and people that came before. And obviously, they're way smarter than anything I could ever understand. So I'm not saying I don't accept their commentary. I'm just saying it's open for debate.
Anything that was agreed upon by Chazal, it's binding absolute. The only thing that you can say is not binding is when it's one sage versus another. That's just the difference of application. It's never a difference of is this true or is this not true. It's just how do we apply this law.
Okay, so yeah, I'm still reading on the 3 oaths right now. Again, I don't see anywhere where it says like. Okay.
Everyone held they were binding, and I'll screen. I can't screen share actually anymore. Oh wait, I can. There you go. So, me and my friends have compiled here a list of all the sources in the law, the halacha, everyone who has ruled that the 3 oaths are binding. It's quite a lot.
No. I agree that 3 oaths are binding. I'm saying that if one of them wasn't, that the nations of the world should not oppress the Jews excessively, right? That my argument is that they didn't hold to that. This is a reciprocal oath placed upon Gentiles, which is often interpreted as a divine restriction against persecuting the Jewish people. So if they do that, why would God not want something to be done about that? If that thing that needs to be done to prevent that would be the state of Israel existing, why would God be against that?
So one of the principles is schar va'onesh, punishment and reward. Everything happens in the world because God either punishes somebody or rewards somebody. Right? He's merciful and he's just. He's not going to do for no reason. And
did every Rebbe hold this opinion?
Yeah, it's absolutely it's brought down in the Gemara. It's one of the 13
I'm being
principles.
told that very few Rebbes actually held this opinion in certain aspects.
I don't know. I can give sources. I don't know where they're.
Giving me a source on every Rebbe might be hard. They said they even went back to pass down Semicha, and even Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava went there to pass down Semicha after the fall of Judea. And the Arizal lived in Tzfat. The Rambam went to Israel, to Jerusalem.
The Rambam didn't live in Israel. The Rambam died in that.
Went.
And actually
went. Not.
Yeah, he went. I don't have an issue with an individual living there. There have been great holy people that the Arizal lived there. The issue was going en masse, right, and creating some sort of sovereignty. It actually says in the Gemara in Sanhedrin that the Messiah cannot come until the sovereignty has went away from the Jewish people. And then it actually says on this, Shaltoinus Kalevidalu, even a small, insignificant rulership.
Yeah, so I need to see where it says that, but again, I don't think the way I interpret that is that you cannot have when I say Jewish state, I'm talking about a rulership under Jewish law. I can understand what you're saying. It makes sense to say why you cannot establish halachic status in a sovereign entity, but the Jews aren't doing that.
It's any Jew. A Jew is commanded by, right? It's not like, oh, well, he's not religious, so he can start eating pig and doing all these things.
No,
it's
that's
still
not what
applicable.
I mean. How do you define sovereign in terms of Judaism?
To have a state where you can prosecute and on your own without having the permission of another.
Does it say that somewhere? Or?
That's yeah, I can get sources again. If you have to remind me I did send you a request. I have to get sources for everything I say.
So, do you know where that comes from, though?
Yeah, it's in the Gemara, in the Talmud, and the commentaries there.
That sovereign is defined as if you can persecute a people without others' permission.
In sense, yeah. There's a little bit more to it, but yeah.
So what if Jews? So it's more about. You're not so against Jews living there, but they should not have the government. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, government. Yeah, I don't have an issue if a Jew lives there.
What if, because in the the Israeli government right now, there are non-Jews, there are Gentiles. So technically, maybe I'm being Jewish right now by arguing with you about specifics, because I know Jews do that a lot. But technically, they're not doing it at their own sovereign because technically they're still getting the permission of Gentiles, even if it's a minority in the government. So technically they're not doing what you're saying.
It still is, and we could see with the
based off of what?
There's still there's the prime minister, Bibi.
But now you're adding stuff again. I haven't read.
Well, he's the one who can persecute, right?
Well, no, actually, it wouldn't technically be the prime minister. It would be judges, and there's a whole judicial system that's set up that actually the prime minister isn't really involved with very much.
He can still declare certain things. That itself is an issue.
Well, no, it still has to be passed. It's not like Bibi Netanyahu can come out tomorrow and say, this is what we're going to start doing, and you're going to listen. It's not actually how it works at all. It has to be passed within a government that includes Gentiles.
It still doesn't work, and I can show you.
Based off of what, though?
I can show you because even we've been sovereign even when we were under Romans to a certain extent, and it still says we were sovereign to an extent. I said the fact that we were able to persecute and do certain.
Wait, hold on, wait a minute. But then then it totally kind of debunks the idea that sovereign means that you can persecute people without others' permission. Because even in Rome, right, in the province, in the Jewish province with Rome, they still needed the overall permission of the Roman Gentile government. So what does sovereign? I have to go back to the original question. What does sovereign mean?
They were able to persecute to some extent on their own. Not like fully, but like they
still needed the overall authority and permission of Gentiles.
Not always, and I can show you.
When you say persecute, no, they were only allowed to follow on their own without Roman interference, religious stuff. But Jews do that even now in individual synagogues. I assume you're talking about persecution in terms of like criminal law, not just specifically religious aspects.
No, I'm saying like we can kill and wage war and such.
Kill and wage war. Okay, so, yeah, so you're talking about waging war.
Yeah, and killing and like, you know, obviously there's no concept of prison for us.
Well, just so you know, they couldn't do that at all in the Roman time. They weren't allowed to kill anyone unless they got permission from the Romans.
It depends on which time.
No, it doesn't. But like, during the Roman time specifically, they weren't allowed to. You needed the Roman authority to kill. That's why with Jesus Christ, for example, yeah, you can look. It's just historic. You can look if the reason they needed to go. Sure, just look up the case with Jesus. Okay, regardless, I get you don't think he's the Messiah, neither do I. But that's still a historical thing, regardless of what you think is around the history. Excuse me. But what we do know for a fact is that they could not authorize his execution, crucifixion, or anything unless it was at the permission of the Roman government. They could do other punishments, but they needed the permission of the Roman government to do an execution.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't believe that story. I believe we stoned him, like on our own, like the Sanhedrin conveyed him. We also had a temple then, so like that itself is.
Okay, but your argument, okay, fair enough about the temple, but your argument is about sovereign, meaning you can wage war and kill people. Okay, fine. You believe you stoned him. I think it's pretty historic that if some guy existed, whether you even believe his name was this or that, or you believe he's the son of God or not, this guy, I mean, it was pretty. I mean, a lot of people were crucified. A lot of Jews were crucified.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah,
right. It was always at the hands of the Romans. The Jews were not allowed to. As for stoning, okay, well, I can't. I mean, that's just something that you believe. I don't think you or I can really prove it then, so I don't know what to say.
Yeah. I would just appeal to some sort of tradition, and you would appeal to some sort of like extant tradition as well.
Well, I'm appealing to even documentation we have today that talked about Roman laws, and it definitely I would win that argument if we're going with history.
I would have to see a source. The only source I know that's contemporary, quote unquote contemporary, would be like the Gospels, which aren't really like historically reliable because they changed their narrative for them.
Right. So in the Gemara, sovereignty is primarily defined through three conceptual frameworks: divine sovereignty, Malchut Shamayim, the absolute authority of God as the King of Kings. All human governance is viewed as subordinate to this ultimate source of law and morality. Number two, civil sovereignty, Dina de Malchuta Dina, defined by the principle that the law of the kingdom is the law. This grants a government legitimate sovereignty if it possesses the power to mint currency, levy consistent taxes, and maintain a functional legal system that is accepted by the population. Okay. National sovereignty.
Can I comment on that one quickly?
Sure.
So Dina de Malchusa Dino, right? The law of the country is the law. It doesn't apply in the what you call the state of Israel, and we can see that there's been commentaries like the Rashbam, the Rambam, the Rosh, other people that have said that if there were to be a Jewish country, because there were in the past, right? The Yemenites had their kingdom. It's different groups. Doesn't mean it was allowed, but there were different groups. And they said that even if there's such a thing happens, we don't follow their law. But if it says that this is only applicable to the non-Jews king. A king, if he's not Jewish, so in America, I have to pay taxes. If I live in Europe, anywhere in Europe, I would have to pay the taxes. I have to follow their laws to the extent it doesn't contradict something very fundamental in Judaism.
So the last one is national sovereignty, kibush Yerusha. In the context of the land of Israel, sovereignty is defined as kibush, conquest, possession, and Yerusha, inheritance. This is the physical and administrative control of the land, which the Gemara views as a collective religious obligation and a prerequisite for the full implementation of Torah law. So, a couple things. One, that's, according to the Gemara, actually what sovereignty is, not what you said. But two, can I ask you why are you Satmar?
I'm very close in my beliefs to Satmar, yeah.
Okay, why do Satmars live in Israel?
I don't have an issue living, but Rabbi Yoel even says that a Jew, it's ideal if he doesn't live there, because the fact he will have to pay taxes, otherwise he'll be thrown in jail. It's not because
it's all three. You're kind of taking one, and you're not even taking 1 point. You're taking like one part of 1 point. It's all three. But the last one I read is kind of the big one.
I'd have to see a source that would apply with outside exile. But the fact is that Rabbi Yoel says it's better for a Jew not to, because he'll have to pay taxes. Anything he buys is taxed. His electricity will fundamentally.
So why do they live there then? If it's better not to, why do they live there?
It's not that easy to leave. I know people have left, but it's not that easy. And the truth is that there's...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm not saying it's always easy to leave any area, but if it is against what you believe in terms of
it's not an issue to live.
I don't accept the answer of it's not easily. Yeah, but they pay the taxes, which is one of the three things in sovereignty.
Yeah, they pay it as to not put themselves in jail. It doesn't mean they recognize them. Like a Jew.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be better to leave so you don't have to worry about jail or breaking what you believe to be God's commandment? Wouldn't it just be better to leave? Your answer of it's hard to do is not a good enough answer.
It's not against God to pay the taxes. It's ideal if you don't have to though.
Okay, again, if it's
not a breaking of any
if it's
commandment.
ideal, I agree, but if it's ideal not to, then why not go out? Let me ask you something. Do you have payas?
Yes. Yeah.
Why?
Because God's it's really the long ones becomes reasons in Kabbalah.
Right. Why though?
Because Hashem says.
Hashem says to grow them out long.
I know the long is I said for Kabbalah, but the short, the amount is from.
Right. So why do you have Hashem. The long one? Is what I'm asking for.
We have a tradition from Mordechai, the Jew.
Okay,
in the Book of Esther.
Okay. So from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of it, obviously the command is not to shave above this line right here. Okay. And from my understanding, even with Mordechai and the traditions, is that maybe this isn't the right way to put it, but for lack of better terms, to be safer, it's better to just have it grow it out instead of determining what does it mean not to cut above. Is that a fair statement?
So we know, I'll actually even show you technically what I have on top of my head right now is allowed. This part here is technically enough, as long as I can pinch it and fold it and that's it. But the reason I have like this is reasons in Kabbalah. So you won't see like Litvish having like this. What they do is they have a little and they put it behind the ear.
Real quick, I got the sources for those thing that you were talking about last time when you said you needed sources. It's Nedarim 28a, Gittin 10b, and Bava Batra 54b.
Okay, thank you. So now I don't have to look. Thank you.
So anyways, so like overall, my thing is that you said Satmar lives there. It's better really if they don't, because now they're split between this idea of paying taxes so they don't go to jail, but they're not really supposed to. It's better not to do that, but they don't want to go to jail. Why not just leave? Wouldn't it be better?
I can't answer you why, because I don't live there for that one of those reasons.
Because one of the reasons for longer payos is to beautify the mitzvah.
Yeah, it's beautified, but there's like reasons, like mystical reasons why.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know enough about Kabbalah, but I know about the beautifying the mitzvah. And my point, the point I was bringing that up is doing kind of even more than maybe what you just see directly in the Torah, whether it be for beautifying the mitzvah or mystical reasons, Kabbalah. Okay, fine, fair enough. I don't know about that. You do. I'll just put that to the side. But the reason of doing more, right, and transferring it back to what I was talking about with living in Israel, right, and you saying, well, it's hard to leave. Again, I don't accept that answer when it comes to breaking, maybe not a commandment, but what they are saying is what God actually would want.
I don't have an answer because I don't live there. I can't judge on this because I don't for a reason. I have, but I went through Jordan.
Also, furthermore, would sovereignty be over the temple? The temple.
It's one of the things, and not only, but it's obviously to have a temple means you're sovereign in some way.
Well, what does Israel mean then? When we talk about sovereign in Israel, what does that mean? Does that mean from the Euphrates to the Awadi River, the river of Egypt, like it says in the book of Genesis? Does it talk about the book of like Numbers, or is it Joshua?
It could be
smaller. What does that mean?
It could be anywhere. It could be like how the Zionists originally wanted in what was it, Ghana, right? I think I don't remember. I think Ghana or something, and even there it would be forbidden. We're not allowed to. That would be to you're fighting. It's not the first oath to go to the land of Israel en masse, but you're establishing.
But we're talking about going into the land of Israel, right? En masse.
Well, the land is just, it's defined as what was given to the 12 tribes.
So it's not from the Euphrates to the river of Egypt?
No, because we never controlled that.
So you're saying God did not give the land from the Euphrates to the river of
Egypt? He hasn't given it to us yet.
So when he said that to Abraham, what are you talking about?
It's going to happen, but we don't have it yet, I'm saying.
Well, no, that's not what I'm asking. If you have it yet, obviously you don't have it yet. What I'm asking is, what does it mean to go into Israel? What does that mean?
Yeah, I said that the land that the 12 tribes controlled. So if you know, like, I don't know how to say it.
Where are you getting that from?
I can give it a Ktomo in Voyal Moshe. I don't have to say
the reason I'm asking about the temple and being sovereign, which I think is required to determine sovereignty in specifically Israel, right? I would say it's the temple. The temple, the Jews don't have sovereignty over it. Jordan does.
You could be sovereign without a temple in somewhere.
It's
not true sovereignty.
I'm not talking about specifically just sovereignty. I'm talking about specifically in Israel. If Hashem controls everything, why are they all there, including Satmar? You agree Hashem controls everything, right?
Yeah. I think that's not really so relevant as why. I don't question why. I don't give the reasons as to why for anything. But the fact that it means it's not. I could say that their power comes from the Sultan. Right? This is why they have this power and all this. But it ultimately will be to punish them in the world to come. God allows it for whatever reason. I'm not here to judge that. But it will be to punish them.
I don't think it's so much about even allowing it. I think he's even gone out of his way. I mean, you said miracles can happen at the behest of heretics, but I'd say there's a lot of stuff that happened that definitely shouldn't have happened, that allows for the Jewish state to exist, thrive, expand even a little bit.
Yeah, I'll say this. The Spanish, right, or the British, these people that were persecuting Jews, they did very well for themselves. They ultimately fell, and to some extent, right, and many people were killed because of it. The Nazis fell, and the Nuremberg trials, the people were killed because of this. Right, these people, well, why does God allow them to continue? I don't know. I'm not God.
Yeah, but we're not. But these people don't have these laws that you believe from the oral Torah on them.
They do. They have won the oath. Remember to not subjugate the Jews.
Right, but that's not something that the Gentiles entered in with God, as you said earlier. This is something with the Jews.
The non-Jews. No, so there's 2 oaths the Jews made to God, and 1 oath separate that the non-Jews made to God. Not to subjugate the Jews.
No. I think this is what God said. I think this is, from my understanding, this comes from Ketubot 111a, right? And this is something that it wasn't that the Gentiles did an oath with God. It's what God said were the 3 oaths, correct?
Yeah, but he I would say it's a spiritual thing. He told them not to do it. Like obviously the 3 oaths.
Right, but I'm pretty sure this went to the Jews, right? This was the 3 oaths, and you agree that all 3 have to be followed, right?
The Jews can't follow the 3rd. It's not for us. Only 2
No,
are.
I'm not saying the Jews have to follow 3. I'm saying the 3 oaths have to be followed, all 3.
Yeah, they're supposed to be. Yeah.
Okay, so if one isn't followed, that's kind of my point.
I don't see how they're not following, but they're not connected. It says it's 2 separate things. It says, and God adjured like the nations of the world not to persecute the Jewish people.
Right, but
there's 2.
They're not separate. They're conditional on each other.
No, I don't know. Where would you get conditional?
Well, I can't read the Hebrew, so I'm going to read below you. The Gemara asks, and how does... Can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, here. Is this
go.
better?
And how does... Yeah. Rabbi Zera explained the repetition of this. So this is the verses. The Gemara explains that verse is necessary for that which was taught by Rabbi Yosef, son of Rabbi said, why are these 3 oaths, Song of Songs 2, 7, 3, 5, 6, 4, needed? 1, so that the Jews should not ascend to as Israel as a wall, but little by little, and another one, that the Holy One, blessed be he, adjured the Jews that they should not rebel against the rule of the nations, and, right, and the last one is that the Holy One, blessed be he, adjured the nations of the world that they should not subjugate the Jews excessively, right? So the way I'm reading that, especially the way it says and, but I'll have to look into the Song of Songs, right, and read what it says in 2, 7, 3, 5, and 8, 4 for further commentary. That being said, it very clearly, the way it reads, is they work together.
I'm going to show you something here. Let me show you the Rambam's epistle to Yemen, and where he.
Are you Notori Karta?
No.
Oh, okay. You just
I don't go with Palestine. Yeah, I don't go with Palestine.
I just wondering because you said earlier that you weren't necessarily Satmar, you're just close to them.
Yeah. I'm not. Here it mentions here. Let me see. Here. This is what the Rambam says, right? That if you want, you can. He even quotes this part of the Gemara, right? That says that you shouldn't go to the land. He was talking to people that were being persecuted very heavily by the Arabs at the time. Right? These were the Yemenites.
Let me see. Can you zoom in? What are you talking about?
Yeah, here.
Which part? Can you?
You could scroll. I can send this in the chat, but there's a lot more. But he's talking about the false Messiah.
Just show me the part where he said, "Do not go to the land, even if though you're being persecuted." Like, just show me that kind of general.
Yeah. This is what he's saying to them because they're false Messiah wants to.
As we read, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem. Can you zoom in?
Yeah, sorry.
By the gazelles and by the hens, we awaken or stir up love until it please. Now, brethren and friends, abide by the oath and stir up not love until it please.
And he was saying to them not to ascend, because the plan of their false Messiah was to ascend to the land.
I'd have to see. I guess I'd have to read that entire thing to see what exactly.
Yeah.
What exactly they were they being persecuted excessively?
Yeah, they were. They were being slaughtered, like because in part due to their false Messiah.
So my thought, right? So you're saying that if they're being persecuted excessively and being slaughtered, that it's better for God to continue being slaughtered than it is to go back to the land?
Yeah, it's better to die than to break the oaths. And I actually I'll give the source on this. Another source. It even says in the oaths, by the way. Where is it? Gazelle. See, if we break the oaths, God will abandon us and let us die, right? So that's the result. And then here, I put the source. Yeah, this is from the Maharal Miprag. That says it's not just to die, but to get tortured to death rather than break the oaths. I don't expect to read that, but source is here if anyone wanted to look. Netzach Yisrael, chapter 24.
Hold on, let me see here.
Yeah.
So, I'm reading about the en masse. Not that I think you're wrong about the 300, but it says here, en masse implies 3 specific things. One of them being forceful invasion. Rashi specifically interpreted as a wall to mean using a strong hand of force to conquer the land rather than waiting for divine intervention.
Well, it's one of the things, yeah.
Right, I wouldn't say that's how they did that at all, right? They did not conquer the land. Now, of course, right after the sovereign, was established, yes, they were attacked and they defended, but they didn't conquer the land through force. I assume you agree.
We're not allowed to So even then we're not allowed to defend ourselves with an army. I will give you the source for that.
Okay.
It's better. I'm going to show you here. Look, this is Aruch HaShulchan. I'm opening it here. Let me. If you want, screenshot this and put it through like ChatGPT translate.
Sure. Can you zoom in though, so that way I don't know, because if I screenshot it, it's gonna be way too small.
I'll put in the side chat. Oh. There you go. So that says that for the Tsar, in the case of the Tsar, it's better that the Jewish people are to be killed rather than to fight against our master, the Tsar, he says.
Let me see. One sec, translate. Let's see. People are not authorized to judge according to the Torah law and do not have formal ordination. Semicha. If they see that the generation requires it, they may administer punishments and penalties in accordance. Obviously, this is not the part. This is explained in the rulings of Rishonim. Even if, according to strict law, someone would not be liable, for example, if witnesses only saw partially, I don't think this is it either. Thus, if they see that people are acting improperly or that society is deteriorating, they are allowed to punish even without full legal proof or formal testimony in order to maintain order and prevent chaos. However, this authority must be used carefully and only when genuinely necessary for the stability of society. The judges must act for the... I don't think anywhere does it say you're not allowed to have an army. I don't... Unless this is like translating really badly, but it just says the judges must act for the sake of heaven to strengthen the community and prevent breaches and not out of personal motives.
Let me just show you how I'll use my... Your live chat really doesn't like me.
Of course not, because you're saying that Jews should just die.
Yeah, look here.
Of course they're not going to like you.
Hey, look. Why is that?
Yeah, mine says the same exact translation. Little different, but I don't know. Maybe it's the same.
Yeah, look. Let me show you. Maybe I sent the wrong screenshot. Honestly, I just quickly picked. Here, look. I'll zoom in actually.
I think what you're doing while you're looking is that you are essentially hanging your hat on random stuff. That I'm not trying to say that in a disrespectful way, so let me finish the whole sentence before you take it that way. Random stuff that like reinforces the three oaths, which I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm not saying you're right either. I'm saying I understand where you're coming from, but you're ignoring the Gentiles crushing the Jews for 2,000 years, and you're trying to hang your hat kind of on the fact that a Jewish group or community shouldn't go because of being attacked. I'm not saying that you're not bringing sources that imply that. I'm simply saying it's a little cherry picking.
Unless there's a counter source, you know.
Well, I'm not going to be the guy to ask, right? I'm sure you can accept that I'm not even Jewish. So even though I know a tiny bit, like I knew at least what the three oaths were, that they existed. That's probably more than 99% of Gentiles. I am not the guy to ask you to counter these. I hope you understand that.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I'm just putting it out there, but I'll say this: there isn't any counter source to what I'm saying.
Well, okay, I'll give you a counter source. Yeah. Do you agree that to save a life is outweighs everything in Judaism?
Not everything, no.
Really?
So
you're not allowed to break mitzvot. You're not allowed to break mitzvot even the Sabbath.
Not all. So Shabbos, yes, but Shabbos isn't the greatest thing here. So
Shabbos is in the Ten Commandments.
There's three types of thing that aren't allowed. One is inappropriate actions such as being gay, doing stuff with animals.
But why would being gay save a life? So I agree with you, but it doesn't really make much sense.
Let's say somebody comes to you and says, gun to your head, if you don't do this with me, I'm going to kill you. Well, you have to choose death. Another one is, let's say he says...
Wait, you're saying well, first off, that would just be rape. That wouldn't even really be being gay. So that's not,
yeah, but I'm saying you have to do something that's gay.
But that's rape. That would be called rape. You're saying if someone is raped by another man, like if a man was raped by another man, he's breaking.
He has to choose death. Yeah, he has to choose death. He has to rather get shot in the head than raped by a man. Yeah, or even a woman in that case.
Where is that? I want to know. Like,
no problem.
Yeah, I want to know where it says that you should choose to be killed instead of raped by a woman or man or whatever. I want to know that.
Let me show you. Yeah, I think it's right here.
Someone in the chat said, "Holy shit! Suddenly I'm Jewish." That's insane. Yeah, I do want to see this.
Yeah, I think it's
wild.
Yeah, but
yeah,
this
is why when people ask why I don't convert to Judaism, it's just like, don't get me wrong, I know I can still convert and not believe in this way, but that's insane. That's insane. Of course, you should save a life more than anything. Okay, go ahead. I'm curious. Can you zoom in?
This is from Shulchan Aruch. All of the transgressions which are in the Torah, with the exception of idolatry, sexual prohibitions, and murder. If someone is told to transgress them, or he will be killed, as long as he is in private, he should transgress and not be killed. Right? If he wants to be stricken upon himself,
wait, hold on,
and be killed,
wait. You're reading like an Ashkenazi where you guys read super fast. If someone is told to transgress against them, or he will be killed, so long as he is in private, what does that mean?
It's without being known.
Wait, so it's saying, or he will be killed so long as he's in private. So if he's not in private, then what do you choose?
He chooses death.
Okay, so wait, so it's saying, okay, so it says he should transgress and not be killed. So it's saying you should choose transgression, but that's only if he's in private?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says right there the opposite. It says he should transgress and not be killed.
But if it's in public, he dies.
Well, hold on, wait a minute. If someone is told
unless it's in private, I'm saying unless it's in private, that's the exception.
Well, first off, that's not what you said originally. But if someone is told to transgress, hold on. Yeah. If someone is told to transgress them, or he will be killed, so long as he is in private, he should transgress and not be killed. So if someone wanted to rape him in public, then he should choose death.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's insane. I think you're misreading that a little bit. I'm going to be real. If he wants to, let me keep reading. If he wants to be stringent upon himself and be killed, he may do so if the idolater intends to make him violate his religion. So it says he may do so. So already there, the case.
That's in private. But look,
no, that's not in private. That's not. Okay, let's read that.
If he is in public, that is in front of 10 Jews, he must allow himself to be killed rather than transgress.
Interest, providing the idolater intends to make him violate his religion, even if this is over a. Can you zoom in? It's smaller right there for some reason.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
I don't know why it's like this.
No, you had it. Go back. Where'd it go? Yeah, there we go. If he is in public, that wait, where did it go? Keep.
Here, it's right here.
Oh yeah, to make him violate, even if this is over a minhag. I don't know what that is.
A tradition.
Okay, such is the way one ties one's shoes. But if he, the idolater, intends only for his own benefit, he, the Jew, should transgress rather than be killed. So yeah, it says right there, if he intends it for his own benefit, which would be rape. So no, he should transgress rather than be killed.
If it's in public, he should be killed.
No, it says if he's in public, right, that in front of 10 Jews, he must allow himself to be killed rather than transgress, providing the idolater intends to make him violate his religion. But if he, the idolater, intends only for his own benefit, then the Jews should transgress rather than be killed. That's in public as well. But if he, the idolater, intends only for his own benefit, the idolater's benefit, then the Jews should transgress.
But it's still here. But
again, it says it right
there. He should still here. Look.
Right. It says if it's for the benefit of the idolater, right, which it would be in your example, then he should transgress rather than be killed.
Even if it's just for his own benefit, not for him to transgress his religion. Transgressing your religion, you have to die.
Yes, if it's for, it said it right there. If it's for the benefit of the idolater, right, which it would be in your example, we both agree with that. If it's for his benefit, then you should transgress rather than be killed. And of course you should. Of course you should.
Here. Here, look, here.
You got to
here, Shulchan, and by idolatry, prohibitions and murder, even in private and not at time with legislation, and even if the idolater intends it only for his own benefit, he must be killed rather than transgress.
Right, but that's just one guy. That's what Shulchan Aruch says.
That's what the source is.
No, I am with you, but that is his opinion over what we read earlier. He's saying no, actually, even if it is, then he must be killed rather than transgress. That's his opinion.
This is the Mechaber. The Mechaber is the basis of Jewish law.
Again, we just read one person, I don't know who it was because I didn't read the name, but one person say, but if it's for his own benefit, he should transgress. And then the next sentence, I don't know how far you went down, but you scroll down more, right? Then it says that he says, no, actually, he should be killed rather than transgress. I accept that this guy thinks that. I think it's insane. Of course, you should save your own life or save others' life over this. Of course you should. That's insane.
This isn't Mechaber. Mechaber, what he says is binding.
In Judaism, let me, okay, I get you think it's a binding, but let me ask, the Torah is binding. Let me ask you, is the 10 Commandments, according to Judaism, this is an actual question, I don't know, is the 10 Commandments, how do I say this? Is the 10 Commandments, special in some way, more than maybe others?
It's a category for like almost every other law. It's a category.
Well, they're categories. But what separates them? Why they're just 10 commandments if there's 613 mitzvot?
I'm saying they're categories for every other commandment fits in them.
Which commandment is remember what Amalek did to you? Where does that fit into?
I remember what Amalek did. That's its own, but I'm saying here, look.
That's commandment. That's mitzvot 610, I think, or 11, 12, maybe. It's one of the last ones.
Yeah. The 10.
How does that fit into the 10 commandments?
I'll show you. I can give you a source. Then the Chasam Sofer talks about this.
I also want to point out that even if you were right about those three things, when you do not save a life over it, even if it's saying you should be killed instead, a couple things. One, that's the individual itself, the Jew, and only when it's in front of 10 other Jews. So this isn't even, remember the original point. The original point was about saving a life over breaking the idea of going back to Israel or sovereignty or whatever. No, we were talking about going back to Israel. Even if you were right about those three, which I think there's some argument there, that wasn't one of the three anyways. So it doesn't really matter.
It's included under heresy, which is, it says idolatry, but the actual term is heresy.
No, it's not. What? It's not idolatry?
It's heresy.
Why does it say idolatry then?
I don't know why they translate it that. It's heresy though.
Okay.
And I give you a source. I gave you two sources, and even the Talmud itself says that.
No, you know what? I don't think it is heresy, and I'll tell you why. Because if it was heresy, why even say sexual inappropriateness? Because that's already heresy by itself. So you're just double speaking then. Why would you do
heresy.
that?
That's not
heresy. It's not heresy to do gay acts?
No, it's not heresy. To say it's permitted is... to do it isn't heresy.
Wait, what do you...
To say... Yeah, to be like a... I don't know what... the F word I'll say. To be a feigl isn't actually heresy. To sin, obviously, but it's not heresy.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about to do the gay acts, the sin itself. That's heresy, correct?
Yeah, that's not no. It's not heresy.
Wait,
it's a sin. It's not heresy.
What is heresy?
Heresy is anything that goes against the 13 principles.
Okay. I mean, listen. I can't. It's hard to argue with you because I don't even know if that's right or not. But that's not what heresy actually means. But okay, fine. So you're saying heresy, in Judaism,
heresy is belief.
So you're saying in Judaism, heresy would be to go against the 13 principles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What are the? Let me read all the 13 principles. So it's the God is the creator, one and unique. God's alone is worship.
I'm gonna have to go soon, by the way. It's almost 3:00. Yeah.
All right. One more thing then. So can you tell me one where Amalek? Remember what Amalek did to you? Where that fits into the 10 Commandments?
Yeah, to not murder. That's what the Chasam Sofer says.
That has nothing to do with remember what Amalek did to you.
Again, these are just gonna fit into categories orally.
I don't see how that fits at all.
I can give you a source from what the Chasam Sofer says. Show you. Let me 1 second. Go to Yerideo and then his tshuva.
I'll just believe you. I'll just believe you for moving forward, so we can move forward. The
one more, and then I'm gonna actually have to go though.
Okay,
I don't
fair
want
enough.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off like halfway.
No, you're good. Heresy, yeah, I mean the reason for it, if you were doing it to spit in God's face, then it would be because adultery can be heresy in a way. But I guess the reason I ask is because remember the Sabbath day and to keep it holy. That's the 4th commandment, right? And I find that to be so important. And even God says to break that even to save a life. But you're saying you should not, again, with all these extra rules in public in front of 10 Jews under these 3 different acts or whatever, and you're in front of 10 Jews, then it's better to actually be killed. But other than that, other than those very, 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 very specific things, then is it okay to save a life is the most important thing?
Yeah, after that, these like three, four-ish categories. Yeah.
Okay, so what would this is the last question.
It's like it's even like if a woman is pregnant and blind and the light is bothering her somehow, you're allowed to blow it out and break Shabbos just to make the pregnant woman more comfortable.
Right. Yeah. Gotcha. So my last question would be, how would saving the lives of the Jews that you said were quote unquote being slaughtered, how would that not be as important as saving their lives?
I already showed you that the sources.
It was heresy, which it wouldn't be breaking that per se. It was sexual. Okay, go ahead.
The one that's Bevias HaMashiach. It says, "Ani mamin b'yamuna shlema shaboira yispurach shlema." That I believe not sorry.
Which principle is this? Number 12?
11, yeah. Ani mamin b'yamuna shlema Bevias HaMashiach. I missaid. But
I'm seeing number 11 as God rewards those who follow the commandments.
Yeah, 12. I misspoke again.
The Messiah will come and he must be awaited daily.
Bevias HaMashiach. And so with coming the Messiah means certain things. And the Rambam says that we'll have authority. Hilchas Malachim, Yod Beis, I think.
So what I'm reading as the 12th one is the Messiah will come and he must be awaited daily. Again, I don't see how escaping slaughtering, I don't see how that's violating the Messiah will come and he must be awaited daily.
Because we're not allowed to do these things until the Messiah comes.
Again, I'm not even going to necessarily disagree with you or agree with you. I'm simply saying, how is it heresy to escape being slaughtered?
I've already said, because it's something that can only happen when the Messiah comes. And to say that you can do this is heresy.
But the 12th principle is not even saying that. The 12th principle says the Messiah will come and he must be awaited daily.
Yeah, in the coming Messiah and what he'll do.
Well, you're adding that. It says he must be awaited daily, but I don't see how it's heresy to escape being slaughtered. It's not like your heresy, like you said, is disagreeing with that faith. It's not the action per se that can be a sin, like you said.
Yeah, I'm saying the saying.
But you're not disagreeing with that by escaping being slaughtered to death. You're not disagreeing with that. So you're not committing heresy.
Someone would agree to this? So someone would agree to this and still do it?
To escape being slaughtered? Yes, of course.
And they would, even though they know it's
but that wouldn't be heresy.
Not supposed.
Because heresy, like you said, would be if they stopped believing in one of these 13 principles or all of them or anything in between. They're not stopping the belief of it. They're escaping being slaughtered.
And it's still better because of the oath. Even if I say it's not heresy, it's still because the oath. The oath in itself says that God will abandon us if we break it.
Doesn't seem like God has abandoned you guys, but okay.
The Holocaust.
Well, God punished us before. The Holocaust was actually before the en masse to Israel, if you will. So that doesn't make any sense.
No, the Balfour Declaration was before.
The what?
The Balfour Declaration was before.
Yeah, but that's
so God punished,
the Balfour Declaration was not going to the land of Israel on wall or en masse. Excuse me.
I'm saying that they created a state. Right? The Balfour Declaration
affirmed the Balfour Declaration did not create a state. That's incorrect. The Balfour Declaration didn't even go through. The Balfour Declaration never went through.
But they did this, and the Hebron massacre happened. But again, I do have to.
Okay, fine. We'll continue this conversation.
I did send you a friend request.
Okay, I'll accept it.
It was a good conversation.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Thank you. You were my favorite.
Okay, God bless everybody.
Yeah, God bless. God bless. You were my favorite person. Most in good faith, ironically.
Yeah, that was long, spicy, interesting.
Yeah, no. I'm interested in this.
How exhausted are you though, Nick? That was like 6
hours?
hours?
Dude, I have the endurance of fucking a crazy man. I can keep going, but we'll take some some questions and we'll round down.
There's no questions. So there's no questions anymore, but there's a few people waiting. They've been waiting. There's like 5.
Is there one that's like pro-Palestinian? I'd like to end on a pro-Palestinian.
Pro-Palestinian.
We've gotten a lot of like far right, and then we got, you know, Satmar Rabbi, whatever, and we gotten some Muslims. I haven't really gotten anyone defending the Palestinians. It's a little weird.
Yeah, let's see. I don't.
Today I was debating en masse. I wonder if the Rambam was against that. I'm just kidding.
Hi, Lucy.
Hello?
Oh, it's not Lucy. Okay, hi, Lucy.
Are you pro-Palestinian? It is Lucy. It says Lucy Ops.
Yeah, but
No, I'm not. But I do have 3 questions for you, please, if you could answer.
Right, sure.
Hey, it's good to talk to you, Nick. I'm Jeff.
Oh,
thanks. Have you heard of the Scientology speedrun?
I'm sorry, the what?
The Scientology speedrun?
Oh, is that like when they run inside of a Scientology building and see how far you can get inside?
Yes. Yeah.
I
What do you
saw
think
one
about
video
that?
on it.
What do you think about that? Do you condone that? Because I think that's, obviously, fuck Scientology, right? I think that's. I don't condone violence or anything, but I think that's
I
something
haven't
that.
seen any violent ones, so forgive me if I'm
No, of course.
Yeah, so if there has been one that's violent, I of course I don't condone it. I condemn it. You shouldn't be violent against anyone just because they're Scientologists.
No, I was just saying if you condone them doing that, it's just like a funny kind of.
Again, are they being violent?
No.
I still
just
would say
thinking.
you shouldn't. I assume they're private buildings. I don't know much about Scientology. I don't know if they're public, but I think it's fair to say that they're private. I don't believe in trespassing. It seems like the one video I saw, they made it like to the back. So I can't say I would condone. I'm not really. What is your question?
I was just wondering how you felt about it.
Okay. Do you have 2 more questions? You said. Can you like speed it up because we have. Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the You've seen the videos how the First Amendment guys how they go in front of a building, record in front of like a restaurant or some type of building, and you've seen it like it's
No.
The owner comes out and it's almost the owner gets mad, they will make a fuss about it, and then the recording their pepper spray them.
You're breaking out a little bit. Are you asking how do I feel about pepper spraying people?
No, sorry. The First Amendment guys.
I don't know what that is.
Into the First Amendment guys, how they go into a front of a building, recording, and it's like almost purposely trying to get so.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I don't really know what his questions were. Let's go into the next person, I guess.
Okay. Spike, you're. Oh,
Hello. How are you doing?
Hello, Spike.
So, yes, what's up? So,
you were here
I
earlier,
had to
weren't you?
basically inform. Yeah, I was earlier, but when I joined, basically, I just woke up, so I was like a bit. I didn't have the question ready, but I have now. So before I have the questions, so I have to basically say something about the Kana massacre in Lebanon. So the mortar place of Hezbollah was 220 meters away from basically the shelter, so it was an honest mistake. 220 meters. I posted inside chat.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can post...
I said 200 something, give or take.
So you were right. You were right, and they basically were gaslighting you. And if you look at the map of the mortar shells, it was very sparsely. So in the red one, I posted inside chat, is the mortar of the Hezbollah. The blue dots are outside. The compound is red dots. So if you can see, like there was a range of 300 meters, basically, of them shelling. So it was an honest mistake. And the deputy chief of Israel said that it was basically outdated maps. Bear in mind that they have no relationship with Lebanon. They don't see everything that happens inside Lebanon. They don't have to report to Israel on everything. So lack of information plus outdated maps plus inaccuracy.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Me personally, I mean, don't get me wrong. Thank you for the information. Me personally, I could give 2 shits about something that's cherry picked from 30 years ago as a way to demonize Israel, like today and every day, and like, yeah. So, but I mean, again, thank you for the information. Now I know, and I'll keep that up here in my brain. But it's like, this is what these pro-pallies do. They go, hey, did you know in 1996 that Israel did this one thing? Like, I don't care.
Second one, U.S. used the roof knock tactics in Iraq, in Mosul, when they fought ISIS. I posted in the chat
Yeah, that's
for
true.
Reuters.
I did know that, yeah.
Yeah, so, and another thing, like, this is more important, basically, for the so-called puberty thing that the Muslims argue. Bear in mind, at that time, majority of the population was illiterate, so mental stimulation, almost nothing for young girls.
You know what? That's
Also,
actually a good
people
point.
had
That's a good point.
Yes, and I can post the so-called hadiths that show that. It's Sahih Bukhari 1913. It says, "We are an illiterate nation. We neither write nor know accounts. The
Yeah, I know
months
this one.
like
They
this and
say
this."
29 days or
Yeah,
30 days, yeah.
yes, and bear in mind also the so-called famine. So Aisha also, there's another hadith, Sahih Bukhari 5416. It says the family of Muhammad had not eaten wheat bread to their satisfaction for 3 consecutive days since the arrival of Medina till he died. So more of the story, there was also a place called the Year of the Ashes. There was a famine in Medina that basically a lot of people were stealing and stuff like that. And at that time, considering the fact that there was not much arable land, famine and malnutrition were very common. And there are studies that show basically that puberty reaches later stage if there is not enough nutrients. There are multiple studies that show that. So more of the story is the idea that Aisha, at the age of 9, had the mental capacity. Bear in mind the full mental capacity. There is no single study that has shown that a single individual that is mentally mature and physically mature to be able, at the age of 12, not 9, till now, like very extremely rare. At the age of 9, it was impossible. Even the brain was not developed, like half of the brain,
Yeah,
especially
it's
the
also
prefrontal
important to note that
cortex.
there's not anything that really says Aisha hit her puberty, and a lot of Muslims will say, well, why did he wait 3 years then? The answer actually to that is he waited 3 years because Aisha wasn't with him, because Muhammad and the early Muslims actually went to Yathrib before Aisha. Aisha and Abu Bakr, her father, stayed in Medina, Mecca. They stayed there until for at least 2 years or almost 3, whatever, and then she moved in with him when she ended up going to Yathrib. So the whole why did he wait 3 years is explained by the fact that, again, Aisha just wasn't with him physically. It has nothing to prove. It doesn't prove that he was waiting for her puberty.
Not to mention Muhammad was illiterate. What qualification did he have to decide what was matter or not at that time?
That's
he
fair.
was not in a yeah. So this is all the thing. Now my question is this: considering the fact that the Democrats are going away from Israel and being anti-Israel, bear in mind that 40 senators voted against giving weapons for Israel, including defense weapons. How do you see the relationship between America and United States in the next decade? This is my question.
I think it's going to diminish a bit. It's just a fact of the matter. But I want to have strong relations between America and Israel because it's good for America. However, what I will also say is I want to see more innovation and stuff come out of Israel that will end up helping America in the long run. And the one thing Jews and the state of Israel is really good at is when you put them into a corner, they will figure out a way to turn that corner into whatever it is that they need to, and they will fire back at you. And so I think it'll lead to more innovation, and I want to see more deals, not necessarily funding for Israel or aid. I want to see more deals like we're going to fund into innovation projects so that way Israel can start doing more innovation and we will benefit from it. It'd be really hard even for Democrats or whoever to deny that.
Okay, thanks for your time, and
thank you.
Take care.
Yep.
Thank you, Spike.
Cool.
All right, Nick. I think we could finish up. Are you ready to finish up?
I think we're good, yeah.
Thank you so
That was fun.
yeah,
I can always do it again some other time.
Yeah, that was so cool. That was fun.
That was a lot longer than I thought I'd go.
I know. Well, I think we were like, what? I was like, just counting 6 hours. Literally
Yeah,
just
it's
hit 6 hours.
I looking at my stream, it's 6 hours, 1 minute and 28 seconds just hit. Yeah.
Yeah, and you started earlier too. You usually start later, right? You start at not what is it, 11 your
I
time?
usually start at 8:30 p.m. my time, so 11:30 your time, and I go till I go usually 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. Yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah.
It was fun though. It was fun.
Yeah, it was. Thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure.
Anytime.
And thank you everyone for joining and everybody who's listening. I hope you all have a good night. And yeah, I think we're good to go.
All right,
Thank
God
you.
bless. Bye.
God bless.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I actually liked to I wanted to go a little longer because even though I think a lot of the people in that Discord channel were absolutely insane, even more than a lot of the TikTok people and even Umingo people, it's still important for me to be the best debater I can by hearing even the dumbest, stupidest arguments, right? I think it's important for me to hear all kinds of things, right? Because regardless of how dumb we think it is, and no matter how much I'm sure a lot of you were like pulling your hair out, trust me, I wanted to as well. It's a small price to pay to be the best that I can to defend the state of Israel and the Jewish people. So I will take that hair pulling moments on, because then, you know, now there was a couple of times where people, I don't think anyone got me. They were all doing honestly terrible, other than maybe a couple people. Still, it's talking points some of them that I haven't heard before. So it's naturally always going to make me better. Gray Goldberg, you said, Mohammed, did I not forbid you to pour medicine into my mouth to Aisha? Interesting, Greg. Yeah, I didn't know about that. From my understanding, Muhammad most likely died actually from the Jewish wife, Sophia bint Huyai, who poisoned him, and then he later said to Aisha, "I still feel the poison from that food, and it feels like my aorta has been cut off." But I'm willing to look into what you were saying. I did see Sahar TV in the chat. I don't know if he's still here. Sahar TV is awesome. What were you guys talking about? Sahar TV said something about someone being exposed. I wasn't even paying attention. J-Damn Loser was funny. Yeah, that guy was so dumb. Like, dude, just say you misspoke. Like, obviously, of course, a J-Damn along with the GBU all together makes up the bomb. That's all you had to say. You should have just been like, you know what, Nick? Okay, fine. You're right. I shouldn't have said it was just the J-Damn by itself. Right? But he's just like, he really could not let that one go. It was so funny. Honestly, I probably should have dropped him a while ago, but it was just honestly kind of funny. God Logic. What about God Logic? What happened? Mohammed Hijab is handing out copyright shit for reaction videos. He's a crybaby. Oh, what a... Oh, I get it. God Logic fucking ended Mohammed Hijab's fucking shit, and now he's trying to, get shit taken down. Wow, what a bitch, dude. The poison didn't last 2 years. She was poisoning him at the end. Okay. Can you tell me which hadith that is? I'll definitely look into it. I think that's interesting. I just think it's always funny to say a Jewish woman took him out, but I'll look into what you're saying. Nick was exposed. That's not the real U.S. flag. Too many stars. Yeah, they're just all little stars of David. The guy that claimed to be 16 was Mamdani. He did sound like Mamdani, didn't he? Struck Sahar. I'm sure Sahar will win it back. Hopefully. That sucks, dude. Do you want to study Gemara with me half an hour a day? I don't know if that's not... Is that sacrilegious for a guy to study Gemara? I'd be down to. I'd be interested. I think it's... You're going to turn me into a rabbi, dude. I'm going to be like, I love this. And then next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to convert and I'm going to become a rabbi. Guys are going to see 5 years from now, Nick with payas and a black hat. Dang, there was up to like 2,800 people in the live at one point between, again, X and YouTube. That was crazy. Hijab is completely lame. Why do Muslims still follow this guy? I don't know. He's a pedophile too. Eating rice with your hands is just dumb regardless of culture. Fuck yeah, dude. It's so funny because everyone's like, oh, people in the West eat food with their hands like pizza. Yeah, we're not shoveling our fucking fingers in our mouth like fucking barbaric assholes, dude. We're not going like this, like, yeah, it's disgusting, dude. You know, pizza, you hold it and you just eat it like this, you know? You're not shoving your fucking fingers down your throat. Call you Nick Hasadik. If I were ever convert to Judaism, I feel like I picked the Hebrew name. I really like Moshe. The reason, I'll tell you why, because Moshe's story is about coming back to his people, right? Even though he didn't know he was a Hebrew, and he came back, right? I feel like if I did convert, it was because I don't feel this way necessarily now per se, but like I do feel a connection. Obviously, I think it's more than just a random Gentiles, defense of Israel and connection. Like when I'm in Jerusalem, I legitimately feel so calm. Like it's something that like is in my soul. I don't know what it is. When I go to Israel, I have to go to Jerusalem almost immediately, right? If I land at night, the next day I'm in Jerusalem, and I always have to go before I leave Israel. And there's something very calming in my soul about Jerusalem, and so it would feel like it was something about my soul was disconnected somewhere in my history. I don't know what it was. Something happened that disconnected, maybe for protection, maybe for something, and had to come back. So I think I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I have no reason to necessarily convert right now, though. I see what Nat says. Nat says, "Convert with me. We can be pizza bagels." I would be a pizza bagel. Moshe Matau can make it Moshe Matzyahu. That's hilarious. Jerusalem is the most mystical and wonderful place. Same with the Negev. Oh yeah, Judea, Samaria too. Love it. Love it. I feel so calm when I'm in Judea and Samaria. I always, every single time I go into Judea, Samaria, when I go into Jerusalem. I like to go to Hebron. I haven't been there yet. Jerusalem, no one's forcing you. Yeah, I know. I know. Israel has an undeniable spiritual energy. Charlie Kirk did say that, and he's so right. Just avoid Satmar and Turi Karta. Would you convert through Chabad? Yeah, that's who I probably would convert through. Chabad has been so helpful and so loving. And so I do feel a connection with them. I think they're great. Should spend some time in Sfat. You know what? I will spend time in Sfat. I was supposed to go there last time and I couldn't make it. I need to go. I need to see the Golan Heights. I need to see Sfat. I need to see the Galilee. So like the last major area I haven't been to in Israel. And Eilat. Never been to Eilat. Never. I mean, obviously there's a lot of places in Israel I haven't been, but I'm talking about like major zones. The Galilee, Sfat, Golan Heights, never been. Any thoughts on Trump's shooting attempt? Yeah, do we have more information? I said it at the beginning of the live. I said that because it literally happened, and then I went live like 5 minutes later. I saw that he was safe. I saw that they let him out, or sorry, ushered him and JD Vance out. But I don't know much more than that. Do we have more information? I've been live for 6 hours. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Wow. Sorry for the TMI, but man, I pissed like a racehorse just now. I didn't go the whole time I was debating. All right, let me scroll up. What did we learn about what happened with Trump? What did I miss? Okay, I said that. I saw that. So a teacher from Cali tried to kill Trump? Question mark. What's going on in America? Is that true? I've heard there's some kind of phenomenon that happens to people when they visit Israel. They said it's a feeling. Yeah, it is. It has to be. Do not convert. You have more influence as a Gentile. I agree with you. But if my soul pulls me too much, I will never go against what I believe God puts in front of me. But I agree with your sentiment. Any thoughts on Trump's shooting attempt? Okay, I read that. Chabad is the way to go. I agree. I want to become a Jew, but all the crazy stuff has me concerned converting right now. Yeah, listen. That's the most Jewish thing you probably could have said. Watch Nick has his first Jewish baby. He's going to convert. Maybe that's right. One of the other things that makes me want to convert is I don't believe Jews should intermarry, and obviously we already did that, but I fell in love with Danielle, and I choose her even over what I believe to be a commandment from God. Sorry, Hashem, it's just true. But, you know, we can recollect that. Erica was crying. It was a teacher, and he is arrested. They tried to shoot him again, question mark. Leftist teacher from California. Wow. It was some dumbass from LA. Why did they shoot outside, though? How did they think that was going to get Trump? He got arrested. What the fuck? Sfat is my favorite city. The Golan Heights, too. It's magnificent. Do a Jeep tour through the Golan. That sounds great. I feel bad for... Oh, damn it. It just scrolled me all the way down. I was reading that. Okay, sorry. If you said something important, just repeat it. Sorry, it forced me to scroll all the way down, and now I just missed my spot where I was at. You don't need to convert. I can hear Nick. Erica Kirk was there. The poor woman cried that she just wants to go home. Can't imagine how she must feel reliving another assassination attempt. You know what? That's a... Poor Erica, dude. That's insane. They ran inside. Oh, okay. Let's go on X. See if we can see anything on X. Yo, Nick, happy birthday. How'd your birthday go? Birthday went great. Birthday went great. Donnie took great care of me for my birthday. It was fun. No, today's not my birthday. It was, well, now it's past midnight, so it was 2 days ago. My birthday was on the 24th. Did Candy pay the shooter? Just asking questions. Start reading the Torah as a daughter of a Jew who is converting. Every Shabbat, I read the Torah with my son. You should look into Satmar. At least listen to what they have to say. Dude, I listen to them all the time. He did a Leroy Jenkins. Let's see if we can look this up. Let's look into this. Oh, that's not right. There we go. Let's see what we can find. Let's see. White House Correspondents' Dinner. Dang, look at Secret Service. They're fucking ready. Look at that.
Katie, do you have all your stuff? I'm fine.
Aw, that's sweet. Look at that. I mean, that's what you should do, but look at the men surround this woman and like that's actually that warms my heart. That's nice. Again, it's exactly what you should do, but still. You don't know nowadays. Yes. All right. That Hexeth? That guy has a commanding presence. I'm not gonna lie. Commanding presence.
Did a fantastic job. I want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay.
So we're going to reschedule.
I just want to say you did.
Had a ticket to the dinner. This isn't just one event. This is a bit of a carnival. You know, the dinner itself is the event, and to get into the ballroom itself, to get into the dinner, if you had a ticket to the dinner, and that's 2,500 people, you had to go through airport style security. Now you could get into the building of the hotel before you got to.
Did Trump fall? Or do they push him like get down?
We understand it tonight. Someone entered the hotel before you
looked
got
like he
to that
fell.
airport style security. Now you could get into the building of the hotel before you got to that stage. And as we understand it tonight, someone entered
That sucks. He's not young. It probably doesn't feel so good to fall.
the building and ran at that airport security when they were. That wasn't the.
Is there a picture of this guy running in? Or a video, I should say? Security camera footage shows the moment shots were fired. Oh, is this it right here? Here, let me go to full screen so you guys can see better. It's too zoomed in. I assume that was the shooter. I assume that was the guy that just ran past real quickly. This guy right here. Wow. He did go pretty fast. What a piece of shit, dude.
Get out, get out, get out.
That's hilarious. For those asking how to get on my Discord, just type in nickmatau.com. nickmatau.com. It'll send you straight to the Discord link. That's insane. Is there a picture, is there a video of Erica Kirk, or was it like just reported that she was crying? Should probably type it in this way. Huh? There's a video? Okay, I'll check it out.
Where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? Upstairs, left, downstairs. Where's it coming from? Over there. Where's it coming from?
Where's it coming from? Come on, you guys.
Bro, somebody go.
How was he able to get so far? in. That's crazy. Let me see. Erica Kirk. Poor Erica, man. This is insane. Here it is.
I just want to go find
Jesus Christ.
I just want to go find
Jeez. I just like it just kind of hit me like the memories that just flooded her mind right now. Like I don't know why I didn't really think of that. Like I thought like, oh yeah, she probably is sad like another assassination attempt, but I didn't even like think about like her mind is definitely just like really I mean, your mind's always thinking about Charlie. There's no way that you're not going to think about that 24/7, but this is like, you know, there's got to be days where she's thinking about Charlie in a good sense, like, oh, I miss him. I remember this time we went to this place and it was fun, and but like this is just, oh gosh. And then like she's just gonna go home and for days now, this is just what she's gonna be thinking about. That's terrible. And these fucking people, Candace Owens and shit, like just attacking this woman. It's so fucking insane, man. I hope these people like Candace Owens get punished more than just fuck, dude. Eric Kirk was reportedly rushed out, visibly shaken and in tears. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. Same witness described RFK Jr. being carried out by a security detail. This is the same video. It's not loading anyways. Look at this. Not her crying LMFAO. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is wrong with these people, dude? What the fuck is wrong with these people? That's insane. How are you laughing at the Jesus Christ. This is crazy. What is it with Erica Kirk that people are just all right? Whatever, dude. Erica Kirk is dating a black. Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Seriously. What is it about Erica Kirk that people just I really don't get it. What the fuck? But 95% of these people that are attacking Erica, even if they believed that she had something to do with Charlie's death, which is already insane, 95% of them hated Charlie anyways. They didn't even like him. At minimum, they were neutral or barely didn't like him, maybe not hated him, but everything in between. What exactly, even if you believed she had something to do with Charlie's death, you guys were the ones criticizing. Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, he fired your ass. Right? All these people, you didn't even like Charlie in his last days. You guys called him Shabbos Goy. You guys said he was like the best Goy for Israel. You know dang well Candace did not like Charlie standing up for Israel. Ian Carroll literally hated him. Morgan Ariel, the Candace fan, she literally said he was a demon. And then he dies, and all of a sudden these are the top people. These are the top Charlie defenders? Give me a break. You guys are not attacking Erica because you think she had something to do with Charlie's death. You're attacking Erica because you hated Charlie. And so therefore you have to hate Erica too. And if you're Candace, it's because you were in love with Charlie and he picked her. All right. That's insane. I'm ending the live, you guys. Long live. Hey, Joe,